What bad intentions could Batman have? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. What's the most lascivious thing a superhero can do? Cat Totem Socks squatted beside a building that had become a ruin, wanting to cry, but not being able to. This was originally the meeting place of the Totem Council. For centuries, all the dead animal warriors of all generations would turn into totem spirits and then gather here to discuss and vote on the future direction of the Red of all beings. This should have been the most solemn place for the Red of all beings, the center of the highest power decision making of the three natural energies, not a public toilet where anyone could come and go. God knows how confused the Cat Totem Socks was when he saw Brainiac's mechanical army suddenly appear in front of them. This was equivalent to an ancient war, where the foreign enemy army directly crossed the border and appeared in the capital. It's not the fault of the Red of all beings, who would gather heavy troops in the capital. The most elite troops of the Red of all beings have to guard a wide area. Even though they mobilized heavy troops to defend because of the last Batman incident, Brainiac's mechanical army is undoubtedly also one of the toughest ones. Caught off guard, they naturally collapsed at the touch of a button. Fortunately, the defenders of the Red of all living beings can be resurrected infinitely if they are killed in the Red of all living beings, so they will not be wiped out. However, the problem is that one of them was captured by Brainiac, which is an unprecedented dangerous event. What exactly is Brainiac going to do? Why would he suddenly invade the Red of all living beings when he is fine? Is this related to the Black of Decay? The Cat Totem Socks believes that the Antler Totem will not rebel, but he still can't help but think too much. The Red of all living beings is now in a very sensitive period. Batman invaded them before, and at least he had the power of the Red of all living beings, so he can be regarded as a compatriot, but Brainiac. Obviously, Brainiac is much more dangerous to them than Batman. Then Socks turned his head and saw Killer Croc opening a space door, driving a bat stealth plane, and parked steadily in front of their palace. Oh my god, it's miserable, he heard Killer Croc say. Did Batman send you just to laugh at us? Another bruised and battered Rhino Totem pulled himself out of the ruins and stood with Cat Totem Socks. If you have anything to say, please speak up. I'm in a bad mood now. I brought you information about the Black of Decay and the Spikespison of the Green of all things, the information about Swamp Thing. Killer Croc said quickly. Batman asked me to tell you these things at the appropriate time in exchange for your help. What help? Give a person the power of the Red of all things, or recognize his power. Cat Totem Socks understood it as soon as he heard it. Isn't this just getting on the bus first and then buying the ticket, taking the bat serum, and then asking them to recognize themselves? It's not a big deal, but it seems like they can refuse. You mean we need to give him the power, that is, to enhance his power, right? Socks finally confirmed it. Yes. Okay, we agree. Socks said, tell us the information. Killer Croc was very excited. He talked a lot, selling out Archon of the Black of Decay and the Swamp Thing, and then said, okay, it's time to fulfill your promise. Okay, your information is very valuable. The two totems whispered to each other for a while, and then the Cat Totem Socks asked, who is that person? His name is Bane. Killer Croc said. On the other side, the Antler Totem was still trying to deceive people. In fact, his deception was very poor. Brainiac would not be deceived so easily, but he happened to have just faced Bane before facing the Red of all creatures. The power of this Batman's subordinate is exactly the same as the power of the Island of Decay in front of him. He thought, isn't this a perfect match? Brainiac, who automatically classified Bane as Batman's subordinate, looked at the Isle of Decay. Antler Totem heard the other party say without even looking at him, your cowardly master will fail. He is not my master. Antler Totem jumped up and shouted, the Red of all living things will never be a slave. If Batman is not your master, how do you know where Batman hides the target? Well, you actually lied to me. Then he was killed to ashes by Brainiac's cannon. Antler Totem blinked his eyes. Everything just now was just a fantasy in his mind. Yes, he said, but now you are my master. He stretched out his long tongue and licked the dust under the feet of the robot controlled by Brainiac. I'm willing to give you everything. The situation is stronger than the person, not shabby. The master is the master. Dung. 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 Dear Batman number 52, you have found and successfully injected the Doomsday virus. You have obtained the anchor item, Superman's tattered cape, Dark Multiverse Batman, Devastator. Now available for loading. Error. Batman number 52, your danger level is too low. Loading Devastator will cause you to die on the spot. You cannot load Devastator, the world was shaking. Brainiac was running away at this time. He was running away in his own kingdom, running away in front of his own throne in a panic, like a rat in a gutter. He turned his head and saw the roaring, magnificent shadow. No, don't run, Brainiac. The bat flapped his wings, rolling up wind, rain, and thunder, and his roar seemed to come from the horizon as far away as the horizon. Don't run. Don't evade your responsibilities. Come and face me. I will never be caught, Brainiac told himself. He was shocked to find that he was afraid. Brainiac remembered that the crew not only created artificial greed, artificial ambition, artificial emotions and 6 desires for him, but also instilled artificial fear in him. So yes, Brainiac would also be afraid, just like the natives of the planets he had despised and destroyed. Don't come over here. When was it? When had he ever felt this way before? Brainiac didn't know. He was just running desperately. As long as he could run away, as long as he could stay away from Batman. He saw Batman panting, and the part of Doomsday on his body disappeared a little. Boom. Brainiac once again dodged the attack of Superman and Wonder Woman, who had completely transformed into Doomsday. Both Superman and Wonder Woman were in a state of being controlled by multiple forces. For Wonder Woman, the pills that Batman had fed her before covered Brainiac's basic mental control of her, while Superman's situation was basically the same. The only difference was that Brainiac's control of Doomsday once again reversed and covered Batman's pills. And now Batman, through the injection of the Doomsday virus and the active release of Doomsday spores, once again took control of Doomsday Superman. But Brainiac knew that this was only temporary. He had been silently observing Batman for a while. This 12th level intelligence AI never had a second when he didn't think about planning a counterattack. 1 minute after Batman completely transformed into Doomsday, his Doomsday characteristics suddenly weakened a little, but he still maintained the appearance of Doomsday. Now 3 minutes have passed, and his body has weakened again. His originally bloated body gradually shrank, and more human characteristics appeared on his body. As Brainiac expected, his transformation into Doomsday was only temporary and reversible. Batman never thought of sacrificing himself and completely transforming himself into Doomsday to stop him. This means that Batman is about to return to human form, and his last chance is about to end. So it is precisely because of this that Brainiac has to wait until Batman has played his last trump card, because he only has one trump card left. Brainiac once again sorted out the things one by one. Yes, in addition to the transformation into Doomsday, Batman can no longer have a trump card. He saw Batman stop. He recalled the Doomsday Superman, leaving only the lifeless Wonder Woman, Black Manta, whose arm had just been repaired, and the live wire in the form of electricity still chasing Brainiac. Brainiac used an energy blast to knock the live wire away, and then threw out a rope-like energy beam shaped by unknown technological capabilities, easily fixing the live wire to the wall of the spacecraft like a large cockroach. She still had to struggle for a while. Wonder Woman's sword arrived, and Brainiac turned and ran. He saw Batman put his hands on the forehead of Doomsday Superman, and then all the Doomsday features on Superman began to fade away bit by bit. Yes, this was also expected. Batman probably knew that once he lost the Doomsday transformation, he would no longer be able to use the Doomsday virus to cover Brainiac's control over Doomsday Superman. So he had to take advantage of the fact that he still had control over Doomsday Superman and use his control over Doomsday spores to quickly remove all the Doomsday parts in the other party. But what's the use? Doomsday's transformation is never without cost, and the energy to transform into Doomsday is not generated out of thin air. When Batman's Doomsday transformation is over, it is hard to say whether he is seriously injured or not, but at least he is definitely exhausted and will no longer have the power to resist. And Superman has been cleared of all Doomsday spores, and his situation is mostly the same as Batman's, and he will become a member of the field without any fighting power. At that time, what cards does Batman have left? Brainiac glanced at Wonder Woman, who was still chasing him. Is it just this woman? He still holds the last trump card, and this woman alone cannot defeat him. Wonder Woman is not good, and as for the other scum brought by Batman, they are even more useless. Black Manta, Deathstroke, and Liv are maybe the only 3 threatening characters, but they are basically not in good condition now. He saw Batman open the Kryptonian space teleporter, which is a device used by Kryptonians to exile criminals to the Phantom Zone. He really brought this. But Batman failed to recall the Doomsdays he had banished from the Phantom Zone. Hahaha, did you think Brainiac would not think of this? When it comes to playing with the Phantom Zone, no one knows better than Brainiac. Now that the Kryptonian civilization has been destroyed, not even Superman, who is also a Kryptonian. That's why Brainiac banished those freaks to the Phantom Zone instead of taking them somewhere else. Batman simply couldn't find those Doomsdays, and naturally couldn't remove the Doomsday spores on them, like he did with Doomsday Superman, thus eliminating their tyrannical force. When Batman completely lost his transformation, he would recall these Doomsdays to cooperate with his last trump card, and Batman would have no way to retreat. As soon as he was distracted, Brainiac was punched by Black Manta with an expressionless face and flew backwards, flying face down like a plow. Although he was still being beaten, he was sure that Brainiac's victory was coming. Brainiac asked the robot army that was still besieging the Island of Decay, and as expected, he got nothing. This is not a big problem. He will win anyway. Bane was watching a video. It was given to him by Killer Croc, and it contained a message from Batman. The ugly green beast said that he would take him to a place called Dread of All Creatures, but before that he had to read the message Batman left for him. Bane did as he was told. Then he heard Batman's voice. Bane, if you see this video, it means that I have been forced into a desperate situation. Bane had a blank expression on his face. He stared at the somewhat nagging Batman on the screen, making it difficult to figure out what he was thinking. In fact, Killer Croc had always been very strange. With Bane's personality, how could he cooperate with Batman and even be willing to drive him? It was incredible. To be honest, I'm very reluctant to go this far, but if I'm really forced into a desperate situation, then I will. Bane still kept a blank expression on his face, but the next moment, he heard Batman's next sentence. This sentence made his eyes widen suddenly. I will have no one else to trust. Only you. You are the only one who can turn the tide of the battle. You are the only one who can save me when I run out of cards and fall into death. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you before. I just don't want to really encounter all this. But if you see me now, well, I'm afraid it has already happened. So, Bane heard Batman sigh. You have to get the enhancement of the Red of All Life, Bane. In this way, you will become a super magical life with 3 powers in one. This is an unprecedented feat. Bane saw Batman smile, and he felt a little dizzy. To be honest, I once thought that after you get the power, you will turn your back on me, cooperate with Brainiac, and sell me out. Haha. He laughed twice, then stopped. His expression became solemn. But I still choose to believe you, Bane. I know you won't do that, right? You should know how difficult it is for Batman to trust. Even for Batman, the word trust has never existed. Bane saw Batman was silent for a while, and he said seriously, but because it's you, only you, my most powerful enemy, my eternal enemy, you, Bane, only you, I'm willing to take a gamble. Bane felt his heart beating fast. Do you remember what I said to you? At least in terms of humans and living things, we are the same. So, Bane, for me, go and defeat Brainiac. Everyone. I'm back again. Holding his butt while working hard, Demon Slayer, Tanjiro Kamado returns from Sekiro. A familiar thin figure is standing at the door of the house. He is wearing a yellow and black square hori, and his long dark red hair is tied into a high ponytail, which is unusual. In his hand is a katana that he has never seen before. That is the back of his father, Tanjiro Kamado. The man facing Tanjiro was a man he had never seen before, wearing a black suit and a small hat. Because Tanjiro fell in the snow, he could not see the expression of his father who was facing away. But he could see the other side. The man in the black suit had a look of horror in his red pupils. It was an expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 177 Bane. I'm Clayface. Black and white, lonely. For Bane, in the first half of his life, his world was filled with only such colors. My mother died. I know. Crying is useless. I know. You will be locked in the bottom cage, letting the rising tide drown your body. Enough, that kind of thing. I can't get used to it anymore. The night roars, the night howls. Bane can still remember the dream that led him to Gotham. In the dream, he wandered in a desert world like a lonely ghost, not knowing where he came from, and not knowing where he would go. Then he saw the bat. No one can describe in words the shock of witnessing such a scene. That bat like him, that dangerous beast, dancing wildly in the desolate white night. This was the first time Bane and Batman met. They didn't even face each other, but in a dream, the old enemies met each other, as if it was destined. Bane opened his eyes. He heard Killer Croc talking to the giant cat of red of all creatures. What? He actually has the power of Black of Decay. I cannot agree to that. The cat totem sock sternly refused. What are you thinking? If it's green of all creatures, it's not without precedent, so we can indeed consider it, but Black of Decay. Are you kidding? He said, I warn you, all followers of Black of Decay are outright villains. After saying this, Sock seemed to realize that his tone was a bit too harsh, so he softened his tone and said, Killer Croc, it's not the first day that you have become the agent of red of all creatures. We have been observing you since you were young. Come on, try to use the red of all creatures in your body to feel this guy in front of you. He pointed at Bane. I don't believe you didn't feel the resistance of the red of all living things. Socks said, no matter what, life and death are outright enemies, and at this time, we are the side of justice, and the Black of Decay is outright evil. The giant cat added, at least under the leadership of Anton Arcane. Without Arcane, the Black of Decay is just a normal natural energy. But at this time, Arcane has completely mastered the Black of Decay. The cat totem said, the decaying parliament and the Bone Kingdom were annihilated. Look at him. If he is possessed by Arcane in the next second, I won't be surprised. I know. Then the cat heard Killer Croc say to it sincerely, but Batman planted a bomb under Animal Man's house. The cat's brain suddenly stopped. If you don't listen to Batman, the King of Life will be gone. The cat was silent. And Killer Croc said sincerely, Batman has also buried enough bombs in the red of all living things. What? There are a lot of islands of decay, right? Once the bombs explode and destroy the red of all living things, landforms around the islands of decay. Won't decay take this opportunity to expand? Elder of the Totem Council, you don't want the red of all living things to be filled with the Black of Decay, right? Batman won't do that. The cat totem socks said, Batman is our teammate. At least he is on the same page with us in protecting the web of life and maintaining the balance of the three natural forces. His eyes glowed with a faint light, and he was obviously controlling the animals in the real material universe to confirm. Then his cat face collapsed. Damn it, Batman actually planted a bomb under Buddy Baker's house. He said, you win. But I still think Bane will turn against you. There are basically no good people who can still get involved in the black power of decay. He looked at Bane and said, Batman made a wrong decision. I don't care. Anyway, this is Batman's decision. I will do whatever Batman tells me to do. The big crocodile interrupted him impatiently. Batman said that only you can take the initiative to give the high-level authority of the red of all living things. You should act quickly, because Poison Ivy's enhancement is still waiting in line. Bane squinted his eyes, and he heard the giant cat say, I guarantee that Batman will regret this. The space gate opened again, and one doomsday after another walked out of it. They were just thrown into the Phantom Zone by Brainiac to prevent Batman from doing the same thing to them as Doomsday Superman. But now with the end of Batman's Doomsday state, they can finally return to the battlefield openly. Then Brainiac saw these Doomsdays being knocked down by the already weak Batman, and their bone structures and stratum corneum disappeared like snow melting in winter. After a while, they were completely restored to a cold Kryptonian corpse. Brainiac just opened his palm and tried to control them to do something, but he only saw such a quick and tidy death scene. He put down his hand and sighed softly. I stuffed them all into the Phantom Zone one by one. As a result, they were all destroyed by you as soon as they came out. His expression was not only not surprised, but also showed a look of expectedness. After all, these doomsdays have been here for too long, and you have done a lot with them. Whether it is the teleportation device that directly transported them to the Phantom Zone before, or the doomsday antidote that is now directly in their bodies, you have never allowed these doomsdays to pose a threat to you. He saw Batman panting and struggling to sit up from the ground. The antidote developed for doomsday made from dead bodies does not have to consider the side effects, right? Brainiac said, but if you want to ensure that the user is still alive, you must consider whether the side effects can be reduced. He looked at Batman. Great, the side effects have been reduced to the point of just losing combat effectiveness. I originally thought that it would leave permanent and irreversible disability side effects. If it is used a second time, it will indeed. Chintao said. He sat up firmly, breathing heavily. It doesn't matter anymore. Brainiac told him, I have collected enough data on Doomsday, and my goal has been achieved. He said, just when I drove them to jump into the Phantom Zone. He said, through repeated contact with the Doomsday you helped me raise, I have further understood the basic transformation of this creature and the changes they will undergo under the Yellow Sunday. Brainiac said, I'm the final winner. He walked in front of Batman and said impatiently, I know you have something else to prepare. He squatted down and stood in front of Batman. He was very close to Batman now, but he still knew that Batman had not reached his final moment. If he tried to kill Batman now, he would definitely suffer a backlash at the moment of death, but it was worth a try. Maybe he could kill Batman now? Brainiac looked at Wonder Woman standing there, who was still under Batman's control. Superman was freed from the influence of the Doomsday virus and was now lying there like a dead dog. Black Manta and Liv Uire were also on guard. Brainiac finally gave up this seemingly very tempting option. It's not that he couldn't do it, but he would rather see the despair on Batman's face than kill him now. This is artificial viciousness, and it is stronger than normal viciousness, like black ink. Come on, Batman, use your last resort. Brainiac whispered, let me see what you can do. He stood up and saw a red door open again on the field. Killer Croc and Bane appeared in front of everyone. Is this your trump card? Brainiac whispered. Bane, the strange guy who controls several powers? He said, what a powerful enemy. I'm so scared. Bane took off his mask. At this time, with the addition of a new power, he has undergone a new change. The whole person is like, or three-color ice cream. The deep red stratum corneum, like some kind of lizard-like scales, extends in the center of his forehead, while the other half is lush flowers, and the other half is rotten meat. What is even more eye-catching is the metallic light that spreads from his chin to his neck, and finally condenses into a round light on his chest like Iron Man. This kind of appearance often makes people misunderstand that he is wearing a metal armor or something, such as Mark I, but in fact, if you look closely, you can find that the metal is completely embedded in his flesh, just like a part of his body. Batman and the newly arrived Killer Croc exchanged a glance. He gave Killer Croc a look, which meant, have you done the tricks? He immediately got a positive reply from the other party. After confirming that Killer Croc and Ivy had done the tricks on Bane to ensure that he would not be helpless if Bane defected, Chintao finally felt relieved. That's right. He never trusted Bane. Don't think that he sang better than he said, saying that I only have you to trust, but if you really believe Chintao's set. To be honest, maybe this metaphor is very inappropriate, but for now, Bane is a chamber pot to Chintao. Their relationship is no different from that between Mr. Jiang and Boss Do. If the fusion of several natural energies that happened to Bane was not too unrepeatable, Chintao would not have wanted to mobilize Bane as his last trump card. After all, he is a villain, and he is too uncontrollable. Wouldn't it be better to let Wonder Woman or Superman help him defeat Brainiac? Bane stood quietly in the center of the field. Then, Bane, my best partner. Brainiac gave an artificially synthesized hypocritical laugh. I didn't expect it to be you. He looked at Batman, expecting to find an expression of surprise or fear on his face, but he only saw a stagnant pool of water. Instead, Bane took the initiative to speak. I provided Brainiac with the coordinates of the Batcave, otherwise he would not be able to enter that place at will. He turned his head and looked at Brainiac. Although you failed to catch the ventriloquist, you failed to take the Joker away, and you failed to let me cooperate with you to pour the Joker's thoughts back into Batman's brain. Bane looked at Batman. I betrayed you from the beginning. I never thought of helping you. He took off his mask and then punched Killer Croc with an expressionless face, who had not yet reacted to the incident. The opponent flew backwards. Batman's many men spun and flew into the pile of Batman's men. My cooperation with Brainiac began when he linked up with Zombie Blake. Bane said, Brainiac promised me the entire Earth, including the ownership of Gotham City. He stood with Brainiac, we agreed on the price, and I sold you clean. This is different from the last time. Brainiac is not a target that cannot be negotiated. He only wants you. And what use are you to me, Batman? You are meaningless to me and worthless to me. You are just an obstacle to my conquest of Gotham. Bane said, so, the deal is done. He takes you and lets go of the Earth, and I enjoy the glory of being the king of the Earth. Looking at Batman, the other party also had a blank expression, as if nothing in the world could shake his expression. Bane could hear his own voice ringing. Do you know what I'm saying? I betrayed you. Did you know that? I know. He heard Batman say, I didn't expect this. He heard Batman slowly say, if you betray me, fail the entire planet. If you really do that, I will be in a desperate situation. So you're done now, Batman. Bane said, it's not easy to gain the trust of Brainiac. He doubts everything. So Bane took the initiative to let me read his memories. Brainiac said, I read Bane's hatred and fear of you. That's why I can trust Bane. That kind of fear and hatred can never be fake. Squeak. Before Brainiac finished speaking, he stared blankly at the wooden spike that pierced his chest. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Bane. Why? He asked. I clearly read your memory. Bane still kept a blank expression, but then he suddenly grinned. Because I'm Clayface. Pinch. He exerted force, and in an instant, the power of the red of all living things, the green of all things, and the black of decay were activated together, wrapped in the metal spirit, and poured into Brainiac's body. Great. I found a new pie, covering my tattered butt. Tokyo, starting from the Miko Big Sister introduction, you said that many heroines are very cowardly. Chapter 178 The End in the Beginning. End. I'm Bane. Perhaps someone would have thought that Bane is very likely a person who never gives up. Perhaps someone would have thought that Bane is very likely to be hiding his strength and deliberately obeying Batman's orders just to fight back at the last moment. And in fact, Bane really wanted to do this. Once, Brainiac fell to the ground. He turned his head and looked at Bane. You took the initiative to let me read your memory. He said with difficulty, you sincerely wanted to cooperate with me and betray Batman at that time. Your memory is true and your thoughts are firm and vicious. Such memories cannot be forged by anyone. Because that's what I think. Bane thought silently. He sincerely wanted to cooperate with Brainiac and stab Batman from the back. What made you change your mind? Brainiac asked. Why did you? Before he finished speaking, he was stopped by the scream that he couldn't control. Half of his body fell to the ground with a click like a melting candle. It's useless to delay, Brainiac. Boring questions won't change your ending. Wonder Woman helped Batman up, and Chintao, who was too weak to stand up, stood in front of Brainiac. He felt that the world was a little blurry, and the other party's voice seemed to come through heavy fog. The fact is that I'm standing, and you are falling, Brainiac. Brainiac didn't speak. Don't waste your energy. You also have Doomsday spores hidden in your organic body, right? For you, this body can be completely discarded, so there is no need to worry about permanently becoming Doomsday. You are not a life that relies on the brain to exist. Whether it is a physical body or a mechanical body, it is a harbor for you to live in, but also a shackle that traps you. Even if this body is turned into stone by Doomsday spores, you can still control it. Chintao quietly watched Brainiac struggling, trying to maintain his body's balance in the total explosion of 4 natural energies, but in vain. My blockade of your mind can't be effective forever. As long as you get rid of us and then transfer your mind back to your spaceship, it will be fine, right? Puff. A large mass of metal exploded from Brainiac's body again, with rotten meat, bones and a hint of green mixed in it. This is the normal result of the 4 natural energies coming together, and it is also the result if the natural energies on the earth cannot balance each other. Spiritual energy, physical chemical energy, and mental power, everything has become nutrition, which is constantly absorbed by the 4 forces, and then knocks out the dog brain in his body. Why? Brainiac looked at Bane. One of his eyeballs had been blown up by the swollen black of decay, bulging out like a frog's eye. Your memory, your motivation. I analyzed your behavior pattern, and through repeated verification, I concluded that you will never help Batman. He broke your back. He used Clayface to fool you like a fool. And you are willing to help him? Why? But Brainiac knew that he might never get the answer. His mouth was severely deformed, half of his face began to melt, and he completely lost the ability to speak. Why? He saw Bane lower his head slightly, looking at his hands with some disappointment, then turned his head and looked at Batman. His expression was deep and solemn. At this moment, he and Batman were obviously very close, but it seemed as if they were standing on both sides of a turbulent river. Brainiac looked at the two of them. He knew that Batman was ready to deal with Bane. Maybe it was that strange power, or maybe the other party had done something when strengthening Bane. How ridiculous. Brainiac's eyes showed a mocking look. Batman never trusted anyone. He was always ready to murder his teammates in various ways. How unwilling. It was really unwilling. Things shouldn't be like this, and he shouldn't be the loser. He is Brainiac. He has been in countless galaxies. Forget it. Recalling the past is of no help to the present. Brainiac suddenly felt a sense of boredom, and everything in front of him suddenly lost its meaning to him. Because I'm Bane. Because I'm human. He heard the answer he had been thinking about, but even at this moment, such an answer lost its meaning to him. Brainiac felt his thoughts gradually stop. This actually gave him a fear, which was like the gentlest morning breeze rippling in his heart. No. No. Someone come and save me. But even with such fear, all Brainiac could feel now was numbness and endless emptiness. That feeling of emptiness came over him, making his soul tremble. It is difficult to describe this feeling in words, just like the loneliness of knowing that death is imminent, but not knowing what to do. Even the loneliness, that fear cannot dispel gnaws at his heart, but makes him look forward to sleep. Brainiac found that he could speak again. The 4 powers faded from his body, but he knew very well that this meant that his mental and physical energy had been sucked out of his bones and marrow by these fighting forces, just like the vitality of a cancer patient has been completely absorbed by cancer cells, and only on the last day of life will there be a flash of light. So, at the end of everything, he regained the ability to speak again. I don't understand. Brainiac said, I control life. I hold life in my hands. I don't know how to describe this feeling in Earth language. Brainiac said, but I'm not wrong. At the last moment, the collector, who shocked the world, said such simple words. Nothing I did was wrong. Everything I did was meaningful. He emphasized again, I, Brainiac, am not meaningless. I'm protecting life. He said, those lives that should have been extinct, I continued them. I let them compete with nature. I saved them, and arranged everything for them. Then he heard the other party's rebuttal. Life cannot be controlled. It cannot be locked in a bottle. This spaceship is life. Countless planets and countless sectors of life are protected here by me. I properly place them, eliminate their inferior genes, so that they can have a longer history here than they do in nature. Brainiac said, and he shouted at Batman, I'm right. Right. This is my meaning. This spaceship has no life. Brainiac, this spaceship is just your bottle. Brainiac was slightly dazed for a while. He stared at Batman's eyes and saw pity in his eyes. Suddenly, a strong sense of unwillingness surged in his heart. In his long life of several centuries, he had never experienced such an emotion. Help me. The Super AI said to Batman, I shouldn't end here. I haven't fully found the meaning of my existence. He wanted to reach out to Batman, but he couldn't feel his hands at this time. He looked down and saw that his palms and lower body looked like weathered rotten wood. How sad, Brainiac. He heard the other party say, I thought you would hold on to the end. Brainiac saw Wonder Woman fly out of the ship, and he knew that she was going to destroy the missiles he was about to launch to destroy the Earth. So Brainiac took a last look at his ship, the worlds he collected, the worlds he was so attached to. You can't take these cities away from my biological shell. Their position is untenable. Thanks for the reminder, he heard Batman say. Brainiac was silent for a while. He suddenly sat up straight, but the price was that his lower body turned into powder like crushed charcoal. My collection, everything I have, now they are all yours. Brainiac said, okay, treat them well. They will go back to where they belong. He heard Batman say, I will take good care of them. At this time, Brainiac and Batman no longer looked like tit-for-tat enemies, but like two old men chatting in the square park. And I will also target the mechanical army you left in the red of all creatures, the big-headed doll in the Batcave, and the robot that fought with Bane outside. Brainiac heard Batman say, I will never give you a chance to revive. Brainiac sized him again for a while. Thank you, he said. And he said, Darkseid, the Dark Lord Darkseid is coming to Earth. Continue to protect your world from Darkseid's hands, Batman. This is the meaning of your existence, your destiny. His eyes looked at Chintao, and it was difficult for Chintao to read his true attitude from his eyes. Was it resentment? Was it disappointment? Or was it relief? Or was it gloating? My meaning should not be determined by. But Chintao did not have the chance to let Brainiac hear the rest of his words. The second after he finished speaking, the collector of the universe fell to the ground with his head tilted up, and his body was scattered into dust, covering every corner of his spaceship. Even in death, Brainiac did not leave his spaceship. It's over, Chintao said. Warning, warning, Batman, you have found the anchoring object, Brainiac's ashes. Introduction, the ashes left by Brainiac after his complete death, which carry Brainiac's desire to find the meaning of life. Brainiac has spent his whole life trying to define himself, not to be defined by others. You may be able to use it to summon the Batman of a parallel universe. But, can the existence summoned by self-definition be something real? I'm Brainiac. I control life. I control everything. Crisis energy converted. 319 warning. Downloading targetable Batman files. Batman danger level are in a dark multiverse. Batman, who had played all his cards, failed to defeat Brainiac, so he used his last card, merging with Brainiac. Therefore, the old Brainiac and the old Batman disappeared, and the only one who existed was Batman. Chintao was in no mood to read Brainiac's diary at this time. He turned his head and looked at Superman. Clark had completely escaped from Brainiac's control at this time. He stood on the ground, wearing a Superman uniform, looking at Batman with a smile and tears. Batman. What's wrong, Superman? I lost my powers. I'm no longer Superman. What do you mean? My Kryptonian physique disappeared, Clark said. My Kryptonian physique disappeared along with the doomsday spores that I cleared with you, he said. It disappeared after being attacked by the infamous treasure hunt known as Black Manta. Local lighthouse keeper Thomas Curry was rushed to the emergency room. Recently, Thomas Curry denied marine biologist Stephen Shen's claim that his son was an Atlantean. But in a world where Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman exist, stranger things have been confirmed. Deep sea. Arthur opened his eyes, and his father's dying voice echoed in his mind. How could he do that? Arthur, you only need to do one thing after I die. No, Dad. Tell him I've been waiting for her. I've been, always. Arthur looked at the man in front of him, and heard his voice, miking. Please follow me. Superman was once the most powerful superhero in the world, but he has been missing for more than 2 months. The man in front of him tore down the poster of Superman hanging in the air, and behind the poster, Barry Allen posed with the same powerful posture as Superman. He saw the man in front of him turn his head and look at him. I need to test whether you can be as great as Superman. Victor Stone was sitting in his football locker room, and his father still didn't come to his game. But at this time, the door creaked. He turned his head with hope. but it was only a little boy who came in. "Hey, hello, is this Victor Stone?" The little boy seemed very excited. "Great, I'm your fan. My name is Billy." He ran to Victor Stone happily. "Can you sign an autograph for me?" Cyborg did so. "Your family will be proud of you." He heard the other party say, "Apocalypse." Darkseid looked at the projection of the planet in front of him quietly, with no expression on his rock-like face. Brainiac was defeated, and even died because of it. "My master." The shadow beside him said, "Is this planet really a problem that Steppenwolf can solve alone? The Kryptonians have lost their abilities." The shadow heard Darkseid's voice and erupted like magma. "The problem will be solved." He looked at the shadow next to him, who had a baguette on his chest. "And the Earth will get a new Superman." Chapter 179, A comfortable retirement life, but Superman. The test report is out. Yeah, go ahead. Superman, Clark Kent, also known as Kal-El, the most powerful man on Earth, once, is on the phone at this moment. This is his apartment, shared with Lois Lane, their little love nest. Super strength gradually fades. Your physical strength has dropped from more than 30,000 tons to 3 kilograms in one day, but you can still beat up the kids eating lollipops in the kindergarten, which is amazing. Clark can hear Batman's tone. That voice is as cold, steady, and ruthless as usual, as if reading a string of data without any emotion. But Clark could hear the emotion contained in it, and he laughed. "But after 3 days I recovered to 30 kilograms, which became the maximum weight bearing capacity of a normal human being. And for a week, your strength didn't increase at all." He heard Batman complain, "Damn it. Your supervision disappeared directly. Thermal vision, freezing breath, and the ability to fly. The Man of Steel. It's gone. Everything is gone. It's over." Clark suppressed his laughter. He could tell that Batman was sad, but he laughed happily. Former Man of Steel laughed like an idiot. "Ha ha ha, you sound like a nagging woman, Bruce. That's not funny." He heard Batman regain his calm voice. "The situation is very bad." Clark did not respond to Batman's words, but talked about another thing. "You know, Bruce, in the past, sometimes when Martha saw that the old hens on the Kent farm had not laid any eggs for another day, she would say to me dejectedly, 'It's gone. Everything is gone. It's over.'" "Clark, are you done with the call?" Clark turned his head and saw his girlfriend Lois Lane waving at him with a game controller. "Oh, I'll be there soon." He covered the mouth of the phone, perfunctorily answered his girlfriend, and then continued, "Of course, Bruce, I swear when you said gone just now, your voice didn't sound like hers at all. Let's not discuss this now." He heard Batman say, "And I remember I told you to address each other by their titles when working. Our conversation is very likely to be monitored by anyone. It could be Luthor or Amanda Waller. You shouldn't call me by my name." "Okay, Bruce, got it, Bruce." Clark was very happy that Batman didn't continue to delve into this issue. He continued to hear the other party's voice coming from the other side of the microphone. While listening to the other party's long speech, he found a cookie on the storage cabinet next to him and stuffed it into his mouth. The environment on Krypton is very harsh, there is no doubt about it. Therefore, in the long evolution, Kryptonians have evolved the ability to absorb the energy of sunlight and convert it into biological positions to fight against the harsh environment. And the sun on Krypton is red, so all Kryptonians on Krypton do not have the same superpowers as you on Earth. But when you came to Earth, the gene for this superpower was activated. Clark was concentrating on eating cookies. Yeah. And the transformation of Doomsday into a biological weapon has caused extremely serious consequences to your body. I mean, we did successfully strip off the Doomsday spores, just like making water and starch sugar into a jelly that has already solidified into a block, and then trying to extract all the sugar from it. This simple and rough stripping dragged down the cells in your body and completely destroyed your biological stand. If you were on Krypton, you might die on the spot, because there is no biological stand to protect you, similar to an AIDS patient who has lost his immune system. But this is Earth, so you are unharmed, and can even chat with me here. Then Clark heard Batman pause for a while. "Why don't you talk?" Clark put the landline on speaker mode, then walked to the refrigerator, and poured himself a glass of milk, showing the fireworks of life. I'm waiting for you to ask me if this change is temporary or permanent. Okay, Bruce. Batman, is this change permanent or temporary? It's most likely permanent. Then he heard Batman impatiently say, damn it. By Batman's standards, I think you're probably really sorry. Superman said, but I think it's pretty good. You know, I can retire. Wait, I haven't finished yet, but you occasionally recover a kind of super hearing or supervision intermittently, and you can even use biological stance fluently to change the cognition of others, so that others can't recognize your face. A little trick to hide your identity. Huh. This shows that your biological stance has not completely disappeared. I think there is still a chance. But Batman didn't say anything else. Well, you're going to retire, he said. I'm going to die of anger. So you're busy now? More than busy. Clark heard Batman say, at *@another man-eating monster appeared. Aquaman? Where is Aquaman? I only found an empty lighthouse, not even a hair of Aquaman. He is probably now the king of Atlantis. All kinds of messed up things. Without you, crime in Gotham is starting to rise again. Clark had already begun to lose focus. He said at a very fast speed, then do your best. Then very quickly, with a snap, he hung up the phone. You finally finished the call. Louis saw him put down the phone, so he jumped up and threw himself into his arms, and then the two of them sat on the ground together. Oh, I forgot you don't have superpowers. Then the two of them kissed on the ground and spent the next 92 minutes together. They put on their clothes again. I thought you would be shorter without superpowers. Louis said. Obviously not. Clark answered her. A few dozen minutes later, they appeared on the street together. Without Superman, there are fewer news. Lois Lane looked at Superman's bruised arm. I can't believe it. We just left home for a few minutes, and you saved another person. If you still have superpowers, I can happily start writing the new Superman saves the boy who fell from the tree. The capable female reporter complained. And now your Superman uniform is lying in the bag behind you. I really didn't expect you still carry this clothes with you. It's just a habit, and I'm no longer Superman now. Clark said, I'm Clark Kent. And Clark Kent bravely saves the boy who fell from the tree is also a good title. Clark smiled, but now this news is mine. Oh, come on, Clark. I always tend to think of us as a team, not an opponent. Lois Lane said, when you first stepped into Perry's office, I knew you had something special, and this thing can make you a great reporter. It's no use saying nice things. Clark blinked. The two of them enjoyed such a warm and peaceful time. There was no alien invasion, no supervillains, no Superman, and no Batman. There was only Clark Kent and Lois Lane. They walked together in silence for a while. The time was good and the time was intoxicating. This is good, Clark. Lois thought silently. You once wanted to fit in with us, but you are not us. As she walked, she quietly looked at Clark's eyebrows. And now, you have become weak, and you can no longer fight the battle that others cannot fight. This is good, please. Just leave it like this. She forced her eyes not to look at the scratches that Superman had just left when he tried to save the little boy who fell. They turned the corner and walked to the intersection of Broadway and 45th Avenue. Lois was so absorbed in thinking that he didn't notice the crowd gathered in front of him. He felt that Clark seemed to be thinking about something. A man and a woman were thinking about their own thoughts. Hey, Clark. Lois hesitated for a while. Valentine's Day is coming soon. Bang. Suddenly, a gunshot interrupted Louis' words. Clark immediately protected Louis Lane behind him. They realized that there were many people in front of them who seemed to be gathered there to watch the excitement, and there were police everywhere. He heard someone in front shouting, "Don't think the police." Bang, 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 bang. The continuous gunshots caused chaos on the street. People fled in all directions. Beep, beep, beep. Lois Lane's phone rang at this time. I'm Perry White. Lois, big news. My informant at the police station told me that there is an armed robber at the intersection of Broadway and 45th Avenue. He tried to rob a store. The police will arrive at the scene in 3 minutes. He has taken a hostage. Well done, Perry. Lois said unhappily, but we are at the scene. Perry was silent for a moment, then immediately said, be careful. I want a story, but I also want my reporter to be alive. Of course, we're not stupid enough. Then Lois heard the busy tone on Clark's phone. Beep 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 beep. Batman is most likely going to deal with the thing he told me about before. Clark put down the phone that he had repeatedly dialed but couldn't get through and whispered, "The monster that appeared on the beach and ate people alive. Batman went to deal with the matter personally, so he can't leave now." Lois felt his heart shrink. We should ask Wonder Woman or one of Batman's other men to solve this problem. Poison Ivy, Harley Quinn, or that guy called Clayface, who can jump and walls. Louise felt her tongue begin to tie up. Not only did she not know what to say, but she also began to lose her normal ability to organize language. There is always a way. Yes, there is always a way. Clark, no, Superman said. You don't have to. I'm sorry, Louise. I can solve this problem. Wonder Woman has been trying to get here from Boston for too long. Clark carefully observed the scene, and the hostages obviously can't hold on until then, and the kidnappers are very excited. I think I'm the only superhero on the scene at the moment. Louise opened her mouth and said somewhat dejectedly, are you going to the bathroom again? Superman often uses the excuse of going to the bathroom to put on the Superman uniform to do justice. I can still mobilize the basic biological stance to cover my face, and my secret identity will not be exposed. Clark told her again, I can solve this problem. I have thought of a way. He looked at Louise, and the female reporter retreated in his eyes. So a few minutes later, please put your guns down. Everyone made way for Superman. Like the waves of obedience, when Moses parted the sea. The police with guns and live ammunition stood beside Superman. Oh my god. Superman hasn't appeared for more than a week. Is that Superman? This is the first time I see him. When did he appear in the crowd? Hey, guys, can you see his face? I find that I can't seem to remember his face. Superman. The police said, the kidnapper has no other accomplices. This is a crime of passion. Oh, by the way, I remember you have X-ray vision. He said nervously, you are Superman. Yes, I'm Superman. Clark said. He stood in front of the kidnapper and let the other party point the gun at his chest. Stand back. He heard the kidnapper say. I can't do it. Clark answered him. I told you to stand back. The kidnapper was a fat man with a hood, strangling a man with glasses from behind. Clark continued, you know what happens to me when people shoot, right? He saw the kidnapper's feet shaking. They'll waste bullets. He raised his hands, holding up the S-class symbol on his chest, and slowly approached the kidnapper. I said stand back. I really will shoot. The kidnapper's voice was trembling. Stand back. I won't let you move forward. You don't want to do that. Clark's voice was low and warm, with a pleasant bubbling sound, which inexplicably gave people a sense of reassurance. You haven't hurt anyone yet. You can still surrender. You can save your time, because you will be forced to do so soon, but you can surrender now. The kidnapper's eyes showed fear. No. They will lock me up for several years. Because of what you did, yes, Clark said. He walked forward slowly, and his chest, which had lost its iron body, was pressed against the other party's cold gun muzzle. Clark could even feel his chest muscles slightly sag under the muzzle of the gun, which was pointed at his chest. As long as he pulled the trigger and the bullet was fired, he would. But if you don't pull the trigger and give up resistance, your sentence will be shorter, and you still have a future life. Make a choice, please, he said to the crazy eyes. Embarrassed, I forgot to create a new volume. Chapter 180 Ordinary Man Clark, Superhero Bane. Boom. 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 The sound of violent heartbeats. Even without super hearing, Lois Lane could hear everyone's violent heartbeats. The robber's hand holding the gun was shaking. But no one heard the gunshot. No one. You can trust him. He's Superman. My name is Bob. What about you? The hostage with glasses whispered. The madness in the robber's eyes gradually faded. My name is Mickey. He let go of the hostage, and the hostage with glasses, Bob, immediately turned around and ran, while the police rushed up and took the hostage away. I'm sorry, the robber Mickey said. It's okay, Mickey, he heard Superman say. Then he saw the hand that Superman stretched out to him. He handed over the gun in his hand, and then squatted down skillfully with his hands on his head. It was always like this. In his first half of life, robbery, crime, arrest, jail, spitting, he was used to it. He had no choice. He could even feel the cold temperature of the shackles that had not yet been placed on his wrists. He knew that this would not be the last time he felt this coldness. He was used to it. He had long been used to it. He ran into Superman. It was his bad luck today. He accepted it. He had long accepted his fate. But he saw Superman throw the gun to the police. The big man in red and blue stretched out his hand in front of him again. "What are you doing, Superman?" Robber McKee asked, still holding his head. He saw the hostage Bob surrounded by the police, looking at him with horror. He saw the police staring at him coldly. That was the look they gave to criminals. He knew it very well. So Robber McKee asked, "Superman, what are you doing?" Then he saw the other scratch his head, with a silly smile on his face. "I'm not sure. Want to shake hands? Can I? Of course." He felt his hand being held by Superman. Robber McKee blinked. He originally thought that for a man of steel like Superman, his hands should be as cold as steel. But the truth is not what he imagined, right? "Come on, McKee. Come on." He heard the other party say, "There is always a choice." Robber McKee suddenly felt a little sad. "Okay, Robber McKee." "No," McKee said, "thank you." Then McKee was pinned down, but this time when the handcuffs were put on his wrists, only this time, he actually didn't feel cold. He might shoot you. It's possible, but he didn't. Clark and Louis squatted in the alley, and there were police running around outside. But it's possible. "Do you think I will only stand in front of the muzzle of a gun when I'm invulnerable?" Louis felt a little sour, "But everything you do is taking risks." "But what choice do I have, Louis?" "No," Louis said angrily, "there is always a choice." Clark smiled. "Yes, there is always a choice." But Louis knew that he was not talking about the same thing as himself. "Oh, come on, Clark, you, woo." Louise couldn't continue because Clark held his girlfriend's face and blocked Louise's next words with a deep kiss. They kissed for a full minute and 42 seconds. "Woo, Bo. Got, Clark. I thought you were only so good at this when you had the Man of Steel." Louise pushed Clark's face away with all her strength. "No, spare me," she said. "Be careful if someone sees us." Then Louise paused. "Your uniform is very nice. Maybe we should play together in uniforms next time." She raised her eyebrows and said, "Private games." Click. The sudden sound from not far away startled the couple. They turned their heads together and saw that Jimmy Olsen, Louise and Clark's exclusive photographer, had dropped his camera on the ground with a click. He stood not far from the alley with his mouth open, looking at the two of them. "Oh, I forgot that I no longer have super hearing," Clark said in a low voice. "Hey, Jimmy, when did you get here?" Louis was a little flustered and a little shy. I just happened to pass by nearby and saw the commotion here, so I wanted to take some photos for Monday's news." Jimmy was also a little flustered and seemed incoherent. That, Louis, you are not with Clark, you are with Superman now. Boom. The wisdom of the universe exploded in Jimmy's mind, making him dizzy. "Oh, I forgot that I'm still using the biological stand that covers my face." Clark took a breath. Then he looked at Louis. "Okay, Jimmy." He walked up to the young man with red hair and freckles on his face and said, "I also have a secret that I have hidden for a long time." "What is it, Superman?" Jimmy said, a little dizzy. "I'm Superman." He dispersed the biological stand. This action brought Jimmy a great shock. "Clark Kent? My best friend is Superman?" "That's exactly what I wanted to tell you, Jimmy." "Well, this is crazy," Jimmy said a little dazedly. "But it's also great. It's ridiculous, but it's so beautiful." He jumped up and punched Superman in the chest. "You have to show me everything, starting with flying." Hiss. Clark took a breath again. Jimmy thought he was still the Superman and the Man of Steel, so the force of this punch was a little bit stronger. "Okay, but here's the funny thing, Jim. I can't fly. I can't do all those Superman things now. Not yet." Clark ignored Jim's somewhat disappointed voice. He turned his head and said a little guilty, "Let's talk next time. I promise to explain this to you, but not now. I should go." Batman's flying machine just happened to arrive now. He took out his cell phone and pressed it, and then not far away, a long-awaited small aircraft appeared in the air with the Batman logo painted on it. It hovered and flew over Superman's head. Clark grabbed the handle on it with one hand, and then many tiny mechanical structures automatically extended from it to fix his hand in the aircraft. As the aircraft became transparent again, Clark said, "Now, Superman must fly away from the scene." He walked to Lois's side and whispered in her ear, "See you at the old place." A few dozen minutes later. "Wow, how does it feel to be Clark again?" Lois joked. "The wind is a bit cold. I should wear a coat." Clark said, "In the past, I used a microscope to observe the air density to dress appropriately." Air density? When the temperature gets lower, the molecules in the air become compact, and I have to use this method to measure the temperature, because I can't usually feel it. This is just one thing I do to blend in with the crowd, and it takes a lot of effort to blend in with the crowd. But you don't need it now. Louis hugged his arms. No longer needed. Clark smiled. "Actually, I still miss the time when I had superpowers." "Why?" Louis asked. "Do you miss the time when you needed to help others?" "No, of course not." "You think that's what I hear a lot. A lot of people are asking for help. A lot of bad things are happening, isn't it?" "No, most of the time, I hear good things. After work, people see their loved ones, welcome them home, laugh at dinner, and play with their children. I try not to pry. I respect privacy, but there are a lot of voices coming. They are all so similar. I miss them, those voices." Clark said. He looked back at his girlfriend's depressed expression. He laughed again. "Even though I can't hear them now, I can still imagine them in my heart." He kissed his girlfriend's forehead. "I'm glad to be immortal now." "Me too, Clark." Dusk is approaching, and the sun is setting. The rolling afterglow makes the sky red. Louis suddenly said, "Overall, Clark, how does it feel to be immortal for a day?" "Honestly, Louis." Louis saw her boyfriend and smiled faintly. "It's no different from what I imagined." "I knew it." Louis also smiled. "Except that my legs are so sore from walking," Clark complained, "and shopping is so tiring." "You'll be more tired at night." Louis said. "You're dead, Clark." Blackgate Prison. No one knows why Bane came here. Most of the prisoners here don't know what's happening outside. They don't know that the President of the United States has issued a pardon specifically for criminals like Bane who fight for humanity and Brainiac. As far as the current situation is concerned, Bane is free. He can leave here at any time if he wants. But he still came. Of course, I'm afraid no one can stop him from doing so. After talking to the president on the phone, the warden acquiesced to all his actions. So Bane lived here and had his own single room. The guards of Blackgate Prison have almost all been replaced by new people because of the commotion after Bane's invasion. With the complete destruction and reconstruction of the prison system, the guards have almost lost the opportunity to chat with the prisoners. Therefore, for the prisoners, they are isolated from the news, and this is Bane's opportunity. Bane locked himself in the cell with his own equipment. The black of decay, the spirit of metal, the red of all living things, the green of all things, those powers flowed quietly in his body. Alone again, in the cold, in the dark. The winter sun hung low in the sky, never shining on this place. Out of sight, Bane once again tried to push the venom out of his body. He injected himself with the venom first, then used physical exercise and willpower to make the bulging muscles disappear. Pain. The pain came without warning, like a giant hand grasping his internal organs. Pain. That was the gift given to him by the venom. Bane peeled it out and went far away from here. It would grow, and it would grow beyond it, stronger, in the cold, in the dark, out of his mind. He ran 20 miles a day in his room, through the green grass and blue sky in his soul, through worlds he had never known. The venom's control was still strong, but he was not alone. He met a new cellmate. He called him a cellmate, even though he was not in prison. A rat crawled out of the sewer and brought him a note. "Feed Least at the seed and he'll know his way back to your cell. Anything else I can get you?" Least was the rat's name. Bane took up the charcoal and wrote on the back of the note. He didn't count the time. To him, it was all just one long night. His mind was traveling. The boy's lips moved, but there was no sound. He spoke one word, one single word, a word of forgiveness, a word that hit him like a blow, not guilty. In that moment he knew he had the power to overcome the potion, the power of the innocent. He swam countless miles in a deep red sea, cold, deep, dark. And Bane opened his eyes in it. He jumped out of the water, feeling the fresh air blowing from the surface, and all he faced was the night and the stars. Willis, the brother of a gangster, is now imprisoned at Blackgate. He's weaning himself off the poison, which is what got him arrested. I want to know who he's in contact with, where he got the venom, and who's producing and selling it. With a bang, Bane threw a sturdy man to the ground. One of my informants told you that he used to be Willis' driver. Don't tell me you don't know. Bane knocked out half of the sturdy man's teeth with one punch. This was a blatant act of intentional injury, but the guards and prisoners around turned a blind eye. That's Bane. Are you crazy? Rushing up to him and saying you can't do this? I haven't been in touch with my boss for a long time, and the gang he's hanging out with are all crazy. Which gang? The sturdy man was punched in the face again. I'm thinking please, stop hitting me. Bane shook off the blood on his fist. I'm just using a faster method to search your memory more thoroughly. Do you need me to provide a location? The D Express leaves the terminal. You used to trade there, but now you have abandoned it. It's the gang on Triangle Island. They are all very strong and have done a lot of robberies. Give me a name. The strong man moved his lips. Bane raised his fist again. Strongman Logan. Oh, I see. Bane threw the strong man to the ground like a dead dog. Now, the pursuit officially begins. Finally, after 2 days of vacancy, the bones received a new pie. Covering the sore butt, Daogen. Start with the top grade golden elixir. Chapter 181. Bane puts on the Batman uniform. Gotham. Tonight is a good time for murder, robbery, and all kinds of crimes. Of course, it is also a good time for Batman to appear. The long street is filled with hazy fog. The tulle that should have been pure white was dyed black in the night, like a dark cloud rolling over the earth. Bane put on the Batman uniform. His body merged with the night, which made him feel inexplicably comfortable. This Batman uniform was made by him when he first faced Batman. Even after a long time, the words that the Penguin said at that time still echoed in his mind today. Bane is definitely not Batman. So, let me point out a simple fact to you. My handsome ally. No matter how many killers and strong men you bring from Santa Prisca Island, Gotham has experienced worse. They are not afraid of you. Fear of you. Fear of you. The voice sang in Bane's heart. The strong man held up the Batman uniform and looked at it carefully in the moonlight. He had originally planned to wear this Batman uniform to fight Batman, but eventually gave up the plan because he detected fear when he analyzed his heart. He realized that once he wore this uniform to face Batman, it would be tantamount to admitting that Bane could not defeat Batman, and only Batman could defeat Batman. This would undoubtedly hit his own spirit. But he did not destroy the uniform, and even stored it properly sometime before the decisive battle. It turned out that his foresight did work. For some reason, he now had to do something that Batman would do, but Bane would not, so maybe he had to wear his enemy's clothes. This was the best choice when there was no choice. Bane clung to the edge of the building and carefully observed his reflection on a piece of smooth glass. He had imagined in his mind many times what he would look like in Batman's clothes, and now it seemed not bad. Bane thought about it and then tried to do a classic move from Batman Returns. It looked like it, very much like it. He had practiced it many times in private, and he was confident that he was one of the best in the world when it came to pretending to be Batman. Bane narrowed his eyes. This was enough to fool those idiots. He cast his gaze downward. Boom. On the street, a little giant with explosive muscles lifted a car with his bare hands. His upper body was abnormally swollen, just like the cover of Muscle Man. Hey, Tank, quickly beat up these cops. We have to retreat. Bane, who was wearing a Batman uniform, couldn't help but look a little colder. This guy named Tank wore the same vest and pants as Bane, and even the tube for supplying venom was placed in the same position. Except for the different masks, he and the former Bane seemed to be cast in the same mold. Got it? Tank yelled gruffly. I'm fixing it. The car spun and flung itself at the police, scaring the chasing police car into swerving and crashing into a street light. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets flew everywhere, hitting the little giant like a tickle, leaving only a few red dots. Tank covered his eyes and screamed to the sky, "AA. TSK, no internal strife, that's right. After all, not everyone is Batman, and most people won't attack their teammates." He followed the truck, waiting for the gang to take him back to their lair. Very Batman style investigation method. Bane is not a detective, but he is very good at learning, especially learning about his enemies. He has read Batman's files over the years and knows Batman's actions very well. "Don't you think it's time for us to move our positions, Slugger?" Empty. Slugger Logan is, as his name suggests, dressed like a baseball player, wearing a red hat. This is a very typical feature of Gotham criminals, and only Gotham people can do such crazy things. Nicknamed Penguin, he will disguise himself as a penguin. Someone called Slugger, he dressed as a baseball player. I don't understand what you are saying, man. Slugger Logan was playing baseball at this time in his own base. Empty. Good. Hit outfield. He cheered for himself. "Mr. Logan, we are notorious in Gotham. 2 of your accomplices have been imprisoned." Slugger Logan's men were still trying to persuade him, "We should terminate all operations here and start a business elsewhere." "Willis will never tell you that, and neither will my driver." Slugger Logan picked up another baseball and hit it with a thud. "But maybe it's time to consider some greening." He took out another baseball and swung the baseball bat as usual, continuing to say, "When Tank and the others get their stuff back, we'll go pack it up right away." "Who are you?" He lowered his baseball bat and looked at the hand that stretched out from the shadows. The hand was holding the baseball he had just hit, and the owner of the hand was still hidden in the shadows. Hiss. Slugger Logan heard the other party exhaling like a train whistle. "You better have a good fucking reason to be standing there, macho catcher, you." But the batter was interrupted mercilessly before he could finish his words. He heard the other party's cold voice. "I'll ask you some questions, and if you're not satisfied with the answers, I'll tear you apart." Slugger Logan looked at him in astonishment, then sneered. Bane seemed not to notice his expression and continued, "You provide venom to your thugs. And from what I've seen, it's clear that this venom is an improved version." Bane's voice was steady and polite. "Titan-type steroid-enhanced venom serum is a violence-enhancing substance with a mortality rate of up to 93%. In Penaduro prison, almost all the subjects died from this venom and its complications, except Bane. I thought he was the only user of Titan venom." Bane saw Slugger Logan calling his men, and teams of men came here with weapons, with their guns pointed at Bane. But he didn't care, and had no intention of stopping. "I want to know who and where you got it from," he said. "I want the person who sold you this potion." "Do you think I'll tell you, idiot?" He heard the scum say. "You're dead. Do you know who I am?" "Now, you cowardly cockroach, slowly walk out of the shadows, hold your head in your hands and kneel down. I will consider not stuffing your head up your ass." Bane thought for a moment. "Actually, I can make a guess. The version you use is different from Bane. I managed to get the blood of your men who were enhanced by Titan venom, and Titan venom is compatible with their blood types. Correct improvement. There is only one person in the world who knows Titan venom so well." Bane spit out the name. "Drive Randolph, of course. I guess Bane is not the only one who has traveled a long way from Santa Prisca. So where is he now? I need to talk to him." "Are you listening to me?" Slugger Logan said. "Are you deaf?" "No, sir." The slugger only heard the other party say, "I'm just asking you politely. I want you to put your hands together. Forget it." Slugger Logan shook his head. "I can't believe I wasted so much time with an idiot." He called out to his men, "Fire." Click, 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 click. Suddenly, the sound of triggers being pulled rang out. But no bullet was fired. "Oh my god. What's going on?" One of the gathered gunmen screamed, "My gun." He raised the killing weapon in his hand, and the barrel, that should have been straight, was now drooping like a limb. The metal barrel seemed to be alive, as soft as a spear in sage mode. Then the next moment, the gun barrel that was limp just now became like a muscular snake, climbing directly onto the body of the gunman, and tying him up tightly. Plop, plop, plop. In just a few seconds, everyone fell to the ground. Slugger Logan looked at his fallen men and felt a little dizzy, as if he was dreaming. What happened? His pupils reflected the man who slowly walked out of the shadows, and his eyes widened slightly, seeing the pair of pointed ears. It seems it's you. Yes. Bane said, I'm Batman. When saying this, Bane felt that he actually had a strange pleasure, but he quickly cut off such emotions and threw them into the corner of his mind. You. He heard the incoherent voice of Slugger Logan. How did you do it? Because I'm Batman. Bane told him. The cold-blooded muscular thug never knew that it would be so interesting to say this to others. Slugger Logan tried to swing his wooden baseball bat at Bane, but the baseball bat turned into a wooden snake before it hit Bane's head. Under the desperate gaze of the slugger, it reeled back and tied him up tightly. The poor slugger cried out, "This is fucking. This is also the skill of Batman." Then he was grabbed by the neck and lifted up with bare hands. And now I want to find that person, Dr. Randolph. He is good at turning humans into monsters. I need him. I hope you can tell me his. Boom. But before Bane could finish his words, he turned around suddenly. 8 muscular men broke through the wall and rushed towards Bane's face together. Their clothes and equipment were just like they were printed from the same mold, except for the different colored hoods. They could hardly see any difference. Every step they took was like a small earthquake. Taste our surprise, Batman. Slugger Logan was thrown to the ground with a thud, and he laughed. Taste our power. One Bane almost broke your spine, but now there are 8 of us here. He said, oh, they will grab your pussy, they will grab your neck, and tear you apart like a rag doll. Bang. Bane punched a purple hood up into the sky like a rocket, and then stuck his head into the ceiling. I'm no longer trapped by the venom. Bane thought so, while grabbing another person's neck and slapping him to the ground. He curled up his middle finger and ring finger, and then vines popped out from his wrists and nimbly crawled over the muscle monsters like a big spider, and then wrapped more and more green on their bodies. For the first time in my life, I'm completely free, Bane said silently in his heart. He looked at the other party who was tied up tightly by the growing plants, and the vines drilled into his mouth and anus, making him look painful. I won't make excuses. Excuses are for criminals. I was once driven by venom. He controlled me, not the other way around. A little giant used a pillar as a stick to sweep at him, and was beaten to pieces by Bane's bare hands. I did want to tear Batman apart. I did want to rule Batman City, but venom weakened my judgment, and I lost everything. No one was his match. He defeated those monsters like a dead tree and a rotten wood. He was thinking. And now I know that my enemies are not Batman at all. My enemies have been persecuting me before I was born. I don't need venom anymore. I can break free of them at any time. No one was Bane's opponent. He defeated everyone easily. For those little monsters strengthened by venom, bricks and stones were easily crushed like tofu, and conversely, they were also tofu in front of Bane. I'm free, and I will always be free, Batman. Bane, wearing Batman's uniform, punched the little giant who had lost the ability to resist under him one punch after another, like beating a drum. His fists were stained with blood. Even as he struck, Bane felt his mind was clear. Because I'm innocent. According to the laws of my homeland, I was born guilty, but I'm innocent. I have committed no crime. I'm driven by hatred, driven by venom. He raised a replica high in the air and snapped it. His eyes reflected the enemy lying on the ground. Intangible fire surrounded his eyes and his body. I have been reborn. He threw his opponent, whose spine had been broken and who was limp like mud, to the ground. In battle, Bane had never felt his mind so clear as it was at this moment. The Dark City was no longer mysterious to him. It was no longer useful, just an empty place. He was free now, but only in the flesh. His past, his soul, was still imprisoned, bound in chains, thousands of miles to the south. Therefore, before he embarks on the road to pursue the freedom of his soul, Bane lifted up the beaten and bloody Slugger Logan. Tell me, where is Dr. Randolph? Chapter 182. A new Kryptonian escape pod. Question mark? This is the meeting room of the US military base. Amanda Waller is sitting in the main seat. They are just having a meeting, a very important meeting. At this moment, the meeting was interrupted by an uninvited guest who projected his face on the big screen. "Miss Waller, it's nice to meet you again." Amidst the many whispers, Amanda Waller slowly stood up and stared at the face on the screen. Although she is a sturdy aunt with a body as big as a bucket, she can still be called Miss whenever someone asks her for something. But Waller didn't appreciate it at all. She looked at the thin middle-aged man with orange hair and glasses in front of her quietly across the screen. "Drive Randolph Porter, you should know that you are now a Class A wanted criminal because of your illegal abuse and trafficking of venom, your use of civilians for experiments, your open attack on the national laboratory, your violent resistance to the law and the killing of multiple agents after being charged with dozens of crimes." Amanda said, "Your cooperation with the government has long ended. Do you still have the courage to appear in front of us?" Amanda knew very well that the second before she saw the live broadcast in front of her, the most elite computer experts of the FBI would start tracking the signal to try to find the location of this daring criminal. And what she had to do was to delay time as much as possible to create opportunities for the computer experts. But Dr. Randolph in front of him seemed to have not heard what he said at all. He said to himself, "2 weeks ago, I attacked your secret laboratory in Kansas." His expression was indifferent, but as he spoke, green fine lines climbed up his cheeks bit by bit, adding a bit of sinister and terrifying temperament to him. "Yeah, use those unconscious venom men of yours." Amanda Waller said, "You're looking for death." She suspected that the person in front of her was not a live broadcast but a video, so she tried. "Answer me, Randolph. Do you want to die?" "Don't say it so harshly, Waller. Guess what I found out?" Dr. Randolph immediately responded to Amanda. He didn't seem to care about Amanda's attitude and continued, "I can't believe you actually found this." Then he said in a dreamy tone, "You have detected a new Kryptonian refugee ship flying towards the Earth. A Kryptonian baby that may be the same as Superman. This means the future." Amanda Waller looked at Dr. Randolph with an unpleasant expression, and he laughed softly. "So this is why the news about the monsters that jumped out from the coast to eat people was so overwhelming, right? That's why the state police and the army are completely indifferent to those monsters. You want to distract Batman's attention completely on that matter to ensure that he won't jump out and snatch this new Kryptonian from you." Amanda's eyes began to become dangerous. This guy knew too much. He knew so much just from the laboratory he attacked. Bullshit. Amanda didn't believe it. She realized that the other party must have used the addictiveness of the venom to control some officials, and even some of their own people. Thinking of this, Amanda felt very bad. They have done their best to keep confidentiality, and even in order to prevent intrusion, they didn't even keep electronic files. But the problem is that those confidential agents are just ordinary people after all. Even if they have been trained to resist drug interrogation, they will still surrender in front of Titan venom, a highly addictive drug that is hundreds of times stronger than opium. Not to mention that they are still facing Dr. Randolph, the creator of Titan venom. Amanda believes that the other party noticed part of their plan when they invaded the experimental base, but they didn't know the whole picture. What follows should be the result of the other party's active investigation. The most interesting thing is that they knew nothing from beginning to end. So you are here to show off to us that you have discovered a little secret, right, Potter? Amanda expressionless. "What on earth do you want to do, Randolph Porter? Don't be so aggressive, Miss Waller." He heard Dr. Randolph on the other side of the screen chuckle. "We can cooperate. I have nothing to discuss with terrorist attackers." Amanda said, "Your destination is prison. Our previous cooperation was very successful, wasn't it? I successfully developed venom using those foreign prisoners." Dr. Randolph said, "The same is true now." He looked down at his watch. Then a reserved smile appeared on his face. "In 4 minutes, the spacecraft will land, right?" he said. "Aren't you holding this meeting just to witness this moment?" He was full of malice, discussing the division of the value brought by this new Kryptonian. Amanda Waller couldn't bear it anymore. She turned her head and shouted at the technicians beside her, "Stupid, why haven't you found his location yet? You." Waller suddenly showed a look of sudden realization. He stared at the computer expert and then pulled his sleeve open. She found a pinhole on his forearm. "It's you." Amanda's face darkened. You work for Porter? No, I didn't. The computer expert still wanted to deny it. But the words of several colleagues beside him cut off his last ray of luck. No wonder we haven't tracked it down. Team leader, you. Amanda Waller quickly retreated to the back, and then the guards on the scene directly pulled out their guns and pointed them at him, and the officials and officers sitting next to the computer expert, as well as the men who had just accused him, also hurriedly scattered and made way for an open space. The computer expert was so scared that sweat all over his head. He looked at everyone pleadingly, but only got cold eyes. No. Under the muzzles of many guns, his psychological defenses finally collapsed. I'm sorry, Ms. Waller. I didn't want to, but the venom was so cool, I couldn't control myself at all. Oh, my god. Are you still looking for my location, Waller? No need to look for it. Amanda turned her head and saw Dr. Randolph on the screen with a malicious smile. He picked up the camera and walked out of the originally white background. Amanda realized that he was in a tent, and outside was an endless desert. Longitude 116.293417. Latitude 40.068589. Dr. Randolph said, Kansas, where the spacecraft is about to land. Welcome to the live broadcast. Amanda gasped. She saw countless tanks and soldiers lying on the ground in the distance. They were the troops he had arranged to bring back the Kryptonian spaceship. She had just received news that everything was normal a few minutes ago, and it was obviously forged. And stepping on their corpses were dozens of muscle giants roaring to the sky. They had claws and fangs like beasts, and their skin was abnormally pale. One after another, green lines climbed over their bodies along their blood vessels, making them look like hungry ghosts. The tanks were smashed open like walnuts, and then torn into pieces. Amanda could even see a monster lifting a surviving soldier into its mouth, and then chewing it non-stop amid the other screams. This was no longer a human being. 3 minutes left. Randolph said, the Kryptonian spaceship will fall into my palm. He sighed. You have no idea how much effort I have put in for this day. You care too much about Batman. You have wasted most of your energy on distracting Batman and ignored me. I didn't expect it would be so easy to succeed. He actually seemed a little pious. Soon, the Kryptonian will be mine. I'm happy to try on him to see if he can use venom as well. Steve. Amanda Waller turned to Steve Trevor and shouted, contact Wonder Woman quickly, we need. But she stopped abruptly halfway through her words, and then changed her words temporarily. No, just take off the plane and use bombs to bomb that area and kill everyone. What about the Kryptonian? If we get a real Kryptonian, then the bomb won't kill him. Amanda Waller said, go. Why? Wonder Woman is obviously more capable of. Steve realized the reason why Amanda did this before he finished speaking. Once Diana's help was sought, the new Kryptonian would inevitably be exposed to Wonder Woman's vision. Then, what they were going to do to the Kryptonian next, I'm afraid. No, it should be that they would never get the other party's approval. But Steve still rejected the proposal to use bombing. We can't be sure whether the Kryptonian can resist the explosion of the bomb, he said very quickly, although our previous trajectory test of the spacecraft showed that it passed through the sun, the Kryptonian should have absorbed enough yellow solar energy, but all this is the result of calculations on paper. He said, if our calculations are correct, then there is naturally no problem, but if we make a mistake in our calculations, it is very likely to cause the death of the Kryptonian. Then what do you say? Amanda Waller asked him in a low voice. The Red Sun armed forces we originally prepared for the Kryptonian have been destroyed by Dr. Randolph and his venomous army. Amanda said, Wonder Woman cannot be used. We have no choice, unless. Steve knew that the other party already had the answer in his heart. We activate the Metal Man John Coburn. Steve said, although there are some sequely, John can overcome them. Amanda nodded immediately. Okay, I authorize you to wake up. But her words were interrupted again. A violent roar sounded in the conference room, and the computer expert who was surrounded in the middle suddenly broke free from the handcuffs that had just been put on him, and then in full view of everyone, his muscles collapsed his clothes, and his whole body swelled up like a balloon. I'm innocent. Then, several other people in the crowd also knelt on the ground, growing bigger in low roars. The guards raised their energy weapons and kept firing at the little giants that appeared, and the scene was suddenly in chaos. Bane disguised himself as a plant. Literally. He buried himself completely in the sand and then sensed everything that happened on the ground through the colorful ferns growing from his back and head. He had done this before, using flowers to sense the enemy's position, but frankly speaking, such a feeling was very abstract, like the ultrasonic feedback of a bat. When you have vision, such perception may be a very good aid, but when you lose your vision, this perception ability is very awkward. After all, humans are a race accustomed to obtaining information through vision. But the problem is that Bane is not a simple user of the green of all things. Plants have no eyes, so can't I grow an eye on the plant with the red of all things? This is actually a high level application, just like another superhero Black Orchid who is compatible with both red and green powers, and can also make his limbs and flesh have plant characteristics. After several days of tracking and various bone-breaking interrogations, Bane finally found the location of Dr. Randolph. This is definitely a long journey. At the beginning, he still had the leisure to break other people's bones, but later the interrogation of the tracking was too much, and it was annoying. Most middlemen and dealers are characters who will not cry until they see the coffin. So in order to make the tracking more convenient, he deliberately went to the place where he hid things and brought the zombie Blake over. With the telepathic purple-haired Blake corpse, who forcibly read the memory, Bane's tracking efficiency was raised several times at once. And here is the place where Dr. Randolph will be by forcibly reading the brain of a muscle man who was permanently transformed by venom. Although the unlucky guy who had gone crazy due to the forced memory reading had no idea why the other party came to such a barren desert for no reason, the read memory would not lie, so Bane came here to ambush a long time ago and waited quietly. Then he watched a large group of troops and soldiers come here in a mighty manner, classify this place as a military special zone, and then be beaten into small cookies by Dr. Randolph and his men. Fortunately, he buried himself far away and could dig sand underground to move his position, so no one on the two sides who beat him to death found him. So Bane has been squatting beside them from just now until now, quietly observing them. With the end of the battle, Dr. Randolph finally walked to a certain place alone. And when Bane manipulated the eyes on the plant to look up at the sky, at this time, he finally found what Dr. Randolph was waiting for. There was a loud bang. Dr. Randolph raised his arms and used his sleeves to block the flying sand and smoke. Then he lowered his head, stood in the desert, and clasped his hands together. Bane saw that his hands were shaking with excitement, and he paid more attention to the spaceship. Is that a spaceship of a Kryptonian orphan? No, it seems a little small. Bane thought silently. Is it a baby spaceship? It looks a bit like it. It can't be a dog. But no matter what it is, he can't let Dr. Randolph get it. Dr. Randolph staggered to the spaceship that was still emitting hot smoke. His voice trembled a little. I created a treasure in the first half of my life. His name is Bane. And in the second half of my life, you are my treasure, dear. After spending so much energy, I will finally get you. Bane was ready to take action. And Dr. Randolph opened the hatch. The next second, he was petrified on the spot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Bane's defeat at the hands of a dog, or claw. In fact, Bane has anticipated many situations. Strangely enough, after putting on this Batman suit, Bane can't help but want to make plans. Plan A, Plan B, the more plans, the more security. He even considered what would happen if the government or Batman intervened. Although he thought the probability of such a thing happening was very small, he still made preparations. Bane thought that this was an imitation of his old enemy. But for now, this imitation is benign and helpful, so Bane doesn't think there is anything wrong. And in the end, he didn't learn from Batman very much. He even deliberately gave up some possibilities that seemed outrageous, because the probability of these things happening was too small, and there was no need to make plans for them. For example, an alien spaceship fell from the sky, and then a dog came out of it. This dog has Superman's steel body, and can also spit hot eyes, jump around and launch dog attacks on him. Hahaha, this is too ridiculous. Not to mention him, Bane. Even Batman can't make any plans for such a situation, right? Dr. Randolph screamed. What jumped out of the Kryptonian spaceship was not the baby or teenager he expected, but a dog. It was all white, and its appearance was similar to that of a white German Shepherd. The only difference was that there was a golden S on its collar and an S-shaped logo on its cape. And this animal obviously did not look weak. As soon as it poked its head out of the spaceship, the dumbfounded Dr. Randolph was bitten on the leg by it fiercely. Ah, my leg. It's broken. It's about to break. You beast. Let me go. He shouted loudly to the stupid Venom Enhancer next to him. Come and help me pull him down. The Venom Enhancer, whose face was still stained with the blood of the soldiers he had just killed, looked at Dr. Randolph blankly, showing a wise look, and then smiled foolishly twice. What did you say? Dr. Randolph had to endure the severe pain, and ran over to press the button on its back. More venom poured in, and his subordinate's IQ finally returned. Looking at Dr. Randolph, who was being pulled like a tug-of-war in front of him, Bane took a deep breath. From beginning to end, he was quietly observing the situation at the scene. In short, everything in front of him was a truly complete accident, not because of his low IQ. Well, Bane regretted it a little. I should have brought a frisbee or Mr. Skeleton frame or something. But he can do it now. Taking advantage of the chaos at the scene, Bane hurriedly crawled out of the soil, first retracted the messy plants growing on his body, and then began to stretch out his palms towards the ground in front of him. Do it as soon as you say it. For the red of all living things, both blood vessels and bones are part of life, and rotten flesh is the domain of the black of decay. In the original comics, when Animal Man's daughter, Maxine, the king of life, just awakened, she created a bunch of bone monsters to play with her. Therefore, it was not a big problem for Bane to directly create a small Mr. Skeleton frame at this time. Then he used the power of the green of all living things, and tried to make a flying disc with wood on the ground. That's right, the plan. Bane quietly controlled the zombie Blake to open up the soil underground with telekinesis, and directly approach the spaceship underground. The thrown Mr. Skeleton frame and the flying disc were just appearances. As a trick to attract attention, Blake's mind control ability was the final hammer. This plan actually has another layer of nesting doll changes. He deliberately let Blake try to get close to the dog, hiding the information that Blake's ability can attack remotely from the other party. If the dog discovered Blake, because he also had superhuman perspective, and thus abandoned all the seemingly superficial temptations, and chose to attack Bane directly, then when he rushed in front of him, he would inevitably have his back to the zombie Blake, leaving him wide open. Then he would taste the fatal blow from Blake's back. Well, perfect. Batman always has a backup plan. Bane's thoughts suddenly paused. Well, what he meant was that Batman had a backup plan, and so did Bane. Bane's expression under the Batman mask was calm, as long as he followed the plan. Hurry up and prepare to activate the Red Sun weapon, take out the kryptonite, and aim it at this beast. It's different from the Kryptonians. It adapted to the energy of the yellow sun as soon as it arrived on Earth. We miscalculated. We must wait. He was backfired. The countless noises on Earth disturbed him. We can. What the asterisk. Batman. The voice of Dr. Randolph, who was originally directing his men, suddenly stopped, and Bane froze. He didn't expect the other party to escape from the dog's attack so quickly. Oh, it wasn't that he escaped successfully, but that the dog let go of him on its own initiative. Bane looked at the dog. It seemed to be disturbed by some huge noise, curled up on the ground in pain. Those venom-enhanced people rushed forward, beating the dog like drums, as if they were tickling him affectionately. Bane stopped and realized that the enemy he had to face now was mainly Dr. Randolph. Why are you here? The other party seemed very surprised. I have confirmed again and again that you are now dealing with those man-eating sea monsters. He looked around. Where is your Robin? Bane remained silent. This was not because he was pretending to be deep, but because he was trying to adjust his voice. In the prison where he was born, when Dr. Randolph was conducting tightened venom experiments on him, they had spent countless days and nights together. Bane knew that if he opened his mouth, the other party would be able to recognize his voice, so he had to imitate Batman's strange voice that sounded like phlegm stuck in his throat. You deliberately released false information to confuse me? The information was false? How on earth did you do it? Oh, because I'm Batman. Bane, wearing Batman's uniform, told him. Bane tried to think about what Batman would say in such a situation. And Batman knows everything. Boom. A venom enhancer next to Dr. Randolph punched the ground, and then 5 or 6 enhancers rushed forward. They opened their sharp claws like beasts and dug a big pit in the ground in just 3 or 4 seconds. In the pit was the purple-haired, dumbfounded Zombie Blake. Zombie Blake said, "Raw." The venom enhancer replied, "Raw." Dr. Randolph hurriedly pressed the venom enhancer behind him. Bane was silent. The venom-enhanced man whose IQ was restored by Dr. Randolph was busy pressing the button to input venom for other companions. Taking advantage of this gap, Dr. Randolph raised his hand, which showed a small radar display. In order to prevent the military from using their superhumans to sneak up on me and behead me, I specially prepared a radar to ensure that there are no enemy units around me. How did you get close to me? Bane remained silent. He sneaked in here beforehand and disguised himself as a plant. It is estimated that he was regarded as part of the vegetation here when the scan started. His short movements were also very small, so he was not discovered. And the zombie Blake just listened to his orders and just sneaked under Dr. Randolph's nose, digging underground and digging in his direction. It was so obvious that it would be strange if he was not discovered. In fact, he originally wanted to induce the dog. Forget it. There is no point in thinking about these. Forget it. I won't pursue how you get close to me. What is this, Batman? He heard Dr. Randolph ask him. Bane did not want to reveal his true identity, and the most important reason was, what he was doing at this moment was not what Bane would do. So he said, "I'm Batman. I know you are Batman. I'm asking you, what exactly is this bold punk freak under your command? He is my Robin." When Dr. Randolph saw the zombie Black, he had already confirmed that the Batman on the other side was a disguise. When he heard what Bane said, he immediately felt that his IQ was insulted. Is this Robin? He almost laughed out of anger, and his face seemed a little distorted in anger. Do you take me for a fool? He pointed at the bald Black. This guy doesn't look like. But he stopped talking. Because just as he turned his head, the bald Black had already put on a Robin uniform. Bane's hands behind his back, handfuls of leaves slowly disappeared. Clothes are made of plant fibers. Just as poison ivy can restore a dead wood to a tree, Bane can also change the dead plant fibers into a new model. Most pigments are also synthesized from plants. In a desperate situation, Bane stimulated his potential. He couldn't believe that he really did it. Dr. Randolph opened his mouth. At this moment, he was also a little suspicious of Bane. It is generally impossible for normal people's clothes to change in such a short time, right? Could it be that he was dazzled just now? But Randolph soon rejected this idiotic idea himself. He couldn't help but get angry. Asshole. Bane raised his fist. He knew that a battle was about to break out again. He didn't intend to let Blake intervene. The information that the other party had telekinesis had to be hidden to deal with the dog, so he had to defeat him alone. Catch him. He saw Dr. Randolph stretched out his hand and pointed at his face angrily, and then a large group of venom-enhanced people rushed towards him, and then, in midair, he was cut into pieces by a series of stray heat vision. Woof. Then Bane heard a dog barking. The dog regained his vitality. He seemed to have adapted to the noisy environment. He used brute force to break free from the muscle monsters that were originally pressing on him. Countless thermal rays shot out of his eyes uncontrollably. He covered his face with his paws, but the thermal rays that had originally condensed into lines became like random shotgun shells. He barked loudly and flew into the sky. No. Dr. Randolph threw Bane aside in an instant. He cried as if his mother had died, chasing the white dog that flew into the sky and burst into tears. No, dear, don't. Don't leave me. How can I live without you? You are the treasure of my second half of life. But the dog didn't respond to him at all. Randolph fell to his knees helplessly. No. Come back. Come back. Then Bane saw him staring at him with hatred. All this is your fault, Batman. If you hadn't interfered, I would have activated the Red Sun weapon and kryptonite by now, and got my treasure. Bane's face was gloomy. Such hatred was very dangerous. He had to take action first. Wait, he hated Batman. What did it have to do with me, Bane? Bane suddenly came to his senses. But it didn't matter. Anyway, Cheogal has also run away. His current target is Dr. Randolph. Since the other party sold Venom and let the small Bane become popular on the streets, they must have a fight. The two confronted each other from a distance. But soon, Bane found something wrong. Wait a moment. He waved his hand to stop Dr. Randolph, who was still trying to control the Venom-enhanced people to attack, and raised his head with a serious expression. Something is wrong. At this point, do you still want to delay time? You think? Have you ever heard of an attack that falls from the sky? Dr. Randolph also raised his head. The fire was reflected in his pupils, like a falling meteor, like the sun setting, and like the late cherry blossoms in April falling in the grey-yellow soil after the rain, which was indescribably poetic. Fuck. Bane said. Boom, boom. The deafening explosion shook the world, and Dr. Randolph felt like he was flying, like a petal floating up to the sky on the breeze, and the dazzling light spot was so beautiful. How could I fail miserably here? Countless metals mixed with wood swept out from behind Bane like a storm, and countless bones, flesh, and rotten meat condensed into a fist that swung towards the huge shockwave. Under the terrifying sense of oppression, Bane burst out with his strongest attack. Telekinesis light green waves erupted from the zombie Blake's body, shaking his Robin uniform into pieces. The green telekinetic shockwave wrapped Bane's fist and attacked the dog that fell from the sky head on. Block it, for me pop. The ground shook like a wave and then returned to calm. Bane lay gracefully in the huge pit, bleeding all over his body, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. I'm going to call Batman, he said. Chapter 184 Bane throws away the Batman uniform in anger. Bane sat on the yellow sand. Next to him sat Batman. I didn't expect you to call me, Chintao said. I thought you would be the only one who would not call me among all the people who got my phone. You know, times have changed. Bane didn't even look at Batman. He was wearing Batman's clothes and took a deep breath. The wounds on his body were slowly healing. This is your duty, Batman. In the distance, the Mecha army led by the Metal Man John Coburn was fighting with Cheo Gao. After the last meeting with Chen Tao, he didn't die, but upgraded a lot. And the soldiers driving mechas he led seemed to have made a lot of preparations. At least they were all equipped with Red Sun weapons, and a few of them were holding green kryptonite, but they were still constantly shot by Cheo Gao's long-range thermal vision. Chen Tao made a simple observation. Cheo Gao Zio Krypton's main moves were actually only two, which can be simply described as Tengu Meteor Fist and Roulette Divine Dog. It looks simple, but in fact, such a super speed attack at several times the speed of sound has exceeded the speed limit that most humans and machines can react to, and the violent shockwaves and explosions make the Red Sun weapon less useful. Of course, Super Dog's tactics can only be used in the deserted desert. In the city, it is unknown how many casualties will be caused by such a level of Tengu Meteor Fist. For Metal Man, his only chance of winning is to interrupt Super Dog Zio Krypton's continuous and repeated mixed moves and use the kryptonite in his chest to pull the opponent to the same level of battle. In short, the current battle situation has proved with facts how ridiculous it is for many people to imagine that a green kryptonite knife can defeat Superman. A god with flaws is still a god, even if he is a dog. My duty. Oh. Chen Tao looked at Bane's uniform from head to toe. Nice clothes, cool buddy. Bane had a blank expression. That's just me temporarily acting for you while you abandon your duties, he said. If Randolph Porter's actions had not involved mass production of Venom, I would not have cared about this matter at all. Chen Tao turned his eyes to the zombie Blake next to him. Half of his body looked burnt, and even half of his head was missing. He was also recovering slowly at this moment, with countless black hair wrapped around him, and rotten flesh eating away at the carbonized part bit by bit. "Wow, look who this is," Chen Tao said, the second generation Robin who survived the explosion. From a pre-prepared and then abandoned version, Bane still maintained a wooden posture. He continued as if he didn't hear what Batman said. "Then, since you are here to deal with this matter now, I should also leave," he said. "All subsequent issues are left to you. This dog from Krypton is far beyond my ability to handle. As for this guy," he looked down at Dr. Randolph who was thrown on the ground not far from them. His height grew several meters out of thin air, and all his blood vessels showed a sickly green color. He fell into a deep coma. He seemed to have also conducted venom experiments on himself, which was why he survived the huge explosion just now. "I believe you will also throw Dr. Randolph to where he belongs. Although I really want to break his neck right now, I don't think you will allow me to commit such a murder in front of you." Bane lowered his head slightly, then shook it. "That's right. Now my identity has been completely cleaned up, and I shouldn't do such things as killing people anymore, at least in the United States. So you pretended to be me, right? Does wearing the Batman uniform make you feel happy?" Bane paused slightly. "You actually put Robin's uniform on the zombie black. Enough. And you deliberately imitated my style. Let's not discuss this issue now." Bane made a final conclusion. "Anyway, now that you are here, my business is over." He stood up. "I'm leaving." "Don't be so anxious to leave." He heard Batman's invitation. "Since you're here, why don't you watch me solve the problem first?" So Bane stopped and acquiesced to what Batman said. Chen Tao turned his head and looked at the chaotic battlefield. Bane stepped back a dozen steps. He knew that Batman had the ability to temporarily turn into a Kryptonian, and he had anticipated that a Kryptonian war would soon break out here. Human-dog war. He corrected himself in his heart. He maintained a cold expression and imagined the scene of Batman fighting with a dog. "Yeah, this is still worth watching," Bane thought silently. He imagined the situation on the field. Now the dog is in a state of high-speed movement and indiscriminate destruction of everything, and the targeted weapons brought by the government's army can't keep up with the speed of the dog. Bane thought. He is a master of real-time strategy. On the battlefield, he can easily deduce what will happen next and choose the best solution. Even Batman's behavioral logic will not escape the most basic strategic thinking guidance. He continued to push the situation down. Since there was no way to interrupt the dog's movement, these targeted weapons could not work. If Batman took action at this time, the battle would become a situation of joining forces with the government to capture the super dog. As long as the dog that was spiraling up and then falling could stop, those anti-Superman weapons would work. As for the final ownership of the super dog, it would probably take another fight. For now, Batman and the government are on the same page in the goal of stopping the dog. Then he saw Batman put his hands in a Superman flying posture and flew into the sky with a loud bang like the super dog and punched a government red Sooner radiating car. "Batman, what are you doing? You are destroying government property. Stop it." Bane listened numbly to the shouting of the Metal Man John Coburn and then saw Batman continue without hesitation. With the continuous loud bangs, those targeted weapons that were made at great expense soon turned into piles of scrap metal. "This is normal," Bane comforted himself. "It is normal for Batman to attack his teammates first. There is no need to be surprised. Moreover, these teammates will immediately become enemies after the matter is over. It is normal for Batman to deal with them in advance." Then he saw Batman fly in front of the Metal Man who was still swearing. The other party turned on the switch on his chest, and countless green lights shone out, facing Batman directly. Then Batman turned into a huge dinosaur in front of him. Bane originally thought that Batman would directly use those nanorobots that can condense into sharp blades or some mechanical invasion methods to attack the Metal Man. After all, the Metal Man is not weak. Ordinary characters would have been shattered by the dog's attack. Although the Metal Man was not hit head on, he also relied on his real steel body to withstand countless shockwaves. Dozens of the mechas worn by ordinary soldiers have been scrapped. The huge green dinosaur that Batman turned into stared at the Metal Man. The soldiers nearby seemed to be infected by this invisible confrontation. Even Chao Gao stopped his continuous flight fell to the ground in confusion and barked twice, as if he didn't understand why the opponent who had just fought him so hard suddenly confronted others. Bane continued to observe. The kryptonite on the metal man's chest was too restraining for the Kryptonian's physique, which meant that Batman's most powerful final means temporarily lost its effect. The invisible momentum collided between the two of them. Neither of them moved. They were looking for each other's weakness. Go. Bane blinked. He saw that the dinosaur Batman turned into suddenly swallowed the metal man in one gulp with lightning speed, making a gulp sound as it was swallowed into the stomach. Bane. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. The huge dinosaur's stomach suddenly made a sound like a flushing toilet, and the green dinosaur immediately sat down on the spot. His stomach also turned into a combination of metallic car computer and a black nanorobot in an instant. A few seconds later, with a vomit, the metal man covered in mucus was vomited out by Batman. His body was smelly and fishy, but it was obvious that Bane keenly observed that his mechanical body seemed to have been invaded. One of his arms directly rebelled, and he swung his fist at his metal face, hitting himself with sparks. The other leg simply inserted into his abdominal cavity and kicked the metal pelvis down with force. Bane took a deep breath. This reminded him of the scene when he first saw Batman turn into a dinosaur. He barely maintained the expression on his face. He saw Batman walk towards the dog. Well, the next thing is to deal with the dog. Now that he can use the physical strength of a Kryptonian, it should be very easy to deal with the dog. Then he saw Batman stretched out a hand, and the black nanorobots gathered in his hand and turned into a frisbee. A very common frisbee, the kind used to tease dogs. Bane saw the dog looking at him in confusion, and it seemed that he didn't quite understand what he wanted to do. This will definitely be attacked, Bane thought. He subconsciously put into Batman's thinking. Batman used this frisbee to attract the attention of the beast. What is he hiding? Good dog, good dog. Then he saw Batman put the frisbee into Cheodog's mouth and pulled down his mask. Woof. Cheodog's tail suddenly stood up and then wagged happily. Bane felt that his brain stopped working. Is this reasonable? No. Why did this dog give him a Tengu meteor punch when he saw him and wagged its tail when it saw Batman? What is the internal driving factor? Chen Tao calmly pulled down the mask. The reason is very simple. In the universe of Speedy Bullet Bat, it was not the Kents in Kansas who adopted Kal-El, that is, Superman, but the Waynes in Gotham City, and the name he got was not Clark Kent, but Bruce Wayne. In other words, although Speedy Bullet Bat is named Bruce Wayne, he is actually Kal-El, the last son of Krypton, that is, Clark Kent in the main universe. Maybe Speedy Bullet Bat is not as strong as Clark Kent in other parallel universes, but as a matter of fact, there is no difference in their genes and appearance. And Super Dog Zio Krypton recognized his little master Kal-El and felt a familiar biological stance in the other party. How could he not wag his tail? Chen Tao put on the mask and flew to Bane with Super Dog Zio Krypton. The matter has been resolved. Yeah. Bane said a little dizzy. Then he heard Batman's voice. Seriously, old friend. I have a suggestion. Would you like to consider it and temporarily help me take on Batman's duties? Bane looked up suddenly. To be honest, you are really good at investigating cases. You have detective skills, you have martial arts skills, and most importantly, he turned his head to look at the bald zombie Blake who was standing next to him stupidly. You also have a Robin who obeys your orders 100%. He said, this fully meets the requirements of being a Batman. Chen Tao said earnestly, look, I'm very busy now. The Atlanteans, the Amazons, and the Speedster, all kinds of things are a mess. Superman has also lost his ability. I really don't have anyone to help me perform my duties. I can't let Wonder Woman wear the Batman uniform and be Batwoman, right? He said, people won't buy it. And you, my friend, you are the real hero. Chen Tao talked eloquently, talking about the qualities of being a hero. You are willing to wear the Batman uniform for a just cause, and now you have obtained the government's presidential pardon. All your criminal records are wiped out. This is absolutely the best time for you to become a hero. I refuse. Just imagine being admired by thousands of people, being the one that kids in the community want to be. Bane, have you ever imagined such a life? Not at all. Chen Tao fell to the ground. Come and be Batman, Bane. Just do me a favor. No. Bane angrily took off the Batman uniform and threw it on the ground. I would rather die than be Batman again. He took out a lighter from his belt and set the clothes on fire. This Batman uniform was made by Bane himself, so it naturally did not have the fireproof effect of the original Batman uniform. Where did you find the lighter? Chen Tao hurriedly used his freezing breath to put out the flames. Don't leave. Being Batman is at least a good job. But when he looked up, he only saw Bane's back as he walked away. He heard Bane's voice. His voice was serious and deep. No, you are Batman. Don't be funny. You will always be. Just like I'm Bane. Bane walked in the yellow sand and put on his hood as he walked. Bane's hood, that black and white face. He wore his vest under Batman's uniform, so he only needed to put on the hood, and he turned back into Bane. No matter what Bane became, it was just his disguise. Bane was still Bane. He never tried, nor did he bother to become something else. Beside him, the zombie Blake followed him in a daze. This is your responsibility, but, he said, this is your fate, your destiny, the reason for your existence. No matter how much you want to get rid of it, he will always return to your arms. Face him, but don't deceive yourself. He turned his head and looked at Batman quietly and gently across the wind and sand, the road, the universe, the Milky Way, the latitude, and even the whole world. Also, don't try to make me Batman, or anyone else. He said, I bid you farewell for now, but I'm going back to where I was born to pursue the peace of my soul. He said softly, you too. Then he turned around. Chen Tao just watched Bane disappear in the yellow sand. He silently took out the communicator from his arms. Hello, is this Diana? Do you have time to help me perform Batman's duties recently? The Gotham gangs are now rebellious without Superman's suppression. What? How do I wear the Batman uniform? It's okay. Batwoman is also very beautiful. He said, help me. Chapter 185 Batman and his new Robin. It was 8:30 in the morning, and Billy Batson was in his new high school, Fawcett High School. Normally, he should be sitting in the classroom waiting for class, not in the principal's office. The principal hadn't come yet, so Billy sat across from his desk, with his feet on the principal's desk. It seemed that a big shot had come to the school today, and it seemed that his name was the billionaire Bruce Wayne, which was why the principal hadn't shown up in the office yet. But to be honest, Billy didn't care who Bruce Wayne was. He changed his posture and sat across from the desk, tapping the table impatiently, determined not to lean over to the window like a rat in the sewer, to look at the rich fool surrounded by the crowd. But he still chose to stick his head out to take a look, and then sat back down heavily. Why would the famous super rich man, the bachelor Bruce Wayne, appear in this ordinary, shabby, and old school? Anyway, he didn't come for him. What did all this have to do with him and his adoptive parents? He could guess with his toes that they should go with the principal to lick the stupid rich man's stinky feet. Ugh. Damn capitalists. Bruce Wayne came to visit, and when faced with such a big thing, the principal naturally put aside the original plan to talk to his adoptive parents about him hitting his classmate's head and bleeding on the second day of enrollment, and gave priority to receiving Bruce. So Billy waited for a long time, and after more than 10 minutes, the principal still did not appear in his office. This made Billy a little impatient. He rubbed his dirty sneakers, then chose to sit directly in the principal's seat, and then simply took off his shoes. He put his hands behind his head, his eyes were empty, but his mind was thinking about other things. I'm the last wizard director, the last person in the Magic Council, and the manager of the Eternal Stone Castle. You just said that you want to be good. Is there a spark of goodness in your heart? Is this it? Is this what I should have been looking for centuries? Billy Batson closed his eyes. He was just a teenage boy. Maybe all this seemed a bit too much for him. But once I give the power to this boy, I can't take it back. It doesn't matter. I have no choice, right? I don't have time. Quickly recite the spell. Quickly recite Shazam. We have to hurry. He will definitely come to me, but this time I'm too weak to win. Who? Recite it with determination, with faith, with the intention of doing good, with the longing for your parents and family. It will inspire all your potential. Quickly recite it. Shazam. Boom. Billy can still recall the deafening noise. Just yesterday, when he was riding the subway at night, he was summoned to a stone castle by a white-bearded old man, and then without saying a word, he was granted the powerful power to transform into a superhuman. This is completely a story in an adventure novel, and he is still confused. And the magic adventure he experienced dozens of hours ago, and the normal world in front of him are almost like a complete separation. You will inherit my seat in the Eternal Council. You will be able to fly through the sky like lightning, and you will have the power of a demigod. The wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, the endurance of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles, the speed of Mercury. Your power is boundless, not just the ability to fly, and the power beyond ordinary people. Heh. Billy puffed up his cheeks. No matter how boundless the power is, it is powerless when the parents are called, he thought. He was a little eager to shout Shazam in the principal's office and experience the power of becoming that burly adult. But fortunately, Billy still had some reason at this time. I don't want to be ordered by that stupid principal to repair his roof, he muttered in a low voice. He put his foot into the half shoe that he had just taken off, and then used his big toe to pick up the heel, and then shook it in the air. It's not just the spells you can control. There are many more. You must learn them all to protect your family, just like I should have done. You must stop Black Adam. Stop him from awakening the terrible 7 deadly sins of mankind. He longs to master all magic and rule our world. To achieve this goal, he will kill you. RRRRR. Billy shook his head. What the hell is this? I don't understand it at all. He blinked his eyes in confusion. All of this, with a squeak, Billy jumped up from his seat in fear, and his shoes flew off. He was so engrossed in recalling the adventures of last night that he forgot to listen to the sounds in the corridor instinctively. After so many years in the orphanage, he had already trained this skill to be passive. Even when he was stuffed into different boarding families, he never failed when using this trick. But he was so immersed in his thoughts just now that he didn't realize the danger was coming. But he was still quick enough to make a bigger noise before Principal Peter pushed the door open, forcibly covering up his act of almost throwing his shoes on the principal's desk. Billy saw the orange-haired old woman raise her eyebrows and frown. Just this expression showed a kind of disgust. He always felt that his new high school chose a brown horse to be their principal. Billy stretched his head, and he didn't see the super-rich Bruce Wayne behind the door when he just stretched his head down. This was normal. Today, Principal Peach called him to the office to meet with his parents, his guardians, or adoptive parents. Such things, of course, cannot be let Bruce Wayne, who is noble to the sky, know. Billy guessed that the super-rich man must have been led by others to visit the broken and rotten infrastructure in this prison-like high school. Billy knew that he had to endure all this damned thing, the stupid school, the boarding family, and the 2 trash classmates who he had killed for more than 3 years. Well, although the boarding family he was in now seemed friendlier than the ones he had met before, at least they were not bad guys, but he still knew that he did not belong here. Following behind Principal Peach was his adoptive father. He frowned like the guardians of the boarding families Billy had met before. They only cared about how much subsidy the government could give them every month for adopting an orphan. Whenever he caused trouble for these guardians, they would have this expression. Billy stood up from his seat obediently, then put his feet into the shoes that he had not had time to put on completely, left the principal's throne in an extremely awkward posture, and sat on the chair opposite the desk. The stupid horse-faced old woman glared at him, but did not seem to want to make much entanglement about the fact that he had just taken the principal's seat, which made Billy relieved. I'm busy now, let's make it short. He heard the red horse-faced Principal Peach say. Mr. Keegan caught Billy fighting on the first day of school. I understand, Principal Peach. Billy's adoptive father sat down on a stool next to Billy. Seeing his sincere expression, the headmistress's tone relaxed a little. The rest of your family are good kids, Mr. Vasquez, she said, but Billy is a good kid too. Billy's adoptive father answered her immediately. He was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, but his tone was very sure at this time. Billy is a good kid, I believe. Heh. Principal Peach said, have you seen his records in those previous schools? No, but the evaluation is not very good. In fact, this is the worst transcript I have ever seen. Billy's social worker did everything he could to get him into Fawcett High School, but getting into our high school doesn't mean he can stay forever. Before Principal Peach finished speaking, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with blonde hair pushed the door open and walked in. He looked a little gloomy. Principal Peach stood up immediately. Mr. Blair, I'm very sorry to disturb you. I know you are a very busy man. Busy donating money to a school full of problem children. The middle-aged man named Blair snorted coldly, then turned his head to look at Billy. Is this the kid who picked a fight and beat up my son? Billy crossed his arms and turned his head. He is bullying his classmates. I just can't stand people bullying the weak. Bullying the weak, Blair said. He sneered. His attitude seemed to poke Billy's sensitive self-esteem. The young boy jumped up and pointed at Mr. Blair and yelled, "Tell those little bastards of yours to stop bullying people, or I'll shove a spoon down their throats next time." He said, "I won't break my promise. I promise to. If you even look at my boys again, I'll take care of you." Blair glanced at Billy's adoptive father next to him, then pointed his finger at his nose. "Take care of your little beggars." The next moment, he seemed to be about to turn around and leave, but suddenly raised his palm. Billy's adoptive father immediately realized what he was going to do, and he rushed over and tried to block Billy. "How dare you?" But someone was faster than him. "It won't happen again, Mr. Blair, we promise." Principal Peach hurriedly stood in front of Billy. "It won't happen again." Then she turned her head and glared at Billy. "Otherwise, Fawcett High School will expel Billy Batson." Blair put down his hand. "It's better not to happen a second time." He turned around. "Otherwise, this school will not receive any donations from me." Of course, of course. Principal Peach knew very well. She was very sober. For a rich man like Bruce Wayne, it is possible that he would just pass by their school and want to come in for a visit. If this rich man is pleased, it is not impossible to get a large donation. But as long as a few hours pass, a big man like Bruce Wayne will forget about their small and shabby high school. And alumni like Mr. Blair, who provide stable donations to the school, are the important help for the entire school to continue to operate. So what should be done now is to maintain Mr. Blair's favor as much as possible and stop the damn Billy Batson from speaking wildly again. But now, she finally stopped the escalation of the attack. They started it first. Principal Peach had the urge to slap her head, but he soon realized that the sound was not made by Billy Batson. "Mr. Bruce, you." He was surprised to see Bruce Wayne, whom he had just received, appear at the door. He held a small display screen in his hand. It showed yesterday's surveillance. Blair's sons pushed a little boy on crutches to the ground and then pinned another girl down with her hands behind her back. "It's obvious, sir. I think it's your son's problem." "Mr. Wayne?" Blair stammered. "Didn't you visit the school and leave?" Billy observed the man in front of him curiously. He looked a little lazy, but unusually burly. "So you're going to ignore the facts now, Mr. Blair?" He saw him walk to the side of the middle-aged man with golden hair and put a hand on his shoulder. "This is a misunderstanding," Blair replied immediately. Billy blinked in confusion, and his anger just now disappeared without a trace. He watched the man who had just threatened him stand up immediately and bow 90 degrees to him. "I'm sorry." Then he immediately bowed to Bruce Wayne again. "I'm sorry. Please don't cancel the order you just gave me. I'm sorry." Billy really couldn't understand his behavior, as if his soul had been swapped. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, my friend. I won't cancel your order. I'm not that kind of person." Billy heard Bruce say, "But I'm curious, if your son is going to beat up the classmate with the leg problem, I promise to teach my boys a lesson when I go back." Let's not talk about that for now. Billy heard the super rich man say, "Are you going to beat up the little boy just now?" Blair is almost the richest man in Philadelphia. People like him will put on an arrogant attitude towards others because of money, but when he meets someone richer than him, his knees are softer than anyone else. "Okay, I forgive you, Blair, I forgive you." "Really?" he heard Mr. Bruce Wayne say. Billy breathed a sigh of relief. In short, the problem may be solved now. Of course, this can't do anything to Mr. Blair, but in fact he didn't think about really doing anything to him. After all, he is just a child in his teens. He saw Mr. Bruce Wayne put his hand on Mr. Blair's shoulder. Click. Billy felt a flash before his eyes, and Mr. Blair with golden hair fell to the ground, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Ah! My arm! My arm is broken." Billy saw Bruce wipe his hair elegantly, and then walked leisurely to the other side of Mr. Blair's body in the dull eyes of everyone. Crack. Another crisp bone cracking sound. "Everyone. I finally found Pi again." Covering his butt as usual, American Comics, starting the dimensional war, the soul of a card player in the previous life, the American Comics in this life. In the previous life, Zack, who was a senior card player, came to the American Comics world full of disasters, because of an accident. The existence of the great philanthropist Kingpin, the boss of the Novice Village, the serpent shield that protects peace, and the director of the universe's family planning, Thanos, made Zack determined to control his own destiny. Fortunately, he had the power of the system and the Tyrannosaurus Rex Zack, which allowed him to start his journey as a behind-the-scenes mastermind in the American Comics world, and start a new dimension war. Chapter 186 Motherbox News. Everyone was dumbfounded by the change in front of them. First, Mr. Blair was furious and wanted to beat up a middle school kid, and then Mr. Bruce Wayne, who had returned, was even more furious and directly twisted the arm of Mr. Blair, the richest businessman in Philadelphia. Cool. Billy was the first person to react after a short stagnation. This is really cool. He was so carried away that he pulled his stinky feet out of his shoes that he had not yet put on, and then tried to step on Blair, who was lying on the ground. Of course, his adoptive father Victor Vasquez picked him up from behind. "Hey, let me go." Billy opened his hands and fluttered around, but he couldn't change the middle-aged man with glasses from pulling him back forcefully. This is crazy. This is not fun at all. But then he heard the voice of his adoptive father Victor Vasquez. After he pulled Billy to the back, he and Principal Peach went forward to help Blair up from the ground. "This is intentional injury," the middle-aged man with glasses said very seriously. He looked into the eyes of the burly Bruce Wayne without fear. Only when they stood close enough did Billy realize that his adoptive father was half a head shorter than Mr. Wayne. Billy realized that the atmosphere was a little stagnant. "Get out of the way," he heard Mr. Wayne say to his adoptive father. "Don't get in my way, sir." Billy almost felt his heart skip a beat. Mr. Wayne was so scary when he squinted, like a giant bat spreading his wings. "I'm sorry, I can't do it." But his adoptive father answered the burly rich man. He spoke clearly and argued with reason without retreating. "You can't attack Mr. Blair anymore. He should be punished or pay the price, but not in this way, not in front of the children." Billy began to worry that his adoptive father would be beaten. Damn, why should I worry about this? But it was just another boarding house. Oh my god, my arm is broken. Billy looked down and saw Mr. Blair groaning in pain. His arm was twisted abnormally, and it hurt just to look at it. His arrogant face just now turned pale because of the severe pain, and he bent on the ground like a prawn. Billy sighed. Well, he knew it was cowardly, right? The man lying on the ground wanted to attack him just now, but now he had to speak for this scumbag. Billy shook his head. He was a sensible child. Even if he acted like he was heartless and didn't know anything, he still knew the boundaries of doing things. After being in dozens of boarding houses over the years, he could fight with Mr. Blair's son and even scold him directly because he was young. But twisting his arm directly, this was obviously beyond the boundaries of ordinary conflicts. Maybe Mr. Bruce Wayne attacked Mr. Blair out of indignation, but would he stay in Philadelphia forever? No, but Mr. Blair would. He had to consider his adoptive father. So he hesitated for a moment. "Mr. Wayne, Mr. Blair, are you going to call the police?" But Billy heard Mr. Wayne's voice the next moment. "Just tell me, and this child, your name is Billy Batson, right?" "Ah, yes, sir," Billy said a little stutteringly. He lowered his head, and from his angle, he could just see the expression on Mr. Blair's face. The resentment mixed with pain made Billy shudder. It was the first time he saw someone with such an expression. Although due to his age, it was difficult for him to confirm what this expression meant. He still felt extremely uncomfortable. But soon this expression on Mr. Blair's face melted away. Billy saw that when he turned his head to face Mr. Wayne, he had a completely different face. "No, I don't plan to call the police at all." He showed a flattering look on his face, swallowing the slightest pain into his stomach, like a pug. Please rest assured. Huh. Billy said, but your arms are broken. I broke them myself. Mr. Blair's face actually showed a trace of anxiety. It has nothing to do with Mr. Wayne. Mr. Blair, if you want to call the police, I can. Principal Peach helped him up from the ground, but before he could finish his words, Blair, whose two arms were broken, struggled to break free from the support. Blair's decision was very decisive. Since he was determined not to fall out with Bruce Wayne, he would carry it through to the end. He forced a smile and laughed in a relaxed manner. I was indeed wrong this time, I admit it. Ha 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 ha. As he laughed, his face became a little distorted. He had always been pampered and had never suffered such a big crime. Ha 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 ha. I broke my arm myself. Mr. Wayne and I are friendly partners. Ha ha ha. We have a great relationship. When he lied with his eyes open and said the last sentence, he tried his best to control himself from showing a gritting of teeth. Then he saw Bruce Wayne's mouth curled up again. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. This level was past. As long as he didn't lose the partnership with the Wayne Group, the loss would not be too serious. It was not in vain for his self-abuse. He was so stupid. He knew that Mr. Bruce Wayne had just left not long ago, but he was actually acting arrogantly in the principal's office. The prospect of cooperating with the Wayne Group and becoming a bigger rich man made him so excited that he could not tolerate any disobedience. As a result, he was seen by Mr. Wayne and almost made things worse. Such behavior was so stupid. But fortunately, it can be remedied. I will never call the police. He promised again and again. Absolutely not. Really? But I will call the police. Click. Mr. Blair's smile froze on his face. Before he could react, he found that Mr. Bruce had put silver handcuffs on his broken arms. Then, the next second, several men in black suits filed in, followed by two policemen. Blair stared blankly at the leader in black suits walking to Bruce Wayne's side. Mr. Wayne, thank you for helping us catch him. You. Mr. Blair had a vague guess in his heart, but he didn't want to believe it. Hey, Mr. Bruce, you just like to joke. This is. Looking at Mr. Bruce Wayne, the other party still had a smile on his face. This smile made him think he had passed the test a few seconds ago, but now it only brought him a chill. Bruce Wayne did not answer his question. Mr. Wayne? Mr. Wayne? When the two policemen came over, he finally exploded, with fear in his voice. Why are you arresting me? Who are you? What are you doing? Ouch. He cried out in pain, and the two policemen holding him on the left and right touched his broken arm. He didn't dare to move anymore, but just stared at Bruce Wayne blankly. Mr. Wayne, what's going on? Then the next second, Blair saw the man in the black suit next to Bruce Wayne take out his ID. Eyes. That's Internal Revenue Service. The other party deliberately explained in detail what he did. It was more of mockery than an explanation. Affiliated to the US Treasury Department. Then, immediately following, Bruce Wayne's voice echoed. When I was negotiating business with you on behalf of the Wayne Group, Mr. Blair, I unfortunately discovered that your company has tax problems, and they're big enough to send you and your accountants to jail for more than a decade. Blair turned his head and looked at Bruce Wayne. How can a large enterprise like the Wayne Group cooperate with a company suspected of tax evasion? So I reported you. And since you have the ability and habit to carry a gun, in order to prevent you from resisting arrest, Mr. Bruce Wayne took the initiative to volunteer and is willing to use his identity to let you let down your guard so as to arrest you more easily. In fact, such a thing is not in compliance with the law, but in an emergency, it is also in compliance with the law. Blair heard Wayne interject. I asked some friends for help and then donated a few $100 million. They finally agreed to let me satisfy my desire to arrest people with my own hands. He said with lingering feelings. Very interesting. How dare you? How dare you? Mr. Blair was so angry that he couldn't speak. You asked me for those documents in the name of cooperating with my company before, but in fact, yes, Mr. Bruce handed them all to us. Otherwise, with your accounting ability, we would not have the opportunity to catch you so easily. The words of the black suit made Blair want to vomit blood, but you were stupid enough to hand over your real accounts to Mr. Wayne, which is equivalent to directly confessing to us. You. Blair was thinking hard. You can't destroy your reputation because of me, Mr. Wayne. He said very quickly. I trusted you and gave you my company's data, but you directly handed it over to the tax bureau and sent me to jail. He said quickly. No one will dare to submit real data to you in the future because all companies will have tax problems to a greater or lesser extent. You are destroying your own reputation. He quickly tried to save himself. I apologize to you. Sincerely apologize. But this should not be my ending. At the end, he could no longer maintain his superficial politeness and roared at the top of his lungs. How dare you? How dare you? But the next second, he was shocked by the police with electric batons and screamed. The police, one on the left and one on the right, ignored his broken arm and carried him away directly. Puff. Billy heard Mr. Bruce sneer. You can't even handle legal tax avoidance, and you still want to cooperate with the Wayne family? He turned his head and smiled friendly at the remaining 3 people present. He was as gentle as a brown bear and then extended his hand to Billy's adoptive father. I'm Bruce Wayne. Nice to meet you. Billy's adoptive father Victor extended his hand somewhat embarrassedly. Victor Vasquez. Mr. Vasquez, your courage makes me look sideways. Adoptive father Victor heard Mr. Bruce say, not everyone has the courage to refute me. Oh my god, Mr. Wayne, didn't you come to our school because of Mr. Blair, the richest man in Philadelphia? Principal Peach's voice broke the conversation between them. The red-haired old woman covered her forehead, feeling that what was happening in front of her made her almost faint. If it wasn't for Mr. Blair, why did you come to our small high school? Oh, don't be modest. Fawcett High School should be one of the best high schools in Philadelphia, and the purpose of my coming here. Everyone's eyes followed Chintao and stopped at Billy Batson, who was confused. Are you doing this for Billy? Principal Peach opened his mouth, and what happened in just a few minutes had made him almost at a loss for words. Mr. Bruce, but he is just an ordinary. Adoptive father Victor Vasquez wanted to say something, but Chintao stopped him with his hand. Of course not, Billy, you know why I came to you, don't you? Billy felt his heart beating very fast. Solomon's wisdom, Hercules' strength, Atlas' endurance, Zeus's power, Achilles' courage, Mercury's speed. The old wizard's voice exploded in Billy's ears, making him feel a little dizzy. The world needs you, Billy. The world needs your strength. Just like ancient heroes like Hercules and Achilles. He heard Mr. Bruce Wayne say, are you sure you want to listen to me here? No, Mr. Wayne. Billy immediately stood up and looked at his adoptive father with pleading eyes. Please Victor, let's talk about this somewhere else. You. Adoptive father Victor's mind was also confused. He looked at Bruce Wayne standing there and then looked at his adopted son. The world in front of him had never felt so strange. Okay, he said. But as your guardian, you must explain this to me afterwards. Ding 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 ding. But at this moment, Chentao's communication rang. Chentao walked to the side. As soon as he answered it, he heard the other party say, Batman, new news, we found the mother box. The government has been hiding the news from us, but we still managed to track it down. The voice of Dick Grayson, the former first-generation Robin and current Nightwing, rang in Chentao's ears. It is now in the American Stone Laboratory. The scientist in charge of the research on the mother box is called Silas Stone, and his son Victor Stone is one of the targets you asked us to keep a close eye on. Chapter 187. This is the most beautiful thing in my life. Shut up. The corridor was full of people. 2 policemen deliberately carried Mr. Blair's broken arms and carried him out. His screams echoed throughout the corridor. It was not Mr. Blair's fault that he was weak-willed. His 2 arms were almost torn off his body. Then there was the sound of a helicopter landing. Many students stuck their heads out of the classroom windows and talked about the landing plane. Oh my god. That helicopter is pure gold. Wait, this plane can't be made of pure gold? Is that Mr. Bruce Wayne's car? I thought it was outrageous that he left school in a golden stretched version of Lincoln. What, didn't the tycoon leave? In short, thanks to the helicopter, no one or teacher was in the mood to attend class due to the huge noise and luxurious configuration. And Billy Batson was walking in the corridor with Chentao under such circumstances. Oh my god, this is so cool. He whispered to Chintao, I don't know how many times I have said this, but we will leave in this helicopter later, right? Yeah. Well, I have to admit that it's very exaggerated, Mr. Wayne. Billy's adoptive father Victor said sullenly in the back. I thought let's find a place to talk meant going to the rooftop to chat together, not getting on a pure gold plane and flying directly to the sky to chat in public. The middle-aged man with glasses shook his head. This is too shocking for me. This is Sikorsky S-92. Chintao told them, and it's not pure gold, but gold-plated. Anyway, it's all the same to me. Billy said excitedly. We are going to walk into this helicopter parked on the playground in public, right? With you? He ran to the back door of a classroom next to him in excitement and secretly observed the scene inside through the round glass on it. All the students were lying by the windows, waiting to see the helicopter take off. The whole school was waiting. Just thinking about it made Billy tremble with excitement. Perhaps every adolescent boy would have fantasized about such a scene. On a quiet and boring afternoon, the school is holding a sports meeting or something else. People are paying attention to those famous guys, such as school cheerleaders and football players. He is just an unknown little transparent person in the whole school, quietly hiding in a corner eating a sandwich or a hamburger. But at this moment, a helicopter suddenly stopped on the playground, interrupting the sports meeting. A group of burly men came down from it, dressed in suits and leather shoes, and everyone was wearing black sunglasses and speaking with a tough Texas accent. Then they came up to him and said to him, I'm sorry, Mr. Batson, your vacation is over. The country is calling you, destiny is calling you, and the mission of saving the world is calling you. Then they put a superhero cape on him and put fucking sunglasses on him, and he walked with cool and awesome steps, waved his sleeves, shook his cape, and got on the helicopter without taking away any clouds, with an indifferent face, leaving the other idiots in the school in the playground. Although at this time in the corridor, Billy had already started to spin like a top. Walk properly. He heard his adoptive father chattering beside him, but he was too lazy to even talk back. He turned 2 somersaults directly, real front flips, if possible. Billy even wanted to turn to the end of the corridor, but his physical fitness couldn't support it, so he stopped, then jumped onto a firebox next to him, and shouted to his adoptive father, hurry up, old man, we have a lot of things to do. He put his hands on his waist, as if there was an invisible cape fluttering in the wind behind him. This is simply the best thing in my life. Oh my god, shut up. Chintao pounced on him and pinned him to the ground, desperately covering his mouth, saying that kind of thing casually will kill you. Woo woo woo. Billy was pinned to the ground and kept struggling, but there was still a silly smile on his face. So until the end, Billy was not able to walk into the helicopter as cool and awesome as he had imagined, but was forcibly carried by Chintao and carried in like a chicken. Buzz 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 buzz. The helicopter slowly rose, and the wind pressure from the propeller blew up ripples on the grass. Oh, welcome to the Fiji Leisure Resort helicopter. As soon as Billy stepped onto the plane, he saw the pilot's head appear on the screen next to him. I'm your captain, Alfred Pennyworth. I wish you all a pleasant journey. Chintao scratched his head at the side. I never knew that the name of my plane is now called Fiji something Resort. He said hesitantly, I remember that I seemed to have named this plane Dawn of Justice, but he met Alfred's disapproving eyes halfway through his words. Well, now it's called Fiji Resort. Chintao nodded immediately. So, what's going on here? Billy Batson's adoptive father, Victor Vasquez, looked down from the window and felt his legs a little weak and a little cramped. The decoration here is really too luxurious, with animal fur and all kinds of gold ornaments everywhere. What? Someone said that gold is too vulgar. But if gold is everywhere, it's not vulgar. Look at it. It's dotted with all kinds of gems. Chintao took a breath. Alfred, I remember that our plane was not that outrageous before. He said, I clearly prepared a lot of weapons here, and, he lifted the cushion under his butt. I remember that I clearly hid a piece of krypton here. I have packed away all those useless things, Master Wayne. Alfred's voice came from the front. After all, you are going on vacation, not to fight. A qualified vacation plane needs a luxurious enough lining. Chintao held his forehead and decided not to dwell on this issue. He turned his head and ignored Billy, who was rubbing his face in front of the gem like a stupid monkey, and turned his attention back to his adoptive father. Ahem. Mr. Victor Vasquez, right? I think it's better for him to tell you about Billy himself. Then he turned his head, stretched out his hand naturally, and gave Billy, who was still visiting everywhere, a slap in the face. Don't look at it. Show it to your dad quickly. Oh, Oklahoma, Mr. Wayne. Chintao quickly covered Billy's mouth. Are you crazy? Shouting directly in the plane. He just felt extremely tired. The other party was just like a child, making all kinds of unexpected mistakes. Well, he was indeed a child. Go outside and yell, otherwise we will be electrocuted like a crocodile who wants to eat a roasted whole pig. What lightning? What on earth are you talking about? Billy's adoptive father Victor was more and more confused. Can you stop making riddles? I know. The Riddler should get out of Gotham. I know. Chintao hurriedly picked up Billy. Show your adoptive father a trick. Then he opened the door of the helicopter before Billy's adoptive father Victor could react, and the wind pressure from the high altitude rushed in, making a loud noise. Adoptive father Victor. The next second, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Chintao pushed Billy forward, and then kicked the shy boy out of the plane. The boy drew an arc in the air, and fell straight down like a stone. I'm Billy. Don't you recognize me? Adoptive father Victor looked at him blankly. He turned his head, and saw Chintao standing there leisurely, while taking off his coat and lining, revealing his muscular and lean body. Then he opened a closet next to him and called Alfred. Alfred, where did you throw the Batman uniform I put here? I took it, Master Bruce. Then Alfred's voice came from the screen next to him. There shouldn't be that kind of thing on a vacation plane. Chintang had no choice, so he activated the transformation of the broken bat, and successfully turned into a Batman with a slightly evil style in front of Billy and his adoptive father. Are you Batman? Adoptive father Victor held his head, and then he said to Billy as if to confirm, and you are Billy? No, I'm Thunder Sand, Billy. Billy proudly put his hands on his waist, a thorough superhero, just like Superman. Victor, the adoptive father, opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, he heard Batman's voice. I will never let Billy participate in superhero actions. You want to say this, right? Chintao walked in front of him, stretched out his hand and lightly placed it on Billy's shoulder, who was grinning excitedly. The power of magic is not without cost. Once you gain such power, you are destined to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Billy, who has gained such power, is also destined to not be able to continue to live an ordinary life in this life. You want Billy to go to high school, enter college, get married, have children, and find a job like an ordinary teenager? That's impossible. Chintao said, no matter how much you want to escape from your responsibilities, he will eventually find you. He frowned as he spoke. Why did these damn words sound like they were talking about him? So he immediately changed the subject. Black Adam, the 7 deadly sins. When Billy gained the power of Shazam, he was destined to become their mortal enemy. You don't want Billy to sit and wait for death, right? Adoptive father Victor was silent. Even though he didn't know about the magic test, he still knew that what Batman said was right. That was Batman. I really didn't expect Batman to be the wealthy Bruce Wayne. He moved his lips and then said, the internet says that Batman is actually many people. Chintao shrugged. Okay, he said finally. Then, I'll put you down first and then go to deal with my business. Chintao said, Billy, I'll give you a communication number. You can contact me through this number, and then I will give you something to do. We are going to. What do you want? Take me with you. Billy waved his fist excitedly. No matter what bad guy it is, I can help you beat them all. As the first battle of a superhero, fighting side by side with Batman. Oh yeah. He looked at Chintao with anticipation. Chintao scratched his head. Well, it's not impossible, he said. Maximize the energy. Start the pulse cycle. Dr. Silas Stone stared at the metal cube in front of him. He saw that the metal cube hit by the pulse wave broke out into a certain vibration, but then returned to formlessness. Drive Stone, your son is here. A lab assistant came over to remind him. He saw his son Victor Stone walking towards here. I don't have time now. Come again, he said to the person next to him. Then make time. Victor, I'm doing very important work now. The father crossed his arms. More important than me? The son questioned. I didn't say that. Dr. Stone said. He left the still vibrating metal cube, gave the assistant next to him an instruction to continue the experiment, and walked aside with his son. The doctor turned his back to his son, and Victor's voice sounded behind him. Scouts came today, and they all promised me to go to college with a full scholarship. I told you, I'll pay for college. You don't have to worry about the scholarship. That's not the point. They think I can make it to the top of the top on my own, so why can't you? Dr. Stone took a deep breath and turned around. Open your eyes and look. Son, look at the world we live in today. We are witnessing the birth of a new superhuman race, some of whom can fly, tear apart buildings, and outrun race cars. They will make everything you can do a piece of cake. In such a world, isn't it a joke to conquer the world by throwing a ball? Victor Stone stared at his father in a daze. The father and son just stared at each other, and the atmosphere was so silent for a while, until the suffocating atmosphere was broken by another experimental assistant who came over. Drive Stone, Batman is here. And he brought another superhuman with him. How do you know he is a superhuman? He knocked a hole in the door. Chapter 188, The Demonic Appearance, Darkseid's Shadow. I punched that idiot Tom in the face, and then elbowed him. On the helicopter, Billy, who had already shouted Shazam, and turned into a muscular man in a cape, was still chattering about his glorious deeds of beating up several other teenage boys. He wanted to trick two people together, and attack me by surprise, but I just kicked him with a left kick, and then a right whip kick. Chintao had to stop him from talking nonsense, and pulled him away from his seat to make some space. Don't say it for now. He opened his cape. The hatch under the helicopter opened, and below was an invisible bat plane hovering in the air. Wow, so cool, Billy said. Chintao asked Billy's adoptive father again in silence. Adoptive father Victor Vasquez exhaled, and then confirmed with Chintao again. It's just a visit, not a fight. Yes. Seeing that the other party was still a little hesitant, Chintao emphasized to him, you can't protect Billy in your bottle forever. Billy's adoptive father Victor finally choked back his last words, and he made up his mind. Okay, Billy, you have to go early. But before he finished speaking, Chintao picked up Billy and jumped directly into the invisible bat plane with him amid the other party's shouts of flying high. With a bang, the hatch closed. Victor saw Alfred turned his head on the screen. Now, do you want to go home directly, Mr. Victor? On the other side. They always bully others, but this time they did it in front of me. How can I tolerate it? I was. Chintao drove the plane expressionlessly. Hey, Billy. Aha. Well, I mean. Chintao paused. When you rushed up to beat up those school bullies, did you ever think about what the consequences might be? Chintao said, for example, you can't beat them, or maybe you just need to walk away and pretend that you didn't see it, so there's no need to conflict with them, or something like that. What? Of course not. Billy said, even if you can't beat them, you have to fight. He waved his fists twice on the co-pilot seat. I will never be afraid of bad guys. Chintao pursed his lips. Some kind of heroic trait. It can only be said that every member of the Justice League has such an innate heroic trait. Ha. Are you testing me by asking me this, Mr. Wayne? Billy shook his fist excitedly. When I have a chance later, I will definitely show you how powerful I am. How reckless it is. Chintao resisted the urge to hold his forehead. Billy has been talking from the beginning to now, almost without stopping for a moment. Even as a child, his energy is too strong. Okay, we are here. He drove the plane and landed silently on the lawn outside the Star Lab. Listen to me, we are not here to fight this time, so you'd better behave maturely. The hatch opened, and Billy jumped out first. Chintao reached out and pressed a few buttons on the Batplane's console, saying, I have sent messages to government officials, such as Colonel Steve Trevor and Agent Amanda Waller. Maybe we can see them rushing over in 10 minutes. The invisible plane showed its outline under his control. Chintao did this to prevent someone from walking on the lawn and bumping into the invisible plane, causing a bloody head. But before they get here, we have to remain restrained to prevent misunderstandings. Understand? I don't want the government to misunderstand that we are going to use force. to forcibly seize the mother box. Originally, they were guarding against us like thieves and didn't want the news that they found a mother box to leak to us. If we directly robbed it by force, it would only touch their sensitive nerves. He jumped out of the cabin and parked the plane. Although leaving dangerous things like the mother box in the interstellar laboratory is something that must be changed, we still have to discuss it with the government. After all, they are the government and represent the most basic public order. Chen Tao said, thinking deeply. Since the Brainiac incident, his relationship with the government has become increasingly tense, which is a very bad problem. Once there is no visible and tangible external threat, the bad nature of human internal fighting begins to show. Maybe Amanda Waller used her authority to make the government fully cooperate with Batman, which stimulated some of the fighting factions within them. Or maybe the Metal Man and his armored troops gave the fighting factions a certain amount of confidence. So now the government is not only desperately hiding their findings from him, but also trying their best to mislead him. For example, Dr. Randolph before, and the Kryptonian spacecraft carrying the super dog Krypton that they detected. Chen Tao has long wanted to find an opportunity to talk to the government people openly and honestly. Although it is impossible to establish a close relationship like the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. next door, at least the meaningless internal friction must be stopped. For example, on the issue of the mother box, Chen Tao turned his head and planned to continue to say to Billy, who had transformed into the strong man Shazam before, "Let's go. Remember to be polite. Let's go together." A gust of wind blew by, and there were only Chen Tao and his invisible plane on the lawn. "Billy?" Boom. Ha-ha-ha. Bang. Billy stood at the gate of the interstellar laboratory. This 45cm thick iron door was left with thick footprints by his continuous Spartan kicks. Finally, it could not bear the weight of superhuman strength and collapsed with a huge noise. Alert. Alert. Invasion. Guard. Billy, who transformed into Shazam, put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. You bunch of evil villains. Accept the beatings from the heroes of justice. Fire. Ding ding ding. A hail of bullets like a blizzard poured down on Billy in just a few seconds, scaring him. But he soon discovered that this level of attack could only tickle him and couldn't even break his skin. So he quickly puffed out his chest with pride and began to imitate Superman on TV, posing in various bodybuilder-like postures, and then danced and swayed like a comedian, walking towards the guard who was still shooting in vain. Heh. Up. 1 step. 2 steps. The barrel of the Gatling gun began to emit red smoke, but it couldn't hurt the enemy in front of it at all. The guard watched the monster walking in front of him with bullets and let out a desperate howl. He threw down the Gatling gun, then took out his pistol, and with a desperate shot, he hit Shazam's upper eyelid. Ah. This made Shazam jump up. "You actually threw dust in my eyes." And the next moment, he was drowned by more bullets. A guard hurriedly put his hand on the headset. "Warning, warning, very dangerous. Someone is invading the laboratory. Please notify. Everyone evacuate. Repeat, evacuate." The voice of the frontline guard came from the radio, followed by screams and continuous gunfire. All the experimenters stood up. They should have evacuated to a safe area immediately, but, oh my god, Silas, look at these readings. Dr. Stone's female assistant suddenly exclaimed, "Whatever this thing is, we seem to have activated it just now." Dr. Stone immediately rushed to the computer. "He is transmitting. Can you track the source of energy? I'm trying to lock the signal." And his son, Victor Stone, gritted his teeth. "Someone is invading outside. Dad, you are still studying this thing at this time." He turned his head to look at the shaking mother box, then quickly caught up with his father and shouted in his ear, "Is this thing more important to you than your own son?" Dr. Stone was given a headache by his violent shouting, and he turned around abruptly. "Enough. Enough." Chen Tao, who arrived late, turned into a blue afterimage, like a bullet shot out at high speed. The speed bullet bats were synchronized with him, and his whole body was stretched and stretched, presenting a pure blue appearance. He grabbed Billy's raised fist. "We are not going to attack them." He turned his head and saw the iron door on the ground like a crumpled toilet paper. He couldn't help choking, then immediately turned around and shouted loudly, "You also kicked the door down, my god. Didn't you hear what I said to you before?" "Ha, what did you say to me before?" Looking at Billy, who was blinking like a fool, Chen Tao sighed heavily. He turned his head to look at the guards who were holding guns and preparing for war, and he hurriedly raised his hands. Hey, guys, we have no ill intentions. If you know me, you should know who I am. Amanda Waller and Steve Trevor will be here soon, and he will explain the current situation. But before Chen Tao finished speaking, his face suddenly changed, because he felt a huge energy erupting inside the interstellar laboratory. At this time, he squinted, his eyes loaded with rapid bullets. He couldn't see the specific situation clearly. The government lined the laboratory here with a lead coating. It goes without saying who this trick is for. But even lead could not prevent Chen Tao from feeling the unconventional burst of power. Something was wrong. Chen Tao frowned. The burst of energy was so vivid that he was afraid he would have too. He sighed. Gentlemen, can you please move aside for a moment? I have something I must do inside right now. No one moved out of the way. Chen Tao picked up Shazam and ignored the guards who kept shooting and walked straight towards the next iron door. There were several iron doors in this laboratory, and there were 2 iron doors that he could see through because they were not coated with lead. Chen Tao raised his foot and kicked the iron door backwards, causing the guards behind him to shout. Hey, buddy, you are much better at kicking iron doors than me. Shazam, who was held in his hand, said, do you like kicking iron doors by yourself? Chen Tao had a blank expression on his face. He ignored his antics and raised his foot again. Boom. With a bang, Victor, who had just walked behind his father, heard a violent explosion behind him. The violent sound and light almost deafened his ears for a moment. He turned his head and was dumbfounded to see a portal open from behind him. Countless tiny metal chains linked together in the void to form a circle, and then there was a deep red chaos in the middle. Then, from the chaos jumped out a monster. The thing had a pair of flesh wings, but was covered in steel armor. Its face, which looked like a rotten corpse fished out of magma, was covered with rows of teeth. There was a gnome pattern on their hearts, and half of their bodies even had some machinery implanted in them, emitting a faint fluorescence. Within just a few seconds of the door opening, 4 or 5 such monsters jumped out. Ah! With a violent scream, before Victor could react, he saw the monster grabbed an experimental assistant who had not had time to escape, and tore him in half amid the others' screams. Blood and intestines fell out like flowers from the sky. Help, quickly. The laboratory was suddenly in chaos. Victor saw that there seemed to be more monsters rushing out behind the portal, but at this moment, a burst of lightning suddenly burst out from the metal on the edge of the portal, and then the portal suddenly closed. The reset mother box fell to the ground with a bang, and one of the monsters immediately picked him up and ran out quickly. Ah! In the blink of an eye, a monster pounced directly at Victor and his father. The future cyborg bravely rushed forward and punched the monster hard. And then, he almost broke his fist. The monster turned his hand and he flew backwards. Boom. Cough cough cough. In the smoke and dust, Victor struggled to support his body in a pile of debris that he had knocked over, and then he saw with bloodshot eyes that the monster lifted up his father. Help. Victor's eyes widened. The words his father had just said exploded in his ears. Open your eyes and look. Son, they can fly, tear apart buildings, they can make everything you can do become child's play. In a world like that, isn't it a joke to conquer the world by throwing a ball? No. He tried his best to get up from the ground, not feeling the pain, as if all the bones in his body were broken. The excellent physical fitness of the rugby player allowed him to move after being hit by the monster, but he could not do anything. Under the influence of adrenaline, he ran behind the monster and punched and kicked the other's stone-like body desperately, but he could not change the other's action of strangling his father's throat with one hand. The monster seemed to be looking at his father, wondering if he was valuable. No matter who it is, no matter who it is. Victor punched again and again. Whoever can save my dad, please save my dad. Then he heard a loud noise. He turned around and saw the aggressive Batman kicking the last iron gate away, followed by the panting guards. Chapter 189. Am I Chen Tao or Batman? Bang. Victor Stone was slightly dazed. He blinked. Then he reached out and wiped his face and saw the monster's head that was strangling his father's throat exploded, and green demon-like blood splattered on his face like it was free. His father fell to the ground with the monster. Cough. Cough. Victor, I'm fine. Dr. Silas Stone got up from the ground while coughing, but staggered and sat down again in pain. He covered his throat, that was swollen from being pinched. Victor hugged his father in shock. I'm sorry, Kit, ahem. I'm sorry, but I want you to know that this is the world, this dangerous world. Dr. Stone said while coughing. You call this a monster? And I come into contact with such monsters every day, and there are many secret projects that the government cannot disclose to you. He paused, a little at a loss for words. I'm sorry that I don't want you to play football, and I'm also sorry for missing your football game, but you should know, Kit, but we are not living in a peaceful era, and the situation we are facing now is no different from that in 1914 and 1939. I just want to protect you when facing such a monster. He turned his head and looked at Batman, who was floating over with red eyes, and the strong man with lightning wrapped around his body. Like a child who suddenly mastered the power, he punched a monster that almost killed him just now, and sent it flying backwards like a spinning top, and then shouted, yeah, I know, father, I'm sorry. Victor lowered his head. The dozens of demons that flew out of the portal just now were quickly slaughtered by Shazam and Chentao in just a dozen seconds. The demon-like creature that tried to escape from the doorway with the mother box was shot down by Chentao's red heat ray before it could touch the doorway. Chentao held the mother box in one hand and dropped it to the ground. Good day, Dr. Stone. Then he turned his head and nodded slightly to Victor Stone. Silas Stone got up from the ground. He dusted off the dust and glanced at the demon-like creatures that were scattered all over the ground. Batman, thank you, Batman, thank you for saving us. Dr. Stone glanced at his son who had interrupted him excitedly and thanked him on his behalf, and then continued, okay, it seems that my son has already thanked him for me, so Batman, about. Chentao maintained an expressionless face and was quietly thinking about how to persuade Amanda Waller and the others not to forcefully hold the mother box in their hands after they came over. Perhaps the current demon-like invasion is an opportunity. So he also spoke, but the mother box in his hand suddenly trembled. Wow. Shazam screamed beside him. What the hell? Is he going to explode? Everyone around him took 2 steps back in fear. But the mother box trembled again, and countless blue and red energies emerged on the smooth metal block, causing a series of fine bumps and depressions. I think he may be about to reopen the portal. Batman, throw it out quickly. Dr. Stone slowly stepped back, then turned his head and shouted to his laboratory assistant, hurry up and track his location. But Chentao could see the changes in the mother box without Dr. Stone saying anything. He threw the mother box out, and Victor protected his father and stepped back. Chentao stared at the creation of Apocalypse. On the metal block, the dark red energy seemed to be trying to break through the suppression of the sea blue energy, and tiny lightning threads kept entwining, flickering, and then gradually died. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mother box kept trembling, and the sound was more like something roaring through the metal than a trembling sound. The fight just now is not over yet, right? Shazam walked to Chentao's side, clenched his fists, and was eager to try. Grab. The trembling metal suddenly turned over. Chentao was in no mood to answer Shazam's words. He floated up and stared at the trembling metal block. What was coming out of it? What could it be? Steppenwolf? Darkseid would not come directly. How could it be possible? Chentao shook his head violently. If it was so easy to do, then Darkseid would have come when the portal opened just now. He could only send a certain number of demons to try to take away the mother box. There must be something still restricting him. Chentao stared at the blue energy on the mother box. They were getting fewer and fewer. Don't you have an emergency safe room? Hurry back. Before Chentao finished speaking, he saw the mother box reopened in the violent sound and light and turned into a portal again. The next moment, countless demons rushed out of it continuously. For Darkseid. Shazam rushed forward. His lightning instantly penetrated the bodies of more than a dozen demons. The lightning was like an electric shock, connecting the bodies of those monsters, and then electrocuted them like scorched flies falling from the sky. But the next moment, more demons rushed over and wrapped him up like a demon ball. Chentao immediately put his hand on his communication device. Batman calling Nightwing, can you hear me? This place was originally provided by Nightwing to him. How could he not participate in this operation? Chen Tao brought Shazam here completely on impulse. Obviously, he had prepared other countermeasures to deal with some possibilities. For example, if the negotiations failed, he would have to rely on force to seize the mother box, thus falling out with the government, and therefore had to fight the Metal Man. As a result, he would ask Nightwing and the Suicide Squad, who were lying in ambush outside, to take out the pre-prepared super large electromagnetic interference measures and beat the Metal Man and those mecha giants into idiots. Or he could directly ask Clayface, who was lying in ambush beside the president, to hold the president, his son who was still in kindergarten, and the nanny hostage, forcing them to sit down and negotiate properly. Haha, but this kind of plan is basically something that has a very low probability of happening. He is just prepared for any eventuality. In short, he had prepared insurance measures in advance. Although the sudden appearance of the parademons was not in the plan, he could still mobilize enough combat power in the first place to kill all the parademons. Batman calling Nightwing, we need a. Got it, Batman, what should we do? Chen Tao heard Dick Grayson's voice in the headset. He knew that, as long as he gave the order, the other party would bring the entire Suicide Squad, including strong players such as Deadshot, Killer Croc, and Poison Ivy, to the laboratory. Unless Steppenwolf or Darkseid came in person, this would only be a close call. 4. Darkseid. Chen Tao turned his head and saw a phantom wearing heavy metal armor and with two horns on his head, trying to come to the scene through the portal. But it seemed that there was an invisible film that always blocked his entry. He tried several times, but failed to squeeze through. He could only roar angrily, attack, attack. More golems sprayed out of the portal, as if they were free, filling the entire wide laboratory. Shazam, who had just burst out with lightning to break free from many golems, was submerged again. He made a desperate voice, come again. I haven't even made a pose yet. Chen Tao immediately said to Nightwing and the others, you guys will. Wait. Chen Tao looked at the future cyborg and his father, the doctor, in their daily clothes, and his head suddenly buzzed. He recalled the origin of cyborg in the comics. Shouldn't Victor Stone have lost a hand and a leg due to the explosion of the mother box and fell into near death, and then his father used apocalypse technology to transform him into a semi-mechanical cyborg? Chen Tao held the mother box in his hand and fell into deep thought. Did his arrival inadvertently trigger some kind of butterfly effect, resulting in the failure of the birth of Cyborg? Chen Tao frowned suddenly, but there was no time to think about it. He subconsciously threw the mother box in his hand to Dr. Stone. More and more demons rushed directly towards him. Chen Tao shot out a heat vision in his eyes and pierced through the body of a demon. The opponent struggled on the ground twice and then jumped up again. Chen Tao made another shot, burning his head. Although the ability of the speedy bullet bat is also that of a Kryptonian, it is undoubtedly much weaker than that of the real Superman. Chen Tao has adjusted the heat vision to the maximum power. If it were Superman, this demon and the ones behind him would have been melted by now. He mobilized the sharp blade of the broken bat, slashed another demon-like creature that rushed over, turned around and shouted at Shazam, protect the mother box. Batman, if we need to go directly. Nightwing's voice came from the headset. Wait a minute. Chen Tao whispered to them. He and Shazam protected the Stone father and son, and fought and retreated, running towards the rear laboratory, where there were heavy enough iron gates and enough equipment to block the demon-like creatures, and enough to make Victor Stone become cyborg-like in the original plot, if he didn't interfere. Damn, what am I thinking? Chen Tao shook his head. Now might not be the moment. When Cyborg was born, the most important thing is to get rid of these locust-like demon-like creatures first. He turned around and shouted at Silas Stone, is there any way to close the mother box? You have been studying for so long, or do you have any way to let me successfully connect to this thing? Chen Tao narrowed his eyes. At worst, he could activate Bat Brainiac. As the Brainiac version of Batman, his computing power was infinitely close to that of the real version of Brainiac. Although as a male-level Batman, he also couldn't synchronize for a long time, but if he just closed a portal, Chen Tao cut off a demon that pounced on him with his backhand, and then transformed half of his arm into a shield composed of nanorobots, constantly resisting the laser energy bullets that were shot. Together, He shouted to Shazam, who was fighting with dozens of demons. After getting a response, the heat vision and lightning burst out at the same time, clearing out a small area of demons in an instant, and they were able to successfully retreat to the safe house behind. Squeak. As the jack fell, a demon was also cut off in an instant, leaving only the front half struggling and crawling on the ground trying to raise a gun to shoot Chentao and his group, and then was hit by Shazam's lightning and turned into a green mosaic. I wasn't so disgusted when I was killing bugs in World of Warcraft. He said, today is so exciting. It's more exciting than playing games. Chentao was in no mood to talk to the excited Billy. He repeatedly weighed the question about Cyborg in his mind. If today is a day that Cyborg was born, then has he accidentally changed the plot? If the future Cyborg Victor Stone would not be dying during the invasion of the demon-like creatures, then his father would not have equipped him with the technology of Apocalypse, and he would not have become that half-human half-biological robot. In that case, Chentao would be missing a teammate who could directly connect to the mother box. Chentao always knew that he couldn't completely follow the plot of the comics to infer what was really happening in the world in front of him, but he had never thought of taking the mother box away from Dr. Stone, but just studying this dangerous thing together in advance. He just came here to connect to the mother box and try to obtain some results of the mother box research. This would not affect the birth of Cyborg due to various accidents as in the original plot, but the problem now is that the event of Cyborg's birth, at this moment, I'm afraid it has appeared directly in front of him. Do you want to interfere? If he saved Victor Stone's life and prevented him from suffering that accident and thus failing to turn into Cyborg, wouldn't that reduce his chances of winning? Batman. Chentao turned around suddenly and saw Shazam calling him non-stop. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even hear the other parties shouting. Billy pointed at the door. Those demons are knocking on the door. I feel that the broken thing is very likely to fail. To make a long story short, maybe I can reopen a portal and send all those monsters back. The voice of Dr. Silas Stone came from the side. He had just placed the mother box on the instrument next to him and kept operating it for a while. The new portal will create a huge suction force, enough to pull all of them. He spoke very quickly, but then suddenly paused. Then do it, Dad, the door is about to fail. Victor Stone shouted to his father, but Dr. Stone still didn't say a word. Wait, Dr. Stone, I looked at the data. If we do that. The lab assistant beside him looked at the mother box placed in the center of the lab equipment, and then looked at the data on the screen. He wiped the sweat from his head. If you want to open that portal, someone must take the initiative to drag the mother box into the center of those demon-like creatures. But this means that person will also be directly sucked into the portal. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other. Once the question of who should be the sacrifice was thrown out, everyone was silent. Chentao silently stretched out his hand, and a small piece of clay-faced man's body tissue grew on it. He squinted his eyes. In fact, no one needs to sacrifice. He can completely rely on nanorobots and clay-faced man's body tissue to build a puppet, just like the time when he was stalling for time when facing Luthor. But, will it create a steel bone? Damn it. He shook his head. What will Batman do? What will Chentao do? Will Batman really witness a person about to be injured and disabled, and obviously have the ability to help him, but not do it? As for Chentao, he could really stand his odds. He was still struggling, but a voice came to his ear. I'll do it. He turned his head and saw the future Cyborg. Victor Stone said in a deep voice. I found Pi again. Covering her but shyly, from Hunter x Hunter, to become the supreme will. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. Do I have a lower limit? I absolutely don't agree. Dr. Silas Stone was the first person to realize what his son Victor had said. His gentle voice was mixed with panic and rage. I'm your father. You must listen to me. Listen, Victor Stone. You have an obligation to listen to me. You are still a child. Unless I die, I will never allow. But before he finished speaking, His strong son raised his fist as big as a sandbag and hit him on the back of the head again and again. Ouch. His voice stopped immediately and the whole person lay down limply. Victor stretched out his hand to take his father in his arms and gently put him down. Shazam next to him was dumbfounded. I wanted to do that a long time ago. The sturdy black young man deliberately spit on the ground in a vulgar way and kept swearing, venting his inner fear. He gently leaned his father against the side of the instrument. When I was on the football team, there were often some idiot teammates who got angry after the game and had bloody conflicts. He explained to Shazam. So, as the captain, that was my little secret that kept my team from being suspended because of fighting. Victor looked down at his old father, who was sleeping like a baby. He murmured in a low voice, so soft that it was almost inaudible. Dad never knew I could do these things. But he stood up quickly. But these are not important anymore. He turned around, reached out to pick up the mother box from the instrument in a vicious manner, then turned around and grabbed the neck of the experimental assistant next to him. I ask you to activate this damn mother box and then send all these monsters back home. The white assistant of Dr. Stone was like a little chicken in front of the tall black youth. He kicked his forelegs when he was picked up. Drive Stone will kill me when he wakes up. If you don't do it, I will kill you now. Victor said subconsciously in a hurry, and then immediately realized that this would not force the other party to submit. That's enough. Listen carefully. I will rush forward, whether you start it or not, and you can't stop me. If you don't start it, I will be torn to pieces by these monsters, and then my death will be in vain. Make your own decision. Boom. A violent muffled sound. The jack made a series of teeth grinding sounds. The thickness of this thing is close to 75mm, which is definitely more than the armor thickness of most active tanks. But now the steel is being gnawed by those golems outside like biscuits. Cyborg hugged the mother box to his chest and began to do warm-up exercises, as if he was not going to die, but was going to participate in a new competition, and then return with glory as usual. Boom. No way, buddy, are you really going to rush into the monsters with this thing? Shazam looked left at the door that kept emitting loud noises and the sound of metal being gnawed, and right at Victor, who was doing warm-up exercises with a serious face. And then let this broken box open a portal in that group of monsters and suck you and them all in? Shazam said a little depressed, but wouldn't you be sucked to the other side of the door? You're basically dead, right? Yes. Victor Stone answered him while leaning down and making a move like a football player preparing to start running. The sound from the other side of the gate was getting louder and louder and getting closer and closer. With a loud bang, the gate suddenly showed a huge deformation. But you. Shazam stood stupidly next to Victor Stone, who was ready, showing an idiotic expression, as if his brain CPU had been burned out and his IQ stopped responding. He turned his head and looked at Batman standing next to him. But, say something. Chintao remained silent. Not only was Shazam's CPU overclocked, his CPU was also constantly used, literally constantly used. At this time, although he still looked like a normal human on the surface, his brain had actually become the onboard computer of the Batmobile. Combined with the nanorobot-assisted calculations synchronized with the broken bat, he was frantically deducing the possibility of future events once Cyborg was lost. Shazam saw that Batman was silent, and then looked at Victor Stone's body. With a thud, the wheelbarrow deformed more violently. The young Shazam made up his mind. Okay, damn it. He stretched out his hand to grab the mother box from Victor's arms, but because he did not use the speed beyond ordinary people, Victor, who was called a football player, easily dodged this ordinary grab. What are you doing? Or, let me go, I'll solve this problem. The young Shazam said a little stumblingly, I can fly. I'm a superhero. I may be able to escape the suction of that portal, so that no one has to sacrifice. Similarly, it is very likely that you can't. But his words were quickly interrupted by Victor. It is precisely because you are a superhero that you can't sacrifice in such a meaningless place. The black youth looked ahead, and the eyes in his eyes became more and more determined. I know what you superheroes should do. Fight villains, defeat enemies from alien planets, and protect our planet. I know it all. You can do much more than I can. You are more important to this world than I am. He looked at his father lying next to him with some attachment. Even if we have to consume, the first person to be consumed is not you, buddy. It's me, useless me. Chen Tao slapped his head while listening to him. The more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. It was bad. This child's life dream was not affirmed, and then the facts proved what his father said. Football players are meaningless in front of superpowers. He was now doing two things at once, and he was immediately autistic, and then his Tao heart collapsed, and he developed some self-destructive tendencies. This self-destructive tendency merged and catalyzed with his innate heroism, and the fear of death was directly overcome on the spot, without even a moment of hesitation, unlike Shazam next to him, who was almost entangled in the question of whether to sacrifice or not. But you have family. Shazam stammered. You can't die, you still have a dad. He spoke a little more smoothly. But I'm an orphan. No one will feel sorry for me if I die, so I should go. But despite saying this, Shazam still didn't have the courage to use his super strength to snatch the mother box from Cyborg's hand. After all, he was just a kid in his teens. After his clear and stupid brain finally figured out the current situation, how could he not be afraid? It's okay, you know. I'm a football player. They all say that my arms are like cannons. I can throw the mother box far into the center of those monsters like a football, and then open the portal. This way I might have a chance to escape. Victor seemed to be comforting Shazam, but also seemed to be comforting himself. That's the advantage of being a football player, he said. My training and all my professional skills will come in handy. They are not meaningless. But, you are Victor. Victor Stone's nickname on the football field. So many people are shouting your name. If you die here, there will be no more. Victor was slightly enlightened. He knew that only fans who have watched his games would know the nickname Victor. He had heard other people shout his name like this countless times. He was already very used to being called that. But at this moment, in this situation, in the last few seconds before his death, he suddenly heard such a familiar name, and he actually felt that he had no regrets in death. Hey, how about doing me a favor? He said, can you cheer me on from behind when I charge later? Just like you shouting for me on the football field. He raised his arms and shouted twice symbolically, Victor, Victor. He saw the look of reluctance in Shazam's eyes. He put down his arms. Please, just do me a favor, please, he said. This was both a request and a reason for Shazam not to go in his place. Victor Stone's eyes sparkled, as if burning with light and fire, glowing with unprecedented vitality, just like when he ran out of his father's laboratory at the age of a few years old, and saw football in the square for the first time. Burning and sincere, so excited. Shazam turned his face away. He was a little ashamed of his timidity. Cough. Chen Tao coughed, and just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Victor Stone. Enough. Batman, any one of us here can sacrifice, but you can't, not for such a small matter, in such a ridiculous way. He said, you know, you have been a hero in Gotham for so many years, and I almost grew up listening to your urban legends. He said sincerely, the Earth needs you, Batman, and humans need you, but they don't need Victor Stone. But I think you will remember me, right? You will remember Victor Stone. Right now, today. Boom boom boom. Creaky creaky creaky. The sound of the demons outside banging on the door was getting faster and louder, and Victor's speech speed was getting faster and faster. You are more important than me, Batman. You shouldn't take such risks. I can solve this problem, and maybe I can survive. Victor. The lab assistant was sweating profusely. He found a rope from the side and handed it to the future cyborg. Maybe you can rely on him. We can pull you back, he said, but with the suction force that can suck away the demon-like monster, even if there is it. Oh, forget about these unlucky things. He paused and said, you must survive. Boom. The gate finally couldn't bear the weight. First, a trace of red burning spread from the center of the huge iron door to the side, followed by a series of continuous loud noises, and then collapsed. Victor Stone tightened his muscles, and Chen Tao was still struggling. The speed bullets were synchronized on his body, the azure mask climbed over his chin, and the biological standpoint unfolded from his body, allowing him to open at any time, so as to take the mother box from Cyborg's body at a speed beyond the limit of human reaction, and then let the puppet composed of Mudface and nanorobots run away with it. But he didn't do that. He weighed it over and over in his mind. Do I really want to do this? Is there a possibility that this is the moment when Cyborg is truly born? Will my intrusion interrupt his birth? He was thinking wildly and felt that his CPU was starting to overheat, revealing a wise look. Maybe I can save Cyborg and then find a chance to break his limbs and let his father modify him? Maybe this would be more convenient. As soon as this idea came out, Chintao immediately shook his head violently. Oh my god, what am I thinking about? This beastly behavior has completely exceeded the bottom line of human beings. Wait, do I have such a bottom line? Shazam gritted his teeth. Victor Stone's speed is indeed very slow when viewed by the superhuman reaction limit, so slow that he has enough time to think. Anyway, Shazam's head is now a mess. He looked at Batman and had no intention of going up to save him. Damn it, Batman. Damn it, myself. I will never. The young boy gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Within 1/10 second, lightning burst out of his body, piercing the air and emitting a slight burnt smell. Half a second later, the mother box left Victor Stone's running hand. Even though Victor Stone was one of the best football players on the planet, he still couldn't resist the superhuman speed. A second later, Shazam rushed towards the many demons that roared into the room. He had made up his mind and was ready. Then he heard a sigh, a low and soft sigh. Oh, I'm such a fool. I broke apart. He saw Batman, with a breeze wrapped around his front, blocking him. He was very fast, as if he had expected it. Before he could react, Batman broke apart as he said. It was really broken apart. Half of his body fell off his body and turned into a man made of mud. It took the mother box that Batman snatched and threw to him and rushed directly towards the roaring demons. The monsters opened their teeth and palms, seeming to want to stop him, but the figure shattered into a ball of powder in midair, and like a whirlwind, he carried the mother box over the monsters' blockade and rushed directly into their midst. Buzz 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 buzz. With a deafening roar, Shazam saw Batman standing in front of all of them. He heard the big bat sigh again and repeat what he said. Oh, I'm such a fool. He said. Do I have a bottom line? Then he asked himself and answered. Obviously, I do. So annoying. Yay, it's today's pie. Cover your butt tightly. Chapter 191 Darkseid's first impression of Batman. In the desolate universe, the huge fleet was advancing silently. Behind them was an extremely glorious scene. A planet was burning fiercely and had completely turned into a sea of fire. The vitality and life of the past had disappeared, and only a wailing that seemed to linger in the ears remained. Countless demons flew out of this planet on spacecraft. They were once residents of this planet. Some were smart, some were creative, but now they have been transformed into demons who have lost themselves and become a member of the huge fleet. Desert, I call you. At this time, the owner of this fleet, Steppenwolf, was humbly half kneeling in front of something like a stone tablet. This was a remote communication device of Apocalypse Star technology. Several demons flapped their wings and flew across the wide hall. They fell behind the Steppenwolf quietly and fearfully, crawling in front of the stone tablet. As Steppenwolf called, golden flames flowed from the stone statue, and then metal and rock-like primitive devices flowed, revealing the other person's appearance. It was Desert, the first scientist of Apocalypse. He looked down at the half-kneeling Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf, he said, I have read your report. Have you started to conquer the Earth? Not yet. Steppenwolf answered him, but I have preliminarily investigated it. This world is falling apart. They are uncivilized, have too many differences, and are at war with each other. They are torn apart and vulnerable. Their free will be taken away, just like other worlds. On Apocalypse, Desert turned his head and looked at Darkseid, who was sitting on the throne next to him and seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. He turned around and asked the image of Steppenwolf on the other end of the communication word by word, where is the mother box? I have found the location of one of the three, the one that called me first after waking up. It was captured by the people on Earth. Steppenwolf lowered his head humbly. They thought they were studying that thing, but in fact they were just activating it repeatedly. They have no idea what kind of doom they will bring upon themselves. Only 2 more activations are needed, and the mother box will be fully awakened and begin their irreversible automatic resuscitation. When the mother box is fully revived and ready, I can reach Earth directly through it. What about the other 2 mother boxes? Steppenwolf paused. The other 2 are still sleeping. Desert showed an expression of non-committal, and Steppenwolf quickly added, but the demons will sense their existence. As long as the mother box is awakened, they can be steadily released to the Earth in batches, and as the mother box awakens to a higher degree, I will be able to get there soon. The demons will travel to every corner of the Earth, searching for people with the breath of the mother box, and then capture them all, so that I can torture them to find out the location of all the mother boxes. I will build a fortress on the Earth in his name. He whispered anxiously, and the voice was like sulfur. In this boundless starry sky, he sang softly, the whole world will tremble at the feet of Darkseid, becoming another dazzling gem embellishing his throne. Millions of creatures will call out his name, with fear, with crying, with death and wailing like the sound of the wind. On Apocalypse, Desert looked at Darkseid on the throne again, and saw that he still had no reaction to Steppenwolf's humble flattery. So he knew what was going on, and turned to answer Steppenwolf. Very good, powerful Steppenwolf. You could have been on an equal footing with those great men, but you were exiled because of your arrogance. Desert. Steppenwolf knelt on his knees, and he took 2 steps on his knees. I kneel before you. Let me beg him. Please let me take this world in his name and go back. The chief scientist of Apocalypse scolded him mercilessly. You betrayed him. Your own family. I saw the mistakes I made. I slaughtered those who tried to compete for his throne. You still owe him 50,000 worlds. Seeing that it was almost done, Desert slowed down his tone slightly and said, when you pay off your debt, he will listen to your plea. Steppenwolf got up from the ground and slowly stood up. The mother box will be found and combined into one, and there will be no protector here. This world will fall like other worlds. For Darkseid. Desert said. For Darkseid. Steppenwolf responded to him. But at this moment, Steppenwolf turned his head suddenly. He saw countless tiny metal ripples trembling on an instrument that looked like a stone tablet next to him, and dark red energy surged in it, flickering like a bonfire in the early winter morning, about to go out. For the great Darkseid. He knelt heavily on the ground and bowed to Desert from a distance. They have activated the mother box. The horn of destruction has been blown, and that world will usher in their dusk. In the name of Darkseid, the ultimate darkness will have mercy on that planet. You did a good job, Steppenwolf. Continue your path of destruction. Steppenwolf heard Desert say, destroy this world for Darkseid to please him. His figure disappeared on the stone tablet, and after a burst of sulfur flames, the stone tablet returned to its calm appearance, leaving only Steppenwolf who kowtowed heavily on the spot. Desert, the first scientist of Apocalypse, who turned off the communication, heard his master calling him. He lowered his head, leaned on his cane, walked to the throne of the Dark Lord, and leaned down. My master. The jumping and surging firelight reflected his smooth scales like snakes on earth, and his eyes as black as ink. The Dark Lord sat on his throne sideways. He supported his face like weathered rock with one arm with interest. When he spoke, his voice was mixed with the cries of countless worlds before death, resonating with him. Are you interested in watching what happened on that planet with me? Desert heard the voice of his master, and in the shadow of his master's throne, a figure stood silently, with the S on his chest reflecting a faint light. Desert looked away. It's a great honor, my master. A hazy explosion channel suddenly opened in front of them, showing the scene inside. And the phantom of the Steppenwolf also appeared in front of Desert at this moment. The phantom of Steppenwolf tried to enter the sonic explosion channel, but it seemed to be blocked by a thin film. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't squeeze in. At the same time as the phantom of Steppenwolf, there appeared countless phantoms of demons, which were the demons on Steppenwolf's spaceship. Unlike their leaders, who could not pass through the channel, these weaker demons passed through the channel easily. These phantoms projected from Steppenwolf's spaceship became entities at the moment of passing through the sonic explosion channel and appeared in the eyes of Darkseid and Desert. Steppenwolf's power limits his transmission, my master, but this situation will change soon, Desert said. Darkseid waved his hand carelessly, and the phantoms of demons and Steppenwolf disappeared without a trace, leaving only the scene on the other side of the channel. A steady stream of demons attacked the small laboratory, and against them were the strong man holding lightning, the security personnel who were slaughtered one-sidedly while fighting and retreating, and the last human wearing a pair of pointed earhoods. Interesting. The Dark Lord paused, as if reading some information, and then he said, "Is his name Batman?" His eyes stayed on Batman. He saw with his own eyes that the sea blue fiber tissue emerged from the back of his head and wrapped around his buttocks and chin. Then, suddenly, the ordinary Earthlings who use nanotechnology actually displayed the biological stance of Kryptonians in an instant. This is not scientific, Desert muttered to himself in a low voice. If he was not standing next to Darkseid at this time, he would have jumped up for fear of losing manners in front of the king. This was not because he was impatient. He was a scientist, even an alien scientist. He believed in science. The deeper this kind of scientist's scientific research is, the greater the shock he will receive after seeing anti-logical and anti-intellectual freaks like Chintao, such as Brainiac and Desert. Interesting. Very interesting. Did you see it? This was the second time Darkseid repeated this sentence. Desert was about to answer, but immediately realized that the Dark Lord was not talking to him. He saw Mr. Ormez S in the shadow of Darkseid's throne nodded slightly as a response to Darkseid's question. Darkseid did not even turn his head, as if he had not spoken to anyone at all. Desert and Darkseid had been watching the battle on the other side of the sonic boom tunnel from the perspective of the Mother Box, the Black Youth and Shazam who tried to sacrifice themselves, and finally Batman who came to his senses. Until the end, amidst the violent explosion, as the sonic boom tunnel opened again, countless demons were sucked back, and Darkseid's body leaned forward slightly. The next moment, a Batman puppet made of nanorobots and Clayface's body tissue suddenly fell over. It passed through the sonic boom tunnel and happened to fall under the steps of Darkseid's throne. Study him, Desert. The Dark Lord stood up and planned to end this small movie viewing. Maybe this will be helpful for your subsequent research on Batman himself. Yes, my master, Desert said. Remember to tell me your conclusion, Desert. Darkseid's voice sounded in Desert's ears. Pay attention, I'm very interested in Batman. It's just a meaningless puppet with the ability to transform. This kind of thing is not uncommon, my master, Desert said. The truly incredible one is Batman. But before that, I will completely understand the construction and biological model of this puppet. But before he finished speaking, he saw the puppet below suddenly twisted its body and then exploded into a ball of smoke, and a black wind blew up from the ground. In that cloud of mist, it seemed that there were countless mud mixed with black nanorobots, rolling wantonly and constantly changing into various forms, revealing 1,000 poses. Beautiful women. Brother, come and play with me, come in quickly. My pelvis can't wait, hey yo. I feel my butt is itchy. Various beauties kept transforming in this cloud of mist, human, catfish-like, alien, with tentacles, without tentacles, like goblins, with various beast features. The gene pool from Brainiac gave Clayface enough transformation options, each with bare breasts, beautiful and extremely charming. Darkseid and Desert couldn't help but pause. It was this moment of pause that gave the puppet the opportunity to still make a move in front of two powerful enemies that far surpassed itself. Bang! It suddenly expanded and then exploded. Countless tiny body tissues mixed with metal fell like a light snow, and finally the dust settled. Desert was silent for a while, then said, "It seems that Batman has been prepared, my master." Darkseid walked to the bottom of the stairs. The Crimson Omega effect condensed in his palm. In an instant, countless tiny particles in the air were locked by the Crimson Omega energy and annihilated under Darkseid's control. Batman actually tried to use nanorobots to monitor us, Dias said. I knew that the so-called explosion and the illusions were just a cover. Darkseid still didn't speak. He continued to manipulate the Omega energy in silence. 5 or 6 demons standing in the distance were taken out of the demon group by the crimson energy. The omega energy wrapped around their bodies. In their struggle, a little bit of fine dust was taken out of their bodies. The demons screamed and then vomited blood. This really surprises me, my master. Desade took 2 quick steps and carefully observed the demons. The human on Earth, named Batman, actually sent these biological tissues into the bodies of the demons within a short period of time after the explosion, and became a part of them. He turned around and said to Darkseid respectfully, "But all this cannot escape your eyes, my master." Darkseid did not speak. He took out dozens of demons and did the same to them. When he gathered the small group of mud-faced biological tissues collected from dozens of demons and wanted to give them to Desade for a search, he saw a black gas on the biological tissues, and then they all died, as if they had been rotten for decades. Darkseid paused in handing the things to Desade. Desade immediately flattered him with great tact. "Ah, great master, you." Darkseid had a blank expression on his face. He turned his head and the red omega energy found a large number of Batman's nanorobots on the mechanical equipment next to him. Then he used the energy to intercept a message sent by the nanorobots to the universe above Apocalypse. Then he killed a strand of green plants, 2 super small insects, and 5 small bacteria from the earth and the cracks of the rocks of Apocalypse not far away. When Darkseid once again found that the bacteria he had crushed to death could still move under the strange power of death, he finally spoke. "Batman is so annoying. The Dark Lord said so." Chapter 192 Batman, I'm Super Reverse Flash. To be honest, Batman, you've never let me study you so closely. Well, and of course your abilities. You always resist this kind of direct research. I thought you didn't like this kind of, using yourself as a test subject. Lucius' voice came from the side, but Chintao was a little absent-minded. He sat expressionlessly, with a sour face, allowing Lucius to draw a tube of blood from him. While drawing blood, he babbled, "And you haven't come to me for a long time. I seriously suspect that you come to me when you need something, and then make a lot of unreasonable demands to me, and then kick me aside when you have nothing to do, and go enjoy your happy vacation alone." But Chintao didn't pay any attention to what he was saying. He lowered his head and lamented, "Oh, I'm so stupid. I shouldn't have let Cyborg." "What did you say?" "Nothing. Continue, Lucius." Chintao sighed. No matter whether it was the comics or movies he had read, it was always Cyborg who finally closed the sonic boom channel and prevented Darkseid from invading the Earth. In the original plot, he was activated by the Mother Box by chance, endowed with Apocalypse technology, and then absorbed all the high-tech equipment in the Star Lab. In addition, he lost part of his limbs. The combination of multiple factors eventually led to his accidental creation. Now, it is almost impossible to reproduce the miracle of chance that Cyborg was created under normal conditions. Chintao tried it in the room in the Star Lab that was supposed to create Cyborg. No matter what instrument he used, the Mother Box did not react at all. This leads to a new question. If Darkseid really arrives on Earth and Cyborg is gone, who will close his sonic boom channel? Cyborg's abilities originally come from the Mother Box, so he can connect to it and turn on and off the sonic boom channel. But if Chintao wants to use Batleniac's ability to communicate with the Mother Box, the final result becomes trying to use a USB card reader to read the contents of the disk, which is completely irrelevant. His previous attempt to insert nanorobots and Clayface into the other side of the sonic boom channel also failed. He didn't know whether the spaceship on the other side of the sonic boom channel was Steppenwolf's spaceship or a spaceship directly leading to Apocalypse, but the only thing he knew was that the means he used fell on deaf ears and did not cause any waves. Batman, synchronize the nanorobot first. Damn it, even though you told me all this, I still can't get used to such anti-scientific things. Lucius's voice came to his ears. Chintao did as he was told. Lucius took all kinds of strange instruments to test around him, and Chintao continued to think. He even imagined that those means were completely discovered by Darkseid, so he even preset a command for the nanorobot to return the information directly after receiving it, but there was no response either. The information was either intercepted or not sent out at all. Chintao touched his bad chin. But this was also expected. If it was so easy to place surveillance on the enemy, then the Apocalypse Legion would not be so terrifying in the universe. Chen Tao turned his head and looked at Lucius, who was trying to draw blood again. Are you done? These past few days, you have asked me to synchronize different bats one after another, and you have already drawn at least 4 gallons of my blood. 4 gallons, about 15 liters. With so much blood, even the agent of the Red of all living things would not be able to hold on. Okay. Facing Chen Tao's question, Lucius prepared to take out a piece of paper from the drawer of the table next to him and handed it to Chen Tao. This is your body analysis report. So why did you draw my blood, even though the report was already out? You took this opportunity to draw more blood for a search, right? Some of the analysis came from the opinions of Dr. Silas Stone. His inspiration is undoubtedly deafening. When I communicated with him, I tried to hide some data as much as possible to prevent him from associating it with you. Lucius said, but he was very grateful to you, and I always felt that there was no need to hide it from him. It's better to be careful, Chen Tao said as he flipped through the report in front of him. Lucius stood beside him. In short, after many tests, I think I can use a metaphor to illustrate your current situation. Lucius said, weightlifting. Let me tell you the conclusion first, Batman. You can no longer overclock and use the power of synchronized Batman without limit. This is extremely dangerous. But I can do it. Chen Tao said, the Alfred protocol tells me that the time I can synchronize with the speedy bullet bat cannot exceed 10 minutes, but now I can extend it to about 15 minutes. Lucius let out a breath. He walked to Chen Tao, took the report in his hand, and then quickly flipped through a few pages, pointed to the indicators on it, and said to Chen Tao, your Alfred protocol. Okay, let's skip how anti-scientific that thing is, and just talk about the situation we currently have. You are like an athlete lifting dumbbells, Bruce. Remember when I asked you to stay in that monitoring room for 24 hours, and try to synchronize with a different Batman every 3 hours? What's wrong? That's the problem. Lucius said, after repeated comparisons, I found that for you, synchronized Batman is like carrying weights. How much weight you can carry is determined by your own strength or some other variables that I haven't discovered yet. But the problem is that as an athlete, you actually don't know how much you can carry. And the time limit of the Alfred protocol on you is like a coach standing by your side. When he sees that you can't hold on, he quickly calls a stop to prevent you from being exhausted and being crushed to death by the falling dumbbells. Lucius paused and continued, or the analogy of coach is a bit inappropriate. Of course, a coach in the gym will not watch you being crushed to death by dumbbells. If you can't catch it, he will definitely do his best to help you lift it. But based on your description, the Alfred protocol is at most a detector that can detect whether you can hold on at any time. You can ignore the precise data it gives, but of course you can't expect it, as a machine, to lend you a hand when you are crushed to death. Besides, ordinary people will have problems with their spine if they keep carrying weights. Do you think you won't if you're Batman? Of course, the Batmans from parallel universes that you have loaded are completely different. Lucius said, they are no longer your weight, but have become your muscles, allowing you to lift heavier iron blocks. So don't keep synchronizing with the Batman from a parallel universe. Even if synchronizing with this Batman consumes very little energy for you, a dumbbell is still a dumbbell. Chen Tao listened silently. The scientist continued, for you, the Batmans you synchronize with are always the force you use as a fulcrum to pry. Even if you turn it into an iron armor and wear it on your body, the weight will not disappear, and there will be no good results over time. This is also the reason why you failed when you tried to synchronize 2 higher level Batmans. Doing so is like wearing a heavy armor and trying to lift a heavier dumbbell. So you said so much. What about the strengthening plan I asked you for? Hearing that Lucius wanted to continue his long speech, Chen Tao immediately interrupted him. Enough, don't say it. I'm telling you everything, not to listen to your analysis. He said, give me a more specific direction for strengthening. How can I synchronize with those monsters for a longer time? It's very simple. Lucius said, just like the targeted training of a strongman to increase muscle, spend more time to exercise the strength that you already have and do not need to be synchronized with the Alfred protocol. By repeatedly exercising the abilities that you have already loaded, you can naturally increase your load bearing limit little by little. But this increase is too slow. Chen Tao said, is there any other way? Of course, you have another choice. Lucius said, use technology. He shrugged. For example, inject yourself with human-faced bat serum or some other strengthening potion. It is also increasing your muscle. Chen Tao rubbed his brow. He roughly understood the situation. The method Lucius provided him was much more detailed than what he had figured out on his own before. Damn it. Chen Tao sat in his seat, and his mind thought of the things he had longed for at the beginning of his time travel. As long as he can find a platinum kryptonite that can give ordinary people superhuman abilities, and then swallow the platinum kryptonite into his stomach, my life will be in my own hands. Chen Tao shook his head, and this unreliable fantasy went out of his head. Okay, I know, Lucius. Have you collected the information I asked you for before about the members of the STAR laboratory in Central City? Ah, here it is. Lucius handed another document to Chen Tao. The STAR laboratory is a large organization spread across the United States, with countless members. To be honest, I don't even know the members in many cities. But fortunately, my friend provided me with the list. Yeah. Chen Tao reached out to take the list, then stood up and took out a square metal object from the bag beside him. What is this? Lucius was startled. Of course it's the mother box. Chen Tao told him. Are you kidding? Lucius blinked. I remember you had a big fight with the people in the government over this thing, and the situation was so tense that you almost went to war. Alfred told me that you came back every day with a sour face some time ago. General Allen even shouted out such a ridiculous declaration, as if you want to take the mother box, take his life. How come 2 days later? He pointed to the mother box that was still flickering next to it. The mother box appeared directly in your hands. Although he said so, Lucius' hands were honest. He took the mother box from Chen Tao with a smile. I have wanted to study this thing for a long time. Then he saw Chen Tao handed another document to him. This is everything Dr. Silisto knows about the mother box at present. You can use it as a reference. Lucius held the mother box in one hand and his colleagues' research materials in the other, and placed them all on the instrument beside him with great satisfaction. Okay, thank you, but, he said, but there is still a problem. He said, how on earth did you convince the military to hand over the mother box to you? In my opinion, this is totally impossible. Chen Tao paused. I didn't convince the military to give the mother box to me. What about this one in front of you? It's undoubtedly the real thing. Then didn't you get the mother box? Lucius asked, and then he heard the words that impressed him the most in his life. I stole it. Batman puffed out his chest. Lucius' silence was deafening. Ah, that's, originally, then. I'll let Clayface use part of his body tissue to transform into the appearance of the mother box and stay in the original position. Chen Tao said, it will be too late when they find out. To be honest, I'm tired of the tug-of-war over the past few weeks. With all the exchanges of interests and mutual probing, they just hold on to the ownership of the mother box. What can I do? He said, I can't really rob it. Of course I can only steal it. He patted Lucius on the shoulder. In short, you study the mother box first. I will equip you with enough robot guards and a watch that can call me with one button, which is enough for you to face this alien technology in safety. Remember not to activate it. A few minutes later, Chen Tao left Lucius's laboratory again and sat in the invisible bat plane. The plane was in autopilot mode, flying towards its destination. Chen Tao took out the document with the list of STAR Lab personnel that Lucius had given him from under his ribs. He opened it and flipped through it. It said, Mainland United States. STAR Lab, Central City Branch, Missouri. Related people and members, Catherine Snasisco, Raymond Harrison Wells. Experimental equipment. Building configuration. Most of the information was collected very completely. Chen Tao took a donut from the drawer next to him and stuffed it into his mouth. In short, let's gather more members of the Justice League first, and then deal with the next thing. Chen Tao thought about it, and took another bite of the donut. He had asked Dick to collect family information of the Flash Barry Allen for him before. Fortunately, Barry's official match Iris and her father are both white, unlike the TV series he had watched before. Haha, what is he thinking about? Chen-Tao shook his head. After all, since he traveled through time, he has basically been facing the plot in the comics, which has nothing to do with the TV series. Chen-Tao shook his head. In short, if it is according to the plot in the comics, this trip should be very smooth. Well, let me see. Barry Allen's girlfriend at this time is called Patty? After dozens of minutes of flight, Chen-Tao's invisible bat plane finally landed on the rooftop of a building not far from the Star Lab in Central City. Chen-Tao changed into an eat suit and entered the Star Lab as Bruce Wayne. Star Lab also held a party for the visit of their investor Mr. Bruce Wayne. Barry Allen was also present. Chen-Tao carefully observed everyone present. Yes, that's right. Caitlin, Cisco. Chen-Tao felt that these names were a little familiar, as if they were not often seen in the comics, but this list of experimental personnel was provided by Lucius. Maybe they were characters that did not appear in the comics. Oh, by the way, he has already met 2 laboratory members, and of course there is another one. Chen-Tao turned around, and amid everyone's welcome, he saw an electric wheelchair carrying a thin middle-aged man wearing glasses slowly moving towards him at the end of the corridor. Hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Wayne. I'm Harrison Wells. Chen-Tao shook his hand. Nice to meet you, Professor Wells. Chen-Tao suddenly stopped. The sense of deja vu in front of him became stronger and stronger, and he suddenly realized a problem in an instant. He stared at Professor Wells in front of him and wailed in his heart, I'm super. It's the Reverse Flash. What the hell? What kind of world am I living in? How come even the plot of the Flash TV series has appeared in reality? Chapter 193. As Batman, I'm on good terms with the villains. You know, the darkest times will create the most extraordinary achievements. Just as gold often glitters in the quicksand at the bottom of the river, just as the hottest pain creates the coldest Batman, just as the fastest man in the world spent his life slowly saying goodbye to his mother. When we look back at history, we can explain it like this. This is the moment when everything changes. This is the moment when all things sprout. This is the beginning of light and the darkest moment. This is a glorious golden age. This is a glorious era of heroes, and it is also an unreachable past. We were born in the shadow of this great era. Through them, his life, achievements, and extraordinary talents, I found meaning, and I found faith. My name is Albert Swan. Now my alias is Harrison Wells. I was born in the 25th century, an era that should be called the future compared to now. At that time, superheroes have become history. They are just objects for scientists to study, or statues in museums. My father is a scumbag. When I was very young, he killed my mother in front of me. I developed a primitive hatred, hating the world and everyone, but this withdrawn personality helped me avoid wasting my energy on boring socializing and vulgar mutual flattery. I was extremely obsessed with the 21st century superhero Flash. In order to unlock the source of his power and the mystery of the Speed Force, I studied day and night. My life was smooth sailing, and everyone who got in my way suddenly died in an accident for unknown reasons. When I was very young, I was given the title of Professor Speed for my in-depth research on the history of the Flash and the Speed Force. But even though I became an authority on the Speed Force, I still couldn't touch the essence of the Speed Force. This fact made me extremely painful. But a time capsule from the 20th century changed everything. It crashed in Midtown in the 25th century, containing a Flash uniform. I tried to copy and enhance the speed energy remaining on the uniform, and I succeeded. I finally embraced the Speed Force. After gaining power, I found that my era was too peaceful and there was no need for superheroes at all. So I built the cosmic treadmill, and with this time travel machine, I traveled back to the Flash's time, intending to fight alongside him. Well, after going through a lot of things, I finally realized that I didn't want to fight alongside the Flash at all. I wanted to be him, replace him. I wanted to be Barry Allen. I failed. I was defeated miserably by the Flash, and I was shocked to find that I would become the opposite of the Flash, the Reverse Flash that I had seen countless times in the museum. Only then did I realize why all the competitors on my life path suddenly died in accidents, and why my life was so smooth. Because I killed them. I mean, I got the Speed Force, traveled through time and space, to kill those who might get in my way, and I directly erased their existence from the timeline. From the beginning, I was the Reverse Flash, and this was a fate that I couldn't refuse. The ability to travel through time allowed me to see the truth, that I was destined to become the Flash's biggest enemy, and that I could never become the Flash. So I became the opposite of everything the Flash thought of, and those people the Flash wanted to save, those people the Flash loved, those were the ones I would take away from him. I will be better than the Flash. I will be the only person in the world that the Flash cannot stop. Therefore, I traveled back in time again and killed the mother of the Flash, Barry Allen, just as the history shown in the museum. I want to make the Flash feel pain. But unfortunately, my imperfect connection with the Speed Force trapped me in the year 2000. I can't go back. I can't go back to the time when I fought the Flash, nor can I go back to the time when I was born. I'm trapped in this primitive society, and my Speed Force is fading. I gradually realized that, if I want to have enough speed to return to my time, I must take the initiative to create the Flash. At that moment, I finally realized why I came here, and I was once again played by the Speed Force. This may be the history of the Reverse Flash, and it is also my destiny. So, I killed Harrison Wells, and disguised myself as him. I created the accident that turned him into the Flash, and I personally trained the Flash, and turned him into one of the greatest heroes in the world. When he has enough speed to send me back to the future, I can go home and continue my history and my life. This should have been the case, but Reverse Flash, who was wearing the face of Dr. Wells, looked at Bruce Wayne, who appeared here in silence. Batman, why did he appear in Star Labs? What happened? Is there such a part in history? Did I cause a butterfly effect? Reverse Flash remained calm. While thinking, he started his wheelchair and slowly drove into the hall door of Star Labs. Nice to meet you, Dr. Wilson. I mean, Professor. Chintao thought about the title of Dr. Speed in his heart, and also looked at Reverse Flash in front of him. The two of them held hands together, and did not separate for a long time, like close friends who had met again after a long separation. Chintao looked down at Reverse Flash from a high position, while the old enemy of the Flash looked at him lightly and easily caught his eyes. The somewhat tense atmosphere was gradually noticed by other people in the laboratory, and Cisco and Catherine looked at each other. The Flash, Barry Allen, stood stupidly by the side, watching his most beloved mentor, Professor Harrison Wells, and one of the investors of their laboratory, Mr. Bruce Wayne, staring at each other like two fighting cocks, with a big question mark on his head. What happened? He had a clear and stupid expression, and then Cisco's eyes stopped him from saying anything. A temporary banner about "Welcome Mr. Bruce Wayne to visit" fell to the ground with a thud. Reverse Flash saw Bruce Wayne finally move his eyes away from him. He took out a photo from his body and showed it to everyone present. It was a report about the Flash. Wow, it's the Flash. I like him very much. Cisco said a little stutteringly. Yes, yes. Catherine interrupted, forcing a smile. Does Mr. Wayne like the Flash too? Of course, a super popular guy, isn't he? Catherine felt that Mr. Wayne was teasing in terms of language, but in terms of tone, the rich man was as cold as if he had just lost his parents. He saw the other party turn his head and look at Barry Allen. Wow, Superboy. Barry Allen, the Flash in his regular clothes, was about to speak when he saw Cisco blinking at him desperately. Even without the Speed Force, his eyelids still left a residual shadow. Barry knew at a glance that he must have a lot to say, so he quickly started to talk nonsense. Yes, I have many superpowers, such as playing the viola. As Barry spoke, he saw Mr. Bruce Wayne walking closer and closer to him, and Cisco behind him had a completely horrified expression, as if he saw a dinosaur eating a chicken. I also know sign language, gorilla sign language. Barry watched him get close to his face. He couldn't say anything in the end, and said embarrassedly, whatever, it's fine. Reverse Flash sat in a wheelchair, quietly watching the farce in front of him. Everything was under control. Maybe Batman had already grasped the true identity of the Flash, which was not a problem. The establishment of the Justice League was something that would happen on the timeline, and the intersection of Batman and Flash was also normal. As long as it didn't delay his return home, it would be fine. Moreover, his career in the Justice League would make Flash more mature and stronger, and would also provide him with a faster way to return home. This was not a bad thing. silica gel quartz sand material. He saw Batman easily find the Flash's battlesuit that was previously hidden by Cisco and the others. Reverse Flash could almost see Cisco's face turn pale. He covered his head in despair and lowered his head. This material is wear resistant and heat resistant. Cisco made that expression, and Barry didn't know what to do next, so he could only continue to try to deny it. Yes, I'm a figure skater, but I like to make my uniform similar to the Flash's. Here's my idol. This is used on the space shuttle to avoid friction and fire when re-entering the atmosphere. The competition in figure skating is sometimes really fierce. Barry closed his eyes in despair just after he finished saying this. Even he knew that such a lie was really clumsy. The important thing is that Mr. Bruce Wayne came too fast. He had just given a message 4 minutes ago saying that he would arrive in 6 minutes, and he arrived in 5 minutes. Unfortunately, Barry was 3 minutes late. When he stepped into the door of the Star Lab, Mr. Bruce Wayne was already standing in the middle of the lab. He couldn't hide his criminal tools in front of Mr. Wayne. Well, Barry said in despair, I am. History began to move forward here. Reverse Flash sat next to him, observing quietly. While observing, he was calculating the impact and pros and cons of this matter on him. Barry Allen was soon exposed by Batman, and then he joined the Justice League formed by the other party. I am. Is that so? You are really an excellent figure skater? Question mark? Cisco raised his head, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. Catherine opened her mouth slightly, and then immediately realized that this behavior was inappropriate, so she quickly closed it again, and Barry almost couldn't catch his breath. Reverse Flash's thinking also came to an abrupt end. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in Star Labs saw their investor, Mr. Bruce Wayne, first laughed at the sky like a fool for a while, then took out a check from his pocket, wrote a number on it, and forced it directly into Barry Allen's hand. It's good to have a personal hobby, young man. This money is my personal sponsorship for your figure skating competition. With this money, you have to help me get 2 Olympic trophies back. How unlucky it is for an Olympic champion to run into Barry. Cisco complained in his heart. Thank you. Barry said sullenly, but I can't accept your money, because. But he stopped talking, because he saw the number on the check. Everyone in Star Labs looked at each other, including Reverse Flash. No one could figure out what was going on. Cisco was angry in his heart. After today, he would build a secret display cabinet for Barry, and never put his uniform outside again. Ha 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 ha. After giving the things to Barry, Mr. Wayne laughed again, looking not very smart. For a moment, his laughter was the only sound on the scene. It's nothing. It's just a little money. Reverse Flash was still silently thinking about why Batman didn't intend to expose the identity of the Flash now, but suddenly found that Wayne staggered to his wheelchair, then half squatted down, and hugged his shoulders in a familiar manner. Hey brother, I'm giving your student face like this completely for your sake. Who is your brother? Well, Mr. Wayne, you. Our relationship is so solid. Before he finished speaking, he heard Bruce Wayne slap the wall next to him, making a crisp bang. Reverse Flash frowned. The wall was hollow, and his secrets were hidden inside. It couldn't withstand the other party's slap. He was a little unsure whether the other party's slap just now was a coincidence or something else. In short, he felt that Batman's mental state was not right now. He was eager to send the other party away. Mr. Wayne, are you feeling unwell? Reverse Flash turned his wheelchair and used his body to block the wall. Don't change the subject. But Mr. Wayne turned a deaf ear to what he said. He still put his arm on the shoulder of Reverse Flash, who was pretending to be in a wheelchair, and even squatted on the ground for this. Catherine gave Cisco a look, which meant that Bruce Wayne was mentally ill. My good brother, I came to you for your sake. Shouldn't you greet me with a smile? Don't you think so, good brother? Good brother, my good brother, S1, Doctor, you. Reverse Flash, who was disguised as Professor Wells, couldn't help but feel terrified. For a moment, Reverse Flash almost instinctively wanted to stab the other party's heart with his hand knife, but killing Batman would undoubtedly cause a tsunami-like butterfly effect, and he gave up this idea in less than half a second. He suppressed his shock and anger, and tried to keep his voice steady. You are wrong, Mr. Wayne. My name is Harrison Wells. I know Swan. I understand Swan. Mr. Bruce, you called Dr. Wells by the wrong name. What? I didn't call him wrong. Reverse Flash resisted the urge to jump up from his wheelchair. His heart was full of mysteries. How could Batman know him? How could he call his name accurately? Is he also a time traveler? But Batman didn't continue talking. Reverse Flash could clearly see that the idiotic expression on the other's face suddenly returned to a calm state. His heart was cold. This was the expression Batman would originally have. His originally frivolous voice suddenly disappeared. Reverse Flash knew very well that the other party had already released the information he wanted to release to him, and now there was no need to pretend. He just watched Batman turn around abruptly and walk towards the door to leave, ignoring the questions of several other people in the laboratory. He clenched his fist. He must find Batman immediately as Reverse Flash. The other party had his information and the Flash's information, and he had no idea how much he knew. They needed to talk. Chapter 194, Reverse Flash. Who the hell is the villain? Professor Wells, what's going on? Barry Allen asked. Oh, God, I really want to say something witty right now, but I really can't. Cisco kept an I'm frozen expression. Even snot isn't that scary. He whispered to Catherine beside him. I would rather have Captain Cold point a freezing gun at my head than stay with a laughing lunatic from Gotham. At least Captain Cold won't kill innocent people. But did you see that Master Wayne was indifferent and laughing just now? Catherine was thoughtful. She was thinking about the fact that the other party called Dr. Wells Swan. Drive Wells, are you going to follow him? The Flash Barry Allen stopped the Reverse Flash Swan who was turning his wheelchair and was about to follow Bruce Wayne out of the laboratory door. He won't do anything to you, right? Nothing. The Reverse Flash didn't want to talk to the Flash at all. At the moment, he was confused. He was thinking about what he would do if Batman found out about him, and then he was thinking about how he would shut up Batman if he couldn't kill him. Barry, I'm sorry, I have something to do now. He said this and wanted to drive the wheelchair out directly, but he was stopped by the Flash again. He saw Batman walking out slowly at first, and then he started running out quickly, talking on the phone while running. What did he want to do? A strong sense of uneasiness lingered in the Reverse Flash's heart, but he still had to comfort Barry Allen in front of him. Drive Wells, you know I can't just let you follow me in a wheelchair, follow Mr. Wayne, and go out like this. Looking at the other person's sincere face, Reverse Flash just wanted to chop this idiot's head with a supersonic knife. But he still had to be patient and make up a lie to him. Nothing will happen to me. Mr. Wayne is, I just met Mr. Wayne in my early years. What? You want to follow me? No need. Hey, give me some privacy. 5 or 6 minutes later, Reverse Flash finally sat in an electric wheelchair and hurriedly took the elevator to the lobby on the first floor of Star Labs. Even though he wanted to speed up, as soon as he left the Flash's sight, his reason still made him give up this risky behavior. They were too close. If Barry found out, all his efforts would be wasted. The more dangerous it is, the more you should not panic. He drove the electric wheelchair quickly, ignored the greetings of the front desk staff, and rushed out of the door on the first floor of Star Labs. Bang! The first sliding door closed behind him. Reverse Flash continued to drive his wheelchair forward, and he looked at the situation outside through the translucent glass. There was a lot of traffic, and everything was normal. As long as he passed through the two sliding doors next to the outermost revolving door in front, he could reach the street directly. Wow. He passed through the outermost sliding door, and then Reverse Flash stopped driving the wheelchair. A red lightning flashed, and within the limit of time that human reaction ability could not detect, he quickly retreated into the revolving door, and then opened the first sliding door again, trying to return to the first floor lobby of Star Labs again. He failed. He sighed, returned to his wheelchair, pushed it out of the revolving door, and then slowly took out a uniform ring of the same style as the Flash from under the wheelchair seat. The reason why he did this was because at this moment, what appeared in front of Reverse Flash was not the busy street that he should have seen, but a blood-red desert. Swan turned around and saw that the revolving door and sliding door behind him had all turned into flowing mud and finally condensed into a mud monster nearly 3 meters tall, wearing Robin's ridiculous yellow and red uniform. Wait, Robin uniform? Exclamation mark. Isn't this the villain Mudface? Exclamation mark. Reverse Flash looked unhappy. Someone replaced the original main door exit of Star Labs with a portal, and Mudface turned into the second revolving door, and also conjured the scene of the street outside on the glass next to it to lure him through the first door, thus completely stepping into the trap. Rustle. Reverse Flash heard a sound, like the sound of some multi-legged animal walking on the sand. He saw poison ivy turning out from behind a small blood-red sand dune. Isn't this another villain? I saw poison ivy sitting on a walking raffleshire at this time, using 3 layers of vines inside and outside to protect herself tightly. The most eye-catching thing was the dozens of vines that emerged from behind her, each of which held, well, holding. Oh, what is that? Fuck. Reverse Flash looked closely and saw that the vines were holding freezing guns. Hahaha, Reverse Flash. You're done. We've already planned to deal with you. He saw Mudface also took out a freezing gun and pointed it at him. The expression on his face, made of mud, was as if he was inhaled by laughing gas, and his mouth was stretched to his ears. I've been called to fight again. It's so annoying. Poison Ivy kept muttering while driving the plant monster under her butt, muttering in a low voice, "You want me to do research again, and you want me to help fight? This is absolutely outright exploitation. That's not what you said when you boasted to me about how many trees you planted in the desert today." Beside her, Deadshot sat in a measure. "Since you have accepted the funds for environmental protection, you should complete the task," Deadshot Floyd Lawton said. He was equipped with an even more exaggerated freezing gun in his hand, and the barrel was now directly aimed at Reverse Flash. "And I'm ready to finish the mission." Albert Swan put on the yellow Reverse Flash uniform in an instant. He originally wanted to say, "Batman, come out and face me," but he was a little unsure whether all this was planned by Batman. If it was the Batman he knew, he shouldn't be mixed up with so many villains, right? The freezing guns in the hands of these villains were obviously different from Captain Cold's. Was it the technology from Mr. Freeze? But it still restrained the speed of the speedster. Reverse Flash began to regret that he had invested too much energy on the Flash and other superpowers before and after the time travel, and had never collected any relevant information about Batman. He cast his eyes on the 3 villains, who were gradually surrounding him, but soon, he heard the voice of Batman Bruce Wayne coming from behind them. "Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Mr. Swan. There is no concept of time in the red of all creatures, so I will just say hello this way. What exactly do you want to do, Batman?" Reverse Flash was a little distressed. He couldn't believe that Batman was hanging out with this group of villains, but he forced himself to suppress this feeling of regret and ask more rational questions instead, trying to collect intelligence from the other party. "How do you know me? What do you know? You?" He asked a lot of questions in rapid succession, but Chintao did not answer directly, but continued to talk to himself. "I'm sorry, I didn't let everyone come out to greet you, Dr. Swan. I have sent Killer Croc and the leader Nightwing away from the red of all creatures to hide. After all, they are mortals, and may not be able to face a murderous speedster." When he said murderous intent, it was as if he was talking about himself. Reverse Flash tightened his muscles bit by bit. "Batman," he asked, "what exactly do you want from me?" Reverse Flash Albert Swan was ready for a desperate fight. The other party was clearly well prepared. This was a trap set for speedsters, and he just happened to step into it. This trap was specially made for him, of course. Could it be for Flash? Batman had bad intentions when he came. Reverse Flash finally saw Batman's true face. The other party walked out from behind his 3 allies and came in front of Reverse Flash. He keenly noticed that the other party's uniform was a little different from what he knew. Batman's uniform was no longer the black pointed ear mask that half covered his face, but a sea blue hood that covered the whole face. This change made his heart sink. Batman must have something wrong, making him different from the history he knew. He heard the other party open his mouth, ignoring his obvious attacking posture, and smoothly burst out his life story. "Your name is Albert Swan, born in the 25th century. The other party knew everything about him, and the feeling that someone knew everything about him made Reverse Flash feel terrible. If he had been thinking about how to lie to Batman before, now such an idea has been completely shattered. The worst has already happened, and Batman knows more than he could imagine. And he also knows very well that a superhero like Batman will never let him go. Reverse Flash is ready for a fierce battle. He saw Batman walk past the three men and walk straight to him. Reverse Flash Albert Swan, what is your purpose in coming to the 21st century? This question made Reverse Flash startled. Is this the last question before the battle? Well, if you want to ask, it's okay to tell you these. Batman has exposed his old bottom, and it is meaningless to hold on to such invalid information as his purpose. Even if he doesn't say it now, Batman will find out when he really starts to implement it. He said, my purpose is to let Flash help me open the portal and send me back to my time. Reverse Flash talked nonsense to delay time while thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. He must ensure that what is happening now will not leak to Flash's ears so as to change history, and he must ensure that Batman will not die to prevent the butterfly effect. This is definitely an extremely difficult project, and Reverse Flash already feels a bit headache. This Batman actually knows everything. We can't let him and Flash contact each other. Reverse Flash thought silently. While he was thinking, he suddenly found that the tense situation on the field was stagnant. Then he heard Batman's strange voice. So your goal is to create Flash and let him send you home, right? Yes. Reverse Flash said, what's wrong? Then he saw Batman waving his hand, and the three villains looked at each other and all put away their weapons and walked back behind the sand dunes. What do you mean, Batman? The other party's behavior made Reverse Flash, who was ready to fight, put down his fist. We need to talk. He heard the other party say, since your goal is to go home, why do you go to such great lengths? Because Flash and I have a grudge for killing my mother. I killed his mother, Reverse Flash said, and Flash will one day realize that I'm Reverse Flash, so I must use enough chips to force Flash. But his words were quickly interrupted by Batman. Nonsense, you didn't kill Barry Allen's mother at all. I did kill. Reverse Flash wanted to say something, but Batman interrupted him again. Even if you did, why admit it? You can just say that you and Barry are good friends in the future, not enemies at all. You were happily doing lightning experiments together, and you got the same accident as the Flash, and then? Question mark? It seems to make sense. Reverse Flash fell into deep thought. Batman in front of him became more and more excited, and even began to chant. You are comrades in arms and friends, but one time you encountered a crisis, and as a result, the Speed Force made you to accidentally travel through time, and then killed Barry's mother. All this was caused by the mistakes of both you and Barry. Remember, you should emphasize the mistakes of both of you, and let Barry take some of the blame. And now, Barry has gone back to his era, but you can't go back, so you don't know how to go back. Reverse Flash said, it's like this, I killed the real Harrison Wells, and disguised myself as him, but in fact I'm still a criminal. No, who said you killed Harrison Wells? When Reverse Flash heard Batman easily deny his crimes, his head was in a mess. He heard the other person's voice ringing non-stop. You were just walking on the side of the road feeling lost, because your speed force was not enough to get you home, and then you found that someone had a car accident on the street. You went to save him, but were surprised to find that he was Harrison Wells. You were stupid, because in history Harrison Wells was the mentor of the Flash, but now he is dead here. Batman became more and more excited as he spoke. Then you suddenly realized that this is a time and space loop. The Flash once told you that he had a good friend and a mentor when he was young, and he was Professor Wells, but he never wanted to tell him why that mentor was not with him at this moment. And now you know the reason, because you realize that you are that mentor. Reverse Flash looked at Batman numbly and raised his hands. In this way, the hatred between you and the Flash is completely wiped out, and all of this is a perfect logical closed loop. You can completely ask him to help you return to the future as his future friend. Will Barry Allen refuse? I'm awesome. Thanks to the leader of the Long Island Mixu boss, this book gave birth to the second leader. Chapter 195 I want to form a legion of destruction. This is incredible. This is the only thought in Reverse Flash's mind at this moment. A complete lie. A deception that reversed the facts. Just two simple sentences are enough to play with the fastest man in the world. He repeatedly deduced the feasibility of this lie in his mind, and was surprised to find that the logical closed loop was perfect. as long as he spends more time to erase some of the physical evidence left at the scene of the year. For example, he has to erase the scars on the remains of the real Dr. Wells who died tragically that year that were pierced by the supersonic hand knife, fake the injuries of the car accident, or simply destroy the body. Then even if he is entangled with the legs of the Speed Force, he will never be able to catch up with the truth. Even if he can catch up in the end, he will have returned to the era when he fought with the Flash. What if the Flash on this timeline finds out the truth? Damn, the direction provided by Batman is so evil that it even makes Reverse Flash feel a little creepy, and at the same time he doubts his IQ. Why didn't I think of it? After seeing the thoughtful expression on Reverse Flash's face, Chintao knew that he would definitely agree. Because this is indeed the best solution for Reverse Flash in the current situation, and Reverse Flash cannot deny the fact. But it is obvious that he himself has never thought of this method, and it is not because he is stupid. No matter who it is, as long as his thinking is accelerated by the Speed Force, even a gorilla will not be stupid. In Chintao's opinion, it is better to say that Reverse Flash has thought of it in his subconscious mind, but he instinctively resists using this method and resists calling himself a friend of the Flash, rather than an enemy. Maybe many people think that Reverse Flash is faster than the Flash, but in fact, Reverse Flash is one of the most evil and obsessed characters in DC. The only thing that drives him is the desire to become his childhood hero, the Flash. It is this desire that slows him down. He cannot let himself surpass the person he wants to be, which is why Swan always loses at the critical moment. This is despair or mental disorder. He cannot let himself surpass the person he yearns for in his heart. After finding out that he couldn't become the Flash, he was obsessed with becoming the opposite of the Flash. This kind of thinking is similar to if you can't eat from 5 cauldrons when you are alive, you should be cooked in 5 cauldrons when you die. But this just bound him, making him unable to run faster or get out of the barriers of a certain behavior pattern. Even if he ran faster, Albert Swan was trapped by obsession all his life, so he would always fail and would never be able to run faster than the Crimson Shadow. But at this time, Chintao threw this perfect plan that he deliberately ignored in front of him, and he could no longer deceive himself. What exactly do you want to do, Batman? Reverse Flash gritted his teeth. You are not so kind as to let me go back to my time. What do you want me to help you do? I need you to help me defeat Darkseid. I refuse. Reverse Flash refused the other party without hesitation, which made him feel strangely relieved. I can't interfere with history. Reverse Flash has never appeared in the war against Darkseid, he said. Trying to come back and kill Barry Allen's mother in the past has already caused such a big change in reality. His eyes swept over the other 3 villains standing next to him. Once I interfere with such a big event as your fight against Darkseid again, I don't know what unknown consequences will be caused. Chintao just watched him quietly as he made excuses. You keep pretending that you, the Reverse Flash Swan, are the king of time travel. Isn't it a joke for someone like you to say that history cannot be interfered with? It doesn't matter, even if you want to tell the Flash everything. I have my own ability to force the Flash to help me. We are enemies, and I know how to force the Flash. You can't stop me. Just mean, right? You deceived the Flash and let the Flash help you voluntarily, but you are not happy. You insist on fighting with him, and then press his head to force him to help you. Chintao always feels that the Reverse Flash Swan may get some perverted sense of accomplishment from it. What a tribute explosion. But do you think I can't exploit you like this? Reverse Flash, you can't participate in the fight against Darkseid, but if, on the spot, I take out the Flash uniform for you to wear, how will you respond? For villains, you have to use them to the end. But these are all things for the future. Okay, if you don't want to help against Darkseid, then don't help. Chintao nodded sincerely, even with a smile on his face, just like a criminal who lures ignorant young people into a pyramid scheme. Reverse Flash frowned. But your help will not be without cost. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Batman's easy talk made him a little uneasy. Instead of letting Batman take the initiative to make requests to him, it would be better for him to ask first. At least this can regain some insignificant initiative in the negotiation. I want you to help me catch those members of the Rogues. Of course, I know you want to train the Flash's abilities, which is totally fine. All I ask is that you cooperate with me to complete a plan to completely consume the rogue's criminal enthusiasm. Consume criminal enthusiasm? What are you talking about? TSK. It only takes one bad day, and the originally lively and interesting criminal life will disappear like aging and peeling wallpaper on the wall. Even the most evil criminals will become normal people. As for what this plan is, you will know soon, Swan. At least for now, you just need to answer me whether you agree to help. Reverse Flash hates the Riddler the most. Then he suddenly realized a problem. Who told you this? Batman. You shouldn't know so much. I read it from the comics. Of course Chen Tao couldn't tell him that. So he used a panacea reply again. Because I'm Batman. Reverse Flash wanted to say something, but Chen Tao interrupted him first. So what is your decision? Reverse Flash sighed. Okay, I agree. He said, if it's just the rogues, there are other enemies. I will ask you to capture them all alive and intact. I want to talk to them. This is indeed Batman's style. No killing is the iron rule. Reverse Flash Swan calculated in his heart that Batman just regarded him as a useful weapon, which is no big deal. Anyway, he doesn't kill people. Those villains will be caught by Batman anyway, and they will escape from prison sooner or later. What's the difference between being caught by him or by bats? I want to talk to them. Oh, Batman wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with them? It's useless. Reverse Flash thought. Could it be that Batman still wants to influence these villains with love? This is simply stupid. Talk about getting these villains to team up with me to fight Darkseid. Reverse Flash almost sprayed his saliva from his nose. What did you say? Darkseid is too strong. I can't defeat him with my own strength. Reverse Flash heard Batman say, so I have to recruit some dangerous characters in this world who are strong enough and have enough fighting ability and use their fighting power. We can't just be second tier characters like Liv Uire. We need real strong hands. Yeah. No problem. That's how the Justice League was established. I have initially decided to recruit Captain Cold and his rogues. Black Adam is also on my recruitment list, but to be honest, I think he may not agree. Then I can only kill him and... Wait, stop, what did you say? Reverse Flash felt dizzy. Oh, I said kill Black Adam. Reverse Flash decided to put Batman's statement about breaking the no-killing principle aside. You plan to recruit the rogues? He could no longer maintain the expression on his face. Albert Swan remembered that an hour ago he was still a cold and cruel behind-the-scenes boss, similar to the setting of a demon king who disguised himself as a little girl and hid in the brave team. But at this moment, he felt like he had turned into a beer-barreled woman who was always startled. What is the name of this alliance you are going to establish? It's called the Legion of Doom. Batman answered immediately. Reverse Flash took a deep breath and felt a stream of blood rushing from the soles of his feet to his brain. He carefully considered his words. Maybe the Justice League is the right name. I think the Legion of Doom is better. Then he heard Batman say, destroy the enemies of the earth and justice. Reverse Flash felt that he had lost his ability to speak. The rogues have disappeared for more than a month. But he quickly said, no one knows where they are now. Even if you want to recruit them, you can't find them. But he only got a positive reply from Batman. It's okay, as long as they are not dead, I can always find them. You won't really do that, right? Reverse Flash said. After all, your recruits should also include Wonder Woman, Green Lantern and others. That's right. Well, it's really not a good name. Then let's call it the Justice League. It doesn't matter anyway. Batman shrugged and agreed as easily as a child's play. After reaching an agreement, Killer Croc finally ran out of the dark. He opened the portal, and Reverse Flash took off his yellow uniform, pushed his wheelchair, and was the first to walk out of the red of all beings. You are still carrying your wheelchair now. Killer Croc walked beside Reverse Flash, not caring that the other party was a murderer who could cut half of his body with a supersonic hand knife at any time. Nightwing will be responsible for taking the other 3 guys back. When they get there, he will send me a signal and I will be responsible for opening the door. So now I'm here. The big crocodile said a little naggingly. My name is Waylon Jones. Nice to meet you. Reverse Flash didn't want to pay attention to him. He was confused and was thinking about how to deceive Flash later. He was nervous like a girl who was about to confess. Killer Croc, Batman and Reverse Flash returned to the Star Lab together, but Barry Allen was not seen in the room. Only Cisco and Catherine were sitting in front of the computer with nervous faces. What happened? I was only out for a while. Chen Tao rushed forward and asked the two. Barry's girlfriend Patty has been kidnapped, and it's still unknown who kidnapped her. Barry is going crazy, and he's using his super speed to look for her all over the city. Chen Tao and Reverse Flash looked at each other. Cisco looked up. Sorry, Mr. Wayne, this time. Then he saw Chen Tao in Batman uniform and Dr. Wells standing next to the wheelchair staring at him. What the asterisk asterisk asterisk. He almost fell off the chair. Patty Spivot turned over and sat up from a pile of garbage. She was a member of the Central City Police and Barry Allen's girlfriend. She shook her head and felt her hands being handcuffed behind her. At this time, she was imprisoned in the basement of the Mayfair family Martin family, which is the most famous and oldest underground social group in Central City. If the reputation of the Martin family is not well known enough, then mentioning a member of this family will definitely make people impressed. Marco Madden, the famous weather wizard, a member of the Rogues. But the weather wizard never participated in his family's underworld business. He hated it, and the violent acts of the Martin family also violated the gang rules of the Rogue gang: only rob, not kill innocent people. But even so, the Martin family still benefited a lot from the reputation of the weather wizard. But even so, today the behavior of the Martin family was a bit too crazy. They kidnapped a Central City police officer who was investigating them on the street. You know, generally speaking, there are reasons for the killing of the Stars and Stripes by the Black Flag. Petty thought that his investigation had not yet gone deep enough to threaten the entire underworld group, not even the Fur. If the Martin family could not tolerate such a minor investigation of them, the Central City Police Department would have been killed by them long ago. But now the fact is that Petty was kidnapped when he was off work and was taken directly out of Central City and appeared in this mud house in the countryside. The Martin family didn't know what was wrong with them, and the whole thing was in a very weird state. Patty twisted her body with great effort. She turned her head and saw another prisoner tied beside him. Hey, what's your name? She asked. Do you know what this is all about? This is Elsa Martin's office. As the former head of the late Martin family, the wife of Claudio Martin, and the sister-in-law of the current weather wizard Marco Martin, Elsa is a young woman in her 30s, but she still controls the behemoth of the dark world of the Martin family. Normally, the characters who can appear in the office of a female gangster like her are either corrupt officials who have been dragged into the quagmire, or other demons and monsters who belong to the dark world. At the very least, it is normal for even federal agents to appear here. But at this time, the one who appeared in her office was a gorilla with a crown on his head. The gorilla sat on the seat that originally belonged to Elsa, while Elsa Madden knelt on the ground with lifeless eyes, revealing her god-like figure. This might be a rather erotic scene for humans, but it was different for gorillas. Compared to Elsa's figure, the gorilla obviously cared more about her words. Grud, my master. As you ordered, I have captured Patty Spivot. In the new 52 Flash comics, the Rogues Civil War and the invasion of Gorilla Grodd were two completely independent events, but I merged them, and then stitched in the storyline of the TV version of the Reverse Flash, and then stitched in some other things that have not appeared yet. I'm a super stitching monster, yeah. Woohoo, I received a reward from the leader yesterday, thank you so much. I didn't write the extra chapter today, but I will definitely pay it back. I won't. I'm now writing a little more every day, a few hundred words a little bit, and accumulating a few hundred words. Woohoo. In addition to the 3 chapters of Leave, I also owe the previous leader extra chapters, plus the new leader, so now I owe 5 chapters. Desperate. Chapter 196. Killer Croc also wanted to take Robin. Oh my god. Professor Wells, it shouldn't be Professor Swan. The bunch you said is too confusing. I can't figure it out. What? Bruce Wayne is Batman? What the asterisk asterisk asterisk? I'm really surprised, but anyway, you will still help, right? Thank you so much, because I'm really in a hurry now. Barry spoke very quickly, and Cisco stood beside him, looking a little bit unresponsive to the huge number of settings that Reverse Flash suddenly revealed. He also wanted to discuss the issue of time travel which he was quite interested in, but it was obvious that he knew that now was not a good time. The Flash was there, feeling sorry for himself and lamenting. Chentao and Killer Croc sat beside him. Reverse Flash turned into a kind father, talking to Barry with a face of "I understand you." After a bunch of Reverse Flash's chicken soup for the soul, the Flash finally calmed down. It must be said that Reverse Flash still understands the Flash. This combination of smoothing his hair and talking made Chentao, who was squatting beside watching the performance of Reverse Flash, amazed. He began to explain what he had done before. Patty has been investigating a case recently. You know, there are always all kinds of things going on in the Midtown Police Department. Hey, Batman. Batman was still talking, and Killer Croc, who was sitting next to Batman, whispered to him, "I hope you know that I'm very happy that it is my turn to be your trainee Robin today." Chentao had a blank expression on his face. The onboard computer located in his heart was processing some information. The Flash held his head. "In the past 34 minutes, I have gone through all the cases she has handled and all the most famous cases of the Midtown Police Department in the past 3 years. I have checked more than 5,900 suspects who may have kidnapped Patty, and then checked every place where Patty might be kidnapped. I almost ran all over Midtown. This is really exciting for me, you know." Killer Croc was still chattering, and Chentao already regretted letting him sit next to him. "I don't know why this big crocodile has become more and more talkative. Unlike the previous history, where he had been living in the sewers and participating in various biochemical experiments, Killer Croc, who had been paid a large amount of salary in advance and had been mingling among the crowd to make movies for a long time, had undergone earth-shaking changes. The beast nature that had once occupied his mind faded from him, and the rap talent that only belonged to black people began to emerge in him. Chentao could no longer tolerate his rapid-fire nonsense, so he stood up and walked to Barry, who was still explaining the current situation. "So, is there any result?" "No." Barry shrank like an eggplant hit by frost. "Absolutely nothing. The local gangs are clueless, and even the most well-informed middleman in Central City doesn't know where she is." He said, "Petey must have been taken away from Central City. In order to avoid being discovered by me, someone tampered with Peter's mobile phone and the messages she sent to her colleagues, causing us to discover her disappearance too late. The whole thing was premeditated." Barry said, "The only clue I have now is that Petey went to investigate the case of the Martin family, and the last thing she did was to visit a victim of the Martin family's violence. But that victim has never seen Petey at all, and I haven't found the head of the Martin family in Central City." Barry quickly explained the relationship between the Weather Wizard and the Martin family, and finally said, "I have ruled out most of the other possibilities. The only possibility left is that Mark Martin is behind the whole thing. But that doesn't make sense. The Weather Wizard has no reason or motive to do this." Chentao said, "But no matter what, we must find the Weather Wizard now to figure out what happened. But the problem now is that the Weather Wizard Marco Martin and the current head of the Martin family, Elsa Martin, are hiding in some corner." Barry held his head in despair. "At least they are not in Central City. I can't find them at all. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Maybe other members of the Rogues know the whereabouts of the Weather Wizard." Chentao said, "The Rogues are a whole. They are allied with each other. One Rogue member can easily find another. I thought of this too. But the Rogues have been missing for a long time." Barry said, "Although I don't know the reason, something must have happened within them that caused them to leave collectively. I even think they are no longer in Central City now. Their whereabouts are treacherous. At least now, it is as difficult to find another Rogue member as it is to find the Weather Wizard." Chentao paused. Then he coughed lightly. "I have some clues here." The Flash suddenly turned his head to look at him, and he stood next to Chentao at lightning speed. Chentao stood up. "The Void Bar is an entertainment venue opened for villains all over the world. I found out." Cisco was typing on the computer next to him. "Their terminals are hidden very deeply and are very difficult to break. But I'm trying now." Chentao suddenly felt that someone was attacking his car computer. In fact, he connected many devices in the Batcave to the modified car computer of his Batmobile, so that he could remotely control them anytime and anywhere. Damn it, their defense system is too hard to break through. Cisco looked at the bunch of messy gibberish on the computer and scratched his head in annoyance. It took me 13 seconds to hack into the Pentagon before. I admit that this thing is a little harder to get into than the Pentagon. Cisco, the void bar is actually, it's not just a bar, it's also the biggest middleman, but he himself does not participate in any illegal transactions and never even becomes a middleman. They only provide alcohol business and information transmission. That is to say, you can put a sign on the void bar, but going to the bar does not guarantee this information. Cisco commented, it's a very interesting business model. The magician, one of the members of the rogue gang, is now drinking alone in a void bar in Keystone City. Chintao said, and as he spoke, he pressed on his armor, and then a small 3-dimensional image was projected. The magician was drunk at the bar, slamming the table, and shouting at the bartender to give him another drink. Wow, you hacked into them in such a short time. You're amazing, man. Cisco made a surprised sound. I have to admit that your hacking skills. Chintao interrupted him before things became more awkward. Well, in fact, I'm the largest shareholder behind the void bar. Cisco stopped talking. Then what are we waiting for? Barry said. He raised his foot and wanted to turn into a flash of lightning and rush out of the laboratory, but was dragged back by the reverse flash swan who also turned into lightning. Don't worry, Barry, you don't know the location of the void bar yet. They are usually very secretive. Reverse Flash told Flash like a true heroic mentor. Sometimes, when we want to catch up with the truth, you have to slow down. Wait. Cisco rubbed his head and said, excuse me, you, the hero of justice, Batman, are the largest shareholder of the void bar, the largest gathering place for villains. Yes. Then who are the other shareholders besides you? Chintao stopped talking. He thought for a moment, then answered, Bruce Wayne. Then he added, Batman owns 50% and Bruce owns 50%. Cisco was speechless. In short, the void bar has a complete secret monitoring system, which allows me to quickly screen everyone who appears in the bar in a timely manner around the world. Chintao said, I brought Killer Croc with me. My friend made a device for Killer Croc that can detect the corresponding position of the red of all living things and the real material plane. With his ability to open the red of all living things portal, we can go straight to the void bar and appear there directly. As Chintao spoke, he turned his head and saw Killer Croc putting an oversized red and green Robin uniform on his scaly and muscular body. Woohoo. Killer Croc put on his clothes and then said, I've wanted to try this suit for a long time. I've worn this suit more than once in the movies I've made, but it's still cooler to wear it to solve cases in real life. Chintao wanted to say something, but Killer Croc had already opened the portal and put on 2 Robin skateboard shoes on his feet. He pretended to be nothing and slid to the side of Reverse Flash and grabbed his arm. So what are you waiting for? Use your speed force to protect me. Let's go. Okay. Reverse Flash said. Barry, you take Mr. Wayne. Let's go. Then in 1/10th microsecond, Chintao saw Barry appear in front of him. Unlike Killer Croc who was wearing skateboard shoes, the impatient Barry directly hugged him like a princess. 2 figures, one red and one blue, flashed for a moment, and under the gaze of Cisco and Catherine, they rushed directly into the space channel of the red of all living things, and disappeared with a swish. Inside the void bar, the magician was drinking. The others saw Batman and Flash walk in together, followed by a yellow version of Flash and Killer Croc, and they quickly stood up and left. Well, no villains will be willing to come to this place soon. The void bar in Keystone City has to find a new venue, but fortunately I can transform it into something else, such as a fake void bar, which will definitely attract a lot of curious customers. Chintao thought. Why don't you work together? Really? The magician was still drinking. They really don't know how artistic I am. Chintao coughed lightly, and then he realized that their magician immediately jumped up from his seat. He took out an O-shaped acid spray gun from under his pocket, but he was too drunk, and the 2 acid bullets he fired only corroded the empty table next to him. Killer Croc, who took the initiative to attack, just raised his hand, and the gun flew into the sky. The drunken magician spread his hands. Okay, now it's a toy gun. Ha ha ha. He smiled foolishly. We need to know where the weather wizard Marco is. Killer Croc tried to recall the days when he faced Batman and then asked with a voice that was filled with phlegm. But unfortunately, his artificial bass was just a meaningless hum in the magician's ears. "What did you say? I can't hear you." Hiccup. Chintao had to repeat Killer Croc's words himself. Not surprisingly, the magician refused. Those blind and rough people may not be my kind, but I won't betray them. Chintao pursed his lips. "Robin." Killer Croc stepped forward and grabbed the magician's collar. He liked this feeling. When Batman was called Robin before, he felt the sound of Robin's fist and stick hitting his forehead, but now he felt the pleasure of beating others. "That's right. I was like this at the beginning. It feels so good. Refreshing. Speak. While you still have the chin to speak. Hey, do you guys like this aggressive way?" Flash Berry couldn't stand it anymore. He pushed Killer Croc away and helped the drunk magician, who was about to lie on the ground, to sit on a chair. "Let me handle it." He put his hand on the young magician's shoulder. He was the youngest of the rogues, but still one of them. "Hey, Axel, at your current age, you've drunk too much." "No, I want to drink," the magician said in a daze. "Drinking makes me feel better. I only drink when I feel depressed." "You know that's not how to drink alcohol," Berry said to him patiently. "You're not in good condition." Although Berry was extremely anxious about his girlfriend's affairs, he still hid his anxiety in his heart and spoke to the magician in a kind voice. "I'm fine." The magician was drunk. "Do you want to play darts?" "No, Axel. Let's make a deal, good friend. The weather wizard may have kidnapped one of my friends, and I'm very anxious now." Berry approached the magician and whispered, "Can you tell me the whereabouts of the weather wizard? I promise to come to the police station to see you." "Let's play darts," he said, "just for fun." "Ha, you want him to talk right away? Are you kidding?" Killer Croc said beside him. "To deal with a villain, you should starve him for 3 days and 3 nights, and then use a crowbar to hit his whole body, limbs, internal organs, and lungs hard to get all the acid, so as to obtain the real information." The magician looked at the Flash steadily. "Okay." Killer Croc behind him almost popped his eyes out and made a ha sound behind him. The magician said slowly, "Marco told me last time that he was at Pier 808 in Port Chagga, helping his sister-in-law Alyssa deal with some family affairs. I wanted to find him, but he wouldn't let me. Woo woo." "Thank you." Berry stood up. "See? That's all we need." When he turned his back to the magician, anxiety reappeared on Berry's face. Let's go there." "What about your enemies?" Killer Croc scratched his head. "Oh, right, brother." Berry turned around and said to the magician who was drinking the remaining wine in the glass, "After you finish this glass, go and turn yourself in. Don't order any more next time, promise me, okay?" "Okay, Flash." The magician raised his glass and saluted the Flash from a distance. "You caught me again, Flash." Killer Croc, who stood by and watched the whole process, felt complicated. Then he grabbed his head, let out a roar, and angrily took off his Robin uniform. "We have to hurry," Berry said with his back to the magician. "We have to rescue Patty and then meet our old friend." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Conspiracy, The Wrath of Reverse Flash. This is a dark and humid dungeon of the Martin family. It is dark and deep. At this moment, the voice of Flash's girlfriend Patty is ringing in this darkness. "Elirana? What a strange name." "It's a nickname, which means spider." "Well, Mr. Spider, do you know what's going on?" Patty took a deep breath. "Who are these people? Why did they kidnap me from Central City? Is it because of the murder case I'm investigating?" Patty whispered to the man in front of her who called himself Spider and was tied up in this dark dungeon like her. "If it was because of the murder case, although I have to thank them for not doing that, but to be frank, why didn't they kill us?" The man nicknamed Spider glanced at him. Afraid that we knew too much, so they kidnapped us, and were afraid that we would tell others, so they kept us alive. In other words, this is related to the Central City murder case I'm investigating?" "Yes." Spider nodded. I'm a killer under the Madden family, and my daily job is to clean up for my boss. I eliminate everyone and everything involved with the Madden family. A few years ago, I worked for the Madden family outside Central City. One night I received an urgent call from Elsa, the wife of Claudio Madden, the head of the Madden family. Claudio Madden, he is the brother of the weather wizard Marco, right? Petty whispered. Yes. Spider nodded. When I arrived, the scene was a mess, with blood everywhere. I took a closer look at the body, and found that it was Claudio, the 22-year-old head of the family. The kid had no interest in violence, but he was smart. He secretly went to Central City, and reached a truce with the rival gangs, united the family, and ended the violence. So why did those rival gangs kill him? No, they didn't do it. The whole thing is a conspiracy. Spider shook his head. Elsa discovered that Claudio planned to give up the Martin family's territory in exchange for peace. She knew that would weaken the family's strength, so. Patty took a breath. Spider raised his eyes, half of his face hidden in the shadows. So I think you guessed it. She got rid of Claudio, and framed the rival gang, to provoke a fight between the two families. Damn it. Patty whispered. I knew that Claudio's case was a murder, not a kidnapping. Although there was a ransom note and no body, the bloodstains verified my speculation. Elsa is a cruel woman. Spider said. She also knew that doing so would also bring Claudio's brother Marco back to the family. He is the one with real extraordinary abilities who can tip the balance of victory to Elsa's side. So for the sake of the family, she killed her husband, and then sent you to clean up, so that the weather wizard Marco would not doubt him. Petty concluded, and now, Elsa wants to kill me, the policeman who is investigating this old case, and you, the scavenger who was there to clean it up, so that her secret will never be known to the weather wizard, and we will all die. No, as long as I have Claudio's body and the murder weapon, I'll be safe. Spider said. The fake blackmail note I left at the crime scene was a message to the real murderer, whoever he is. When the mercenaries of the Martin family kidnapped me, the murderer officially surfaced, Elsa. Now, there is only one real evidence left to bring her down. I'm sorry to involve you. I originally thought that the evidence left for the police to investigate was not enough. I was ruined by my own curiosity. Petty said. And I'm too loyal to the Martin family. I shouldn't have been nosy, but I still wanted to let Marco know what she did. But unfortunately, she got there before me. At least we have the upper hand, as long as you still have the evidence. They have to leave someone alive, isn't it? This is the place where Elsa Martin, the actual head of the Martin family, stayed in Puerto Quetzal. At this time, the Gorilla Grodd was sitting behind his desk, taking out 2 bananas from the bottom drawer of the desk to eat. Are the bananas delicious? Yeah, they're okay. Faced with this somewhat abrupt voice, Grodd didn't seem surprised. He slowly finished eating the banana in his hand, then turned around and looked to the side. A person appeared silently beside him, a person with his arms folded, wearing armor similar to a turtle shell, and with white hair and beard. He suddenly appeared there, as if a section of reality was cut out like a video clip, and then himself was put on. Human. The Gorilla Grodd narrowed his eyes. Ugly things, it's disgusting to look at them. Gorilla. The turtle man narrowed his eyes. Ugly things, it's disgusting to look at them. The two villains stared at each other, each secretly despised the other's race, and then both of them put on hypocritical smiles at the same time. Friend. When I accomplish my plan, I will kill this stupid gorilla. The turtle man smiled friendly on his wrinkled old face, while secretly calculating. When I accomplish my plan, Grodd will eat the turtle man's head. Grodd smiled friendly on his black-haired gorilla face, while secretly calculating. The Gorilla Grodd recalled the information about the collaborator in his mind. This guy called Turtle Man possesses a power called Still Force. This power is completely opposite to the lightning, that is Speed Force, that Grodd's hometown Gorilla City has worshipped since ancient times. It is a cosmic force, based on entropy and inertia, which can offset movement, and has the ability to induce and accelerate entropy. To describe it in a language that gorillas can understand, the Speed Force can speed up the user, making the user run as fast as the Flash, while Stasis Force is the opposite, it can slow others down, So the nickname Turtle Man does not mean that he is particularly slow, but that he can make others become like turtles. As a user of stasis force, Turtle Man is born to be the opposite of the Flash, and his desire for speed force is beyond ordinary people. Just think about it. If he can slow down the time of people around him and speed up himself at the same time. Grodd showed a mocking sneer. Turtle Man thought well, but he was facing King Grodd. In the end, whether it was speed force or stasis force, they would only belong to King Grodd's control. Turtle Man. Stupid and ugly humans, only fit to be King Grodd's lunch. Turtle Man also thought quietly. According to the gorillas he tortured Grodd's men, the gorilla in front of him was born in an ancient gorilla city. Millions of years ago, a group of apes were loved by the speed force, which accelerated their thinking, gave them superior wisdom and advanced technology, and developed a brilliant civilization. For many years, the gorillas in the city of apes have been at peace with the world. However, among the peaceful races, there are also more radical individuals. When the Speed Force has a new lover, Barry Allen, the Flash, the godsons picked up from the garbage cans in the city of apes suddenly lost the love of the Speed Force mother. Gorilla Grodd, who found that he was not the one chosen by the Speed Force, was furious. He killed the old king who said we can only accept who the Speed Force mother likes, launched a coup, and became the new king. In order to regain the Speed Force and become the prophesied son of lightning, the Gorilla Grodd came to the human world and deliberately wanted to kill Barry Allen, the Flash, take away his Speed Force, and then rule the human world. It has a small amount of Speed Force and extremely powerful telepathic ability, and its body has also been strengthened by the Speed Force. If it gets the speed of the Flash, powerful speed plus psychic ability, and its ambition to rule the world, maybe it will really. The Turtle Man showed a mocking sneer. Grodd had a good idea, but he was facing his supervillain, the Turtle Man. In the end, whether it was the Speed Force or the Stasis Force, it would only belong to the control of the Turtle Man. Grodd, the stupid and ugly uncivilized gorilla, was only worthy of being the stepping stone of the Turtle Man. The two villains were laughing at each other, and the Turtle Man's face suddenly changed, and the time around them suddenly stopped. Don't try to read my mind with psychic ability again, Grodd. His voice was transmitted in the stretched time, as if it was slowed down countless times. Grodd took the initiative to stop the output of his telepathic ability, and a hypocritical smile appeared on his hairy face. Don't be angry, my ally. I'm just more accustomed to understanding your work progress directly by reading your memory. In Gorilla City, we all do that. But I'm not your gorilla. I warned you, Grodd. Don't try to read me again. The Turtle Man released his ability. When he first met Grodd, he accidentally fell into the opponent's telepathic ability. Although he successfully counterattacked under the unexpected situation, he was still exposed by the opponent. Although they finally made peace after the battle, and even now they are working together, he has always consciously used stasis to prevent Grodd's telepathy, that is, using stasis to infinitely slow down Grodd's thinking, thereby preventing the opponent from using telepathic ability. Didn't you later torture the gorillas under your command to find out my origins? Friend, we are even now. Gorilla Grodd said, you humans are troublesome. You have the convenient ability of telepathy, but you insist on using language for inefficient communication. He said, anyway, have you lured the rest of the rogue gang here? Yes. Turtle said, Heatwave, Mirror Master, Golden Glider. I have prepared a trap for the Speedster, and when the time comes. And Batman. I found out, you just need to let Elsa Madden at the critical moment. 5 or 6 minutes later, the two villains ended their conversation, and Turtle left the room, while Gorilla Grodd sat in the main seat belonging to Elsa Madden, the sister-in-law of the Weather Wizard, with a playful look in his eyes, and pursed his lower lip. He knocked on his metal wristband, and the wristband, that looked like it was made of pure copper, actually deformed in a burst of mechanical sound, and finally projected a three-dimensional stereoscopic projection. Half of the projection's body was hidden in the shadows, with only the S on its chest shining brightly. Sir, the turtle is acting exactly as planned. Yes. Very good. Grodd, I have prepared the it you need. Have fun, as long as you can kill the Flash. Grodd heard the voice saying, Darkseid will give you everything you want. Of course, sir. Grodd said, you are my true partners. After a few minutes, Grodd closed the communication. Humans are such ugly things, one uglier than the other. The gorilla touched his shiny, smooth, and handsome black-haired face, with a beastly and cruel light flashing in his eyes. The Flash. The Flash. Oh, yes, and that Batman. Bah. Humans without any speed force are not important at all, and he is also very ugly. But in short, he should also prepare a plan to deal with the Flash. Gorilla Grodd stood up, got on all fours, and also left the room. The huge room suddenly became quiet. After Gorilla Grodd had been gone for a long time, a sound of grab. An invisible door suddenly appeared in the air, and then Killer Croc pushed open the space portal. Chentao and Reverse Flash followed the big crocodile and walked out of the Red of all creatures together. Killer Croc was holding a portable display device in his hand. It was Lucius's invention. Killer Croc could use his ability in this device to see the scene of the corresponding position in the material plane, even if he was in the Red of all creatures. TSK, this is the important reason why he brought Killer Croc. Do you know what the situation is now? Chentao said as he walked to the place where the turtle man had just leaned on, took out some instruments, and carefully checked them. He had never come into contact with the power of static force before. As he checked, he was thinking about everything he had just seen. I have seen it all, Reverse Flash said with a dark face. That ugly ape and that bastard turtle man. Swan said, his eyes glowing red, his body trembling under the flowing speed force, spewing out unparalleled murderous intent, deep malice, almost condensing into water droplets. They actually want to kill my Flash? My name is Barry Allen, and I'm the fastest man in the world. Recently, my life is like a tornado, in every sense. Boom. The Flash was blown over twice in the air by the hurricane. My girlfriend Patty Spivot was kidnapped and held hostage, and the culprit was my old enemy. Mark Martin is known as the Weather Wizard. I'm in Port Charles at this moment, trying my best to find her trace. I love Patty with all my heart. If I fail to express my feelings in time, before she encounters an accident, I will be really at a loss. The voice in my heart is, I need her more than she needs me. Well, God has mercy on me. I have to defeat my old friend the Weather Wizard first. Concentrate, Barry, those people need you. Barry thought. Batman and Professor Wells were not there. He looked at his old friend the Weather Wizard who could call the wind and rain, the flood he caused, and the small village downstream that was about to be submerged. Only I can do it. Only I can save these villages from being swallowed by the flood. I'm the Flash. I'm taking action. Chapter 198 The Death of the Flash. The future seen by Reverse Flash. Be reasonable, Batman. I don't understand why you have such a bad face, and send Reverse Flash to help Flash, and take me with you. Chentao and Killer Croc were sitting in an invisible plane. They were traveling at supersonic speed in the bloody and misty sky of the Red of all creatures. The big crocodile said a little sullenly, don't we know, now that the gorilla Groot, it's Grodd. Chentao corrected him, that's a gorilla, and a super psychic who is no less powerful than the bald Blake who was turned into a zombie by Bane before, not the tree man next door. Yes, Grodd. Killer Croc said, but I still don't understand. Whether it's the turtle man or Grodd, we already know of their existence. Oh, yes, and the mastermind who likes to wear a Superman uniform and bury his face in the shadows, to pretend to be Scarface all exposed. The big crocodile said, what's there to be afraid of? What are you worried about? To be honest, although I have always been confident in my IQ, I still have to admit that you are a little smarter than me. He activated his ability with one hand and grabbed the instrument fixed to the operating table that could see the scenes of the material plane in the Red of all beings. The other scaly arm hooked on Chentao's seat and patted Batman's seat with his hand or claw. Even I can think of several ways to make the gorilla and the turtle miserable, so how can you not have any ideas? He said, Reverse Flash, and you who can turn into a Kryptonian with red light in your eyes, plus me and the thugs I can call at any time. Nightwing is my Robin, not the thugs. Killer Croc, wearing a Robin uniform, glared at him. I'm your Robin. I will be angry if you say that. Chentao was speechless. In short, I think this battle is completely suspenseful. What other key factors can affect the outcome? The rogues. Chentao sighed. Use your brain, Waylon. He pretended to teach Robin what was overlooked. What? Croc stared with his big blinking eyes. Chintao sighed again. Who brought us to Elsa's office? Reverse Flash. Recall the details, Waylon. Oh, okay. Killer Croc answered honestly. He said he found the base of the Martin family, and then we went directly from the red of all creatures. We originally wanted to save Berry's girlfriend Patty, but who knew that she was not locked up there at all. Instead, we accidentally discovered Gorilla Grodd and Turtle. That's the problem. Chintao said. It went too smoothly. The heroes sneaked into the devil's lair and happened to hear the evil devil's plan clearly. Not early or late, just at this time, at this moment. Even the mastermind behind the scenes was discovered by me all at once. Chintao said, everything is too deliberate. It's too cliché, so cliché that it makes me want to laugh. But we have witnessed it with our own eyes. What you see is a fact, but not the truth, Waylon. All this must be a conspiracy of Reverse Flash. If I still had any faith in him before, I don't trust him at all now. Killer Croc opened his mouth, finding it difficult to explain. Just because Reverse Flash takes us there? Why? You told me the origin of Reverse Flash last time. Didn't you reach a cooperation with him and let Barry send him back to his own time? Didn't you tell me his purpose was to go home? To be precise, Reverse Flash's purpose is to replace Flash. When he found out that he couldn't do it, this purpose became to torture Flash. I'm a little dizzy, Killer Croc said. When he found out that this purpose couldn't be achieved again, he finally had to settle for the next best thing and left the present and returned to his own time. Chintao paused and said, so do you understand what this means? What does it mean? It means that Reverse Flash will always do irrational things because of the hatred in his heart. Chintao answered him. No one knows Reverse Flash better than me. What he wants is for Barry to know that he is the murderer of his mother and hate him to death, but still have to send him back to the future, which makes him climax. A safe plan to go home? Even if he convinces himself to accept it for a while, the darkness and hatred in his heart will still drive him to involuntarily destroy this plan. I have long thought that Swan is not such a stable person, but I didn't expect that he would not stop even for a moment. Chintao narrowed his eyes. Reverse Flash is a speedster. I don't know what he has done behind my back. Nothing is more dangerous than this. Swan deliberately exposed Gorilla Grodd, Turtle Man, and the mastermind behind them to our sight. It must be to cover up his deeper purpose. I must add another layer of insurance to my plan. I think. Chintao no longer paid attention to Killer Croc. From the other party's point of view, his inference seemed to be completely the fantasy of a suspicious lunatic, but only Chintao knew that this was by no means groundless. The trick of Reverse Flash seemed very confusing. If he had not read the comics, he might have been distracted at this moment and was enthusiastically making plans to deal with the gorilla and the turtle. But unfortunately, he had read it. This was a mistake that Reverse Flash had never expected, and it would naturally lead to completely different results. He knew who Reverse Flash was too well. People's behavior is driven by their personality, and they cannot go against their instincts. We are here. Chintao glanced at the instrument, then controlled the plane to land in the red desert. He and Killer Croc jumped out of the driver's seat, and Killer Croc opened the portal. Where is this? He asked. Midtown Hospital. Chintao answered him. Another sole figure in the Rogues, Captain Cold's sister, Mirror Master's girlfriend, Golden Glider, Lisa Snart. Chintao said, her physical body is recuperating here. Physical body? Chintao did not explain to Killer Croc, but continued, whatever Reverse Flash's conspiracy is, what he wants to do to the Flash. He and Killer Croc stepped out of the portal and stood at the door of Midtown Hospital. As the Flash's #1 fan, how can I not come and save their little red? Of course, I also have the bargaining chips that the Rogues want, you know. Chintao said. Captain Cold also needs to eat. And the Golden Glider obviously needs to eat too. He said meaningfully. Let's go back to the time when Reverse Flash and Chintao first met not long ago. At this time, the Flash, Chintao and Killer Croc were in the nothingness bar, looking for the whereabouts of the weather wizard from the magician's mouth. And Reverse Flash was alone, running. I'm Reverse Flash Albert Swan. No one knows the Flash better than me. No one knows how much effort I have put in to become the Flash. ever since I traveled through time and was shocked to find that the enemy of the Flash in history, Reverse Flash, was me in the museum of the 21st century. I have never given up trying to replace him. How I wished that the Flash would disappear. I traveled to the night when Barry Allen became the Flash, trying to stand in front of him and be hit by the lightning that gave him the speed force instead of him. I failed. When I tried to replace the Flash, I was almost excluded from objective existence. The lightning passed through me, as if I was just a phantom, an insignificant obstacle, mocking me, mocking my powerlessness. I finally discovered a paradox. The first element for me to become the Reverse Flash, Barry must exist first. He must become the Flash, and then I can become the Reverse Flash. The person I hate the most, the person I'm willing to kill at all costs, must be alive, otherwise I will die. I'm going crazy. I want revenge on the Flash. I want to make him suffer. Research tells us that childhood is an important time to determine a person's personality, and it is also the most vulnerable time. Many personality traits mature in adolescence and affect a person's life. I want to ruin the Flash's life, and that's what I did. I once erased Barry Allen's good friend Dougie from the timeline. This is great. Barry exists. I still exist. But Barry Allen's childhood was lonely. I ruined his childhood and made him miserable. This feeling makes me addicted. So I murdered Barry's mother again, just like the history presented in the museum. Anyway, it was the same as Dougie's. It would not affect Barry's transformation into the Flash. I just wanted him to suffer. I was wrong. Very wrong. I directly wiped out the Flash, which also led to my own near annihilation. First, my already imperfect connection with the Speed Force was approaching collapse, and I found myself trapped in this primitive era. Then, as the future solidified like cement, I once again felt the impending death that was about to be erased from objective facts. This frightened me. And then what? Ha 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 ha. When I had the thought I must train Barry and train him to be the Flash in my mind, the feeling of being erased stopped, and the timeline stabilized again. How ironic. God knows how many times I looked at Barry and wanted to stab him in the heart with a knife. But countless times, when I was about to do that, the feeling of being erased would remind me, once you really do it, you will die too. How ironic. How ironic. I gave up in the most painful way. I couldn't change anything in the end. I could never replace him. I was forced to create him myself. I could only pinch my nose again and become a part of the Flash legend, and then return to the future where the Flash still existed. I had to do this. Otherwise, should I continue to live in this primitive era? Every day I live here, every day I see the Flash being loved by everyone, is a great torture for me. I almost accepted my fate. Almost. I thought so before Batman found me. Reverse Flash Albert Swan held his head and slowly squatted on the ground. Countless new memories kept pouring out of his mind. The future, present, and past were undergoing unprecedented changes. He saw the Flash wailing, and the Speed Force and Stasis Force wrapped around his body disappeared in the air. He saw Albert Swan wearing the Flash's uniform, standing in front of a tombstone. The inscription on the tombstone read, "Dedicated to the Eternal Flash. He died in the battle to protect the world at the hands of Darkseid. He is worthy of the name of the Flash. He is a true hero, and his name will be immortal." He saw a newspaper that said, 2 weeks after the Flash died in front of the whole world, a new Flash appeared. Is he still the same Flash? Batman claimed. He saw himself in the 25th century looking at the statue of Batman with reverence. An idea popped up in the mind of the Reverse Flash. He knew that this behavior would definitely lead to the death of the Flash. But do you know what's interesting? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The Reverse Flash's eyes widened, veins on his face bulged, countless bloodshot eyes almost burst his eyeballs, and the intense ecstasy washed over his heart like a surging tsunami. Because he was ecstatic to find that at the moment when he came up with this idea and decided to put it into practice, he did not feel the familiar feeling of being erased. And this means Barry Allen will definitely die. The Reverse Flash laughed wildly, and I, Albert Swan, will put on the clothes of the Flash and continue his legend. Then, we turned the time back to the present. Reverse Flash avoided Batman and Killer Croc and walked to a secluded place. He turned on the communication. A man with half of his body mechanical appeared on the other end of the communication. On his chest was painted the exclusive S logo of the L family. This logo was so authentic, and the angle of the S was extremely correct. Even if Superman came to see it, he would feel that it was no different from the clothes he wore. It was just like a real member of the L family painted it for him. He is the mechanical Superman, Hank Henshaw. After the destruction of the spaceship, a cosmic ray permanently changed him, turning him into some kind of immortal mechanical life. Darkseid of Apocalypse found him and gave him a body, making him a minion of Apocalypse. I have done what you said. The voice of the mechanical Superman was as quiet as a real machine. I sold out both the turtle and Grodd to you. Remember your promise. Kill the Flash, Reverse Flash. He said, otherwise you know the consequences. Of course, sir. Reverse Flash said, but is it really normal for you to expose yourself directly to Batman's vision? He said, I thought you would pretend to be Batman's friend and then strike back at the critical moment instead of telling Batman directly that you are not a good person. Reverse Flash touched his chin. The other party's behavior was very strange, as if he was hiding something. This has nothing to do with you. Reverse Flash blinked. This really had nothing to do with him. He just needed to make sure that the Flash. So he simply gave up discussing this issue. Don't worry, sir. Batman trusts me very much, and everything is under control. He said, the civil war of the Rogue Gang will be the prelude to the death of the Flash. It's not at this time. Reverse Flash thought silently in his heart. Stupid guys. Chapter 199. Then the Mirror Master knelt down gently. What are you doing? Killer Croc touched his chin, unsure whether he, as Robin, should go up to help or what. Batman did not go into Midtown Hospital, but took him to the roof of the hospital. From the rooftop, Chintao's lower body turned into a floating nanorobot, carrying him along the outer wall and directly jumped into a room on the second floor. A question mark floated above Killer Croc's head. Hey, Batman. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Wait here. Chintao told him, it is a tradition for Batman to leave Robin behind and act alone. You should learn. Then he turned his head and saw Killer Croc climbing the wall with his claws, following him. He was obviously huge, but he was still as flexible as a mouse. In order to enter the room, he even groaned, and then his body shrank a little. He said, ignoring Batman's orders is also a traditional skill of Robin. Chintao was speechless. He no longer cared about Killer Croc, but concentrated on operating the equipment in front of him. This room is the power distribution room of the Midtown Hospital. He checked carefully before entering. There are no mirrors or anything with a smooth surface that can reflect reflections in the room. Great. What are you going to? I want to leave myself a backup plan. Chintao told Killer Croc. Now I can cut off the power supply of any room in this building at any time. He stood up, his eyes flashing with a fascinating brilliance. Let's go. Let's go meet the famous rogues in Midtown, or the incomplete version of them. Then, he pushed open the door of the power distribution room and walked out openly. Killer Croc followed him. Huh. I thought we didn't have to fight this time. We need talk, but we are not the Flash. Chintao said, we don't have a 100% success before need talk. A nurse passed by the corridor with a medical record in her hand, yawning, and bumped into Chintao and Killer Croc. Killer Croc, wearing a Robin uniform, smiled at her. Aya, the nurse screamed, threw the medical record card to the ground, turned around and ran away. Killer Croc froze for a moment, turned his head with resentment, and looked at Batman aggrievedly. I thought you would knock him out, or let us sneak in or something. Chintao ignored him. He turned his head and saw that at the edge of the corridor, a figure in orange and green was fading quickly in the smooth tiles. He knew who the other person was. Mirror Master, Sam Scudder, another important member of the Rogues, and the lover of Captain Cold's sister Lisa Snart. Keep going. Chintao said, use your dignity to scare away as many irrelevant people in the hospital as possible. He said, I'm afraid we have to fight. The Rogues are going through a very difficult time now, and Mirror Master will do everything to protect his lover. I'm Mirror Master, Sam Scudder. I used to work in a mirror factory, but once I accidentally mixed the wrong chemicals in a mirror. Like all legends, the mirror should have been broken, but it wasn't. Instead, it had the ability to connect dimensions. Through studying this mirror, I learned to create mirrors and teleportation with various effects, and made my own mirror gun, and started my own criminal career happily. What happened? Then I joined the Rogues, and the reason we got together was simple. The Flash was too damn strong. To deal with someone as fast as the Flash, the number of people could tip the scales. And some of us could melt cars, create frost, and summon blizzards with a wave of a wand. Even if this speedster was fast, it would take some effort to deal with us. We had money, power, and plans, and even gained a little respect from other criminals, and many admirers, like the Rainbow Bandit and the Rookie Magician who came to Midtown, just to get a place in the Rogues. To be fair, I know we are outlaws, and what we do is technically illegal. But the thing is, we live in the greatest country in the world, and opportunities are everywhere, right? Everyone has the right to make a living doing what they do best. The jobs we do best are robbery and theft, so is that our fault? You can blame our parents, or society, or whoever you think is right. It doesn't matter. We are just a bunch of ordinary people who work hard, and don't fit in, trying to survive in the world. Believe it or not, we follow certain rules, 3 principles. First, don't kill unless you have to. The police are just doing their job. Second, we don't do drugs. It's not that we are not evil, but drugs always lead to violating the first principle. And third, win. We always follow these 3 principles, and we are honored for it. People often say that a hero is only as good as his enemy. According to this, the Flash is more powerful than the entire US Army. Just try it. The Flash may think we are slow, but who can be faster than him? People don't know that there is a reason why the Rogues always make the Flash go all out. The scoundrels never rest on their laurels, and will return, as long as there's more to gain. People don't understand. We are much closer than many people think. We steal, we rob, that's what we do. The scoundrels have an unwritten rule, a bond stronger than death itself. We watch each other's backs, until we die fighting well. That's all in the past now. I used to thank Captain Cold whenever I could, not only because he led us, but more importantly, because he introduced me to his sister, Lisa Snart, the Golden Glider, the love of my life. I would die for Lisa. The scoundrels were such a family. But Captain Cold destroyed it himself. Anyway, this is what happened. For a long time, even with the high-tech equipment, we had a hard time competing with the speedsters, and Captain Cold. He was the leader, and he thought he should have been drinking with us, and celebrating the greatest crime in history, instead of drowning in sorrow, drinking whiskey and committing unskilled looting. Under the pressure of not being able to defeat the Flash, Captain Cold went crazy. And you know what the worst thing is? He dragged the whole gang crazy with him, and then sent us all to hell. A year and a half ago, Captain Cold found a thing called a gene recombiner. According to him, this thing can rewrite the DNA of all the gang members, so that our bodies and superpowers can be integrated, and we will become superhumans, just like the Flash. We all believed his lies. This thing, how do you know it will work? What do we have to lose? You haven't had enough of hitting your head against the wall again and again, being easily disarmed by the Flash, and fighting desperately, but to no avail. This machine will completely turn the situation around. Put the weapon in the machine. Let's have a good fight. Are you kidding, Leon? No kidding, Lisa. This was all our conversation, and then we were like fools, trying a machine that we didn't know the effect of. Captain Cold said he was no kidding. He brainwashed me, brainwashed everyone, and the gang entrusted all their trust to Captain Cold. In return, what did they get? Yes, the gene recombination machine worked, and it gave the Rogues superpowers, but at what cost? I'm trapped in the mirror world forever. And the Golden Glider, my Lisa, was forced to leave her body and become a spirit. Every time she touches anything, she can only last for a short time. Her spirit wanders around, but the real her can't move a step, and she is living a life worse than death. Heatwave, poor guy, his whole body is burned beyond recognition. Do you know how painful it is for burn patients? But Mick's whole body is scorched. The weather wizard's life is more cloudy than sunny. His mood fluctuates with the weather. Although he has broken free from the constraints of the weather magic wand, he has completely lost the ability to control his mood. He suffers from depression and various mental illnesses. All psychological treatments and drug interventions are useless to him. His emotions only follow the damn weather. The rogues are finished. We are divided and fighting each other. We want to kill Captain Cold, but this coward runs away without saying a word, leaving us alone. At this moment, this is the second floor ward of Midtown Hospital. Lisa Snart, the golden glider, was lying on the bed, wrapped in bandages. Sam, the mirror master, was reflected in a mirror next to him. Due to the error of his superpowers, he could no longer show up in the real world. Lisa, Lisa. He called the beautiful woman on the bed in a low voice, but got no response. So the mirror master frowned. I won't let anyone hurt you, Lisa. He promised. Batman and Killer Croc, no matter what their purpose is, I won't let them get close to your room. His eyes flashed with silver light, and he made up his mind. At the same time, oh my god. What is this? Killer Croc screamed. Now they are no longer walking in the corridor of Midtown Hospital, but appearing in a space full of broken lenses. And their enemies. Mirror Masters. There are hundreds and thousands of them. This is not fair. Killer Croc was just about to stand up when he was hugged by dozens of Mirror Masters and was directly crushed into a crocodile. He heard the other party's voice, layer by layer, echoing in countless people's mouths. Welcome to the mirror world. This is my territory, but we should call him by his real name. Prison. Killer Croc roared, and a huge force burst out from his body, directly blowing away dozens of Mirror Master's clones, but it was useless. Mirror Master just snapped his fingers lightly, and then more identical clones continued to gush out from other mirrors. Killer Croc was caught off guard, and was hit on the head by one of them. Ouch. The situation has changed. We have evolved, and become many people, more and more. Killer Croc was decisively scared. He turned his head, and looked at Batman who was standing next to him, and watching the show. Wow. Save your Robin quickly, if you don't do it, I will be crushed to death. As he spoke, he tried hard to pull off the countless Mirror Masters on his body, and then the other party pulled out a tooth with a sudden force, and screamed in pain. Chintao ignored Robin's call for help. He was looking at the Mirror Master. The other party seemed to realize how dangerous Batman was, so he picked the weakest persimmon, and did not manipulate the clones to attack him. It must be said that Sam limited the conflict within a certain range, which was undoubtedly a smart move. As the man who temporarily replaced Captain Cold in the original work, even if he was imprisoned in the mirror world, his strategic mind was no less. Leave here, Batman. But love makes people blind. Although he said this, Chintao had already noticed that he was preparing to exile them into a deeper mirror world. That was a realm that even the Mirror Master could not reach, full of strange creatures from various dimensions and various unknown dangers. Chintao looked at the image of the Mirror Master in front of him. This might not be a real person. The other party blended himself into a lot of clones very well, or he was not here at all. We need to talk. Chintao told him. You activated we need talk. Your talk failed. Please change into the Flash's clothes and try again. I have nothing to discuss with you superheroes. Silver light flashed in the eyes of Mirror Master. Since he gained superpowers, this power has also been very unstable for him, and he himself doesn't even know when something will go wrong. Trying to open the portal to a deeper mirror world is also a very dangerous act for him, but he has no choice. He knows very well how powerful Batman is, so he either doesn't do it, or goes all out, otherwise he will lose. Once he loses, then Lisa. Mirror Master made up his mind. Then he saw Batman snap his fingers. Woo woo woo. He heard a strange sound in the room of the Golden Glider, as if the instruments that maintained the life of the Golden Glider were groaning and all stopped working. Mirror Master's movement stopped abruptly. Then all the mirrors in front of him shattered at that moment. Killer Croc raised his head from a pile of broken mirrors, and saw the real body of Mirror Master appear from another distant mirror and rush towards the two of them. He's here. You forced out his true form, Batman. Killer Croc rubbed his hands together. Finally, it's time for a fair fight. One-on-one. Face-to-face. Getting closer and closer. Killer Croc raised his fist. With a cool sound, Mirror Master slid to his knees, and the mirrors formed a passage under his feet, allowing him to slide all the way, and kneel directly in front of Chintao. Please, turn on the power quickly. Anxiously, Mirror Master grabbed Chintao's trouser leg. Without electricity, the medical equipment that maintains Lisa's life can't work. Lisa will die. Please, please. Chapter 200. I'm here to join the rogue gang. Mirror Master made the most decisive choice. One of the important reasons why he knelt so decisively was because of the special state of his current situation. If any other member of the rogue gang was standing here at this time, they could have used other methods to save the golden glider. The simplest way was to rush into the power distribution room and turn on the power on the first floor, where the golden glider was, or pick up the golden glider and change her bed, etc., instead of surrendering to the enemy. But the problem was that Mirror Master was trapped in the mirror world due to the error of his superpowers and could not return to the material universe. This meant that, no matter how powerful he was in the mirror world, he could not interfere with the normal world. Even if he defeated Batman and Killer Croc in the mirror world, what could he do? He could only watch helplessly through the mirror as his beloved died of respiratory failure on the hospital bed. The superpowers that Captain Cold found for them were a big bit. Although they freed them from the constraints of their equipment, each of them had almost fatal side effects. In the current situation, he had no choice but to surrender to Batman. As he pleaded, the avatar of Mirror Master who stayed in the golden glider's ward finally heard the buzzing sound of the equipment restarting, which almost made him cry with joy. He notified several doctors and nurses as quickly as possible, and they rushed into the golden glider's room and quickly debugged the equipment. After doing all this, Mirror Master finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up from the ground. The series of actions just now were all completed by his avatar. Because he was too focused, the original body was still kneeling on the ground at this time. He calmed down, turned his head to face Batman, and kept reminding himself in his heart, Lisa, Golden Glider, is now in a coma for a long time and wakes up occasionally. Captain Cold was unanimously decided to be expelled from the gang. Now he is temporarily the leader of the rogue gang. No matter what Batman's purpose is, he is the last line of defense. While cheering himself up, he said in a deep voice like Batman with a mouthful of phlegm stuck in his throat, Batman, you want. Before he finished speaking, Mirror Master saw countless tiny black sands in Batman's hand condensed into a small switch! Exclamation mark. He immediately realized what the switch was pointing to, and this real threat made him swallow back all the words he had just prepared in his mind. Calm down, Batman, you. Then the next second, Batman's behavior almost made his heart stop. The other party stretched out his hand, and then with a twisted smile, he quickly fiddled with the switch. Hey, I turned it off. Hey, I turned it on. Hey, I turned it off again. I turned it on again. The Mirror Master felt that his blood pressure rushed directly from the soles of his feet to his head. Before he was about to pounce on him and hug his trouser legs again, his clone sent him a message that the power supply in the golden glider's room had not been cut off. This caused him to suddenly retract his forward movement, and then his face was imprinted on the back of Chintao's foot. After such a huge ups and downs, the Mirror Master's spirit was finally deflated. He sat down on the ground. What do you want to do, Batman? Arrest me? Go ahead. He looked at his hands with some self-mockery. I have been imprisoned in this damn place for my whole life. This damn mirror space, my kingdom, my cage. I can't even hold the hand of the person I love. He said, if you have the ability to take me out of the mirror space, what's the harm in going to Iron Mountain prison? Anyway, it's just from a big cage to a small cage, and my Lisa who can only linger on the sickbed for the rest of her life. Chintown knew his problem, and most of what he said was true, except for the part about lifelong imprisonment. Here we have to mention another member of the rogue gang lying on the bed at this time, the Golden Glider, Lisa Scott, who suffered from a brain tumor because of Captain Cold's stupid superpower acquisition plan, and thus gained the ability of mental projection. In short, Lisa became a ghost who could leave her body. Although she can only lie in bed and have her soul out of her body for a few hours every day, and the rest of the time she is in a coma. Soon, as time goes by, this superpower will become stronger. In the original comics, the Golden Glider, who gradually becomes proficient in using superpowers, successfully pulls her lover, Mirror Master, out of the mirror world, thus completely liberating him. Although the consequence of his doing so is that the Golden Glider's weak body, that cannot withstand any pressure, almost died of heart failure. However, the reason why the Golden Glider's body is so fragile is that she has a brain tumor. This malignant tumor is almost tied to her life. This is an absolutely incurable disease in modern medicine. Even the top doctors in the DC world, such as Dr. Pigface or other medical masters, can only shake their heads in the face of this situation. But for the magical power of Red of all beings, when they gave Animal Man Buddy Baker the power, they almost took him apart like a Lego toy and turned his internal organs over. The Red of all life is the kingdom of all life. A mere brain tumor is obviously also within their regulatory scope. This is why he brought Killer Croc here alone. After all, it is more convenient for them to open the door and find the totem council of the Red of all life. Master was still complaining to himself, but then he heard Batman say, "My purpose? I'm here to join your rogues." Master almost choked to death on his own saliva. "Don't be funny, Batman." He was stunned for a moment, then got up from the ground, rubbed his face, that had just been printed on Batman's instep, and said, "You are a superhero." He is a supervillain. Chen Tao and Killer Croc said in unison. Chen Tao turned his head and stared at Killer Croc. Killer Croc raised his hand. "Okay, I admit that Batman is a superhero." He made a gesture of "please go ahead," then pulled on his mouth, pretending that there was a zipper on it. "You guys continue." "Sam Scudder, I came to you because of your other teammate," Chen Tao said, "the Weather Wizard. Everything he did has nothing to do with us. You know, the rogues have been disbanded." Master immediately said decisively. Then he paused and asked cautiously, "But I still want to ask, just ask, what did Marco do?" Then he waved his hand quickly, "But we haven't been in touch for a long time." While saying this, Master made up his mind to call and ask what the Weather Wizard did. Didn't they agree not to cause trouble during this period, not to mess with superheroes, and try to raise some money for Lisa's treatment? Exclamation mark. Oh, damn. Master suddenly remembered that the Weather Wizard had told him before that he went back to help the gangster family he came from, the Madden family, to make money, and it was probably for this reason that he got into trouble with Batman. Batman specializes in beating up gangsters, so he's a professional, isn't he? Master's heart slowly lifted. Batman stared at him. Master's eyes became more and more guilty. Okay, no matter what the Weather Wizard did, the rogues are a collective. If you have any problems, just come to me. Master said, "But I will never tell you his whereabouts." He made up his mind. This has nothing to do with Lisa. She has been in bed. I'm the temporary leader of the rogues. You can put me in Iron Mountain prison. Even in the mirror world, I can still go to jail. When talking about being able to go to jail, Master even subconsciously straightened his chest, as if going to jail was an honorable thing. Well, it is true. For criminals like the rogues, being caught in the police station may have always been an honor. Master finished talking so much, but saw Batman still staring at him expressionlessly, and then suddenly puff. Chen Tao suddenly laughed out loud. His mouth was grinning to his ears, and he hooked Master's shoulder, patting his back and laughing. "Ha ha ha, look how scared you are. Ha ha ha." Master was even more scared. Chen Tao laughed for a while, then the smile on his face suddenly stopped. "I say, you answer." Okay. Master nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "There is something wrong with the Weather Wizard's superpowers, right?" Yes. Master hesitated for half a second, then answered truthfully. "His mood fluctuates with the weather, and his mood can also reversely affect the weather." Chen Tao said, "If he falls into some extreme emotions, then extreme weather will also happen around him uncontrollably." Master answered him. Chen Tao narrowed his eyes. He had already vaguely guessed the enemy's plan. Elsa, the sister-in-law of Weather Wizard Mardong Madden, murdered his brother Claudio Madden a few years ago without the knowledge of the Weather Wizard, and used the Weather Wizard, who returned to the family because of his brother's death, to launch a gang war with his extraordinary abilities, and won the battle. The silly Weather Wizard Mardong never knew that his brother's death was actually caused by his sister-in-law. Instead, he respected her because of his deep affection for his brother. And if one day, his sister-in-law suddenly told him that she killed his brother, Chen Tao asked the Mirror Master about this situation. This will undoubtedly cause a superpower to go out of control. Sweat beads flowed down the Mirror Master's head. It is completely conceivable that Marco will be furious. The real thunder, his raging anger will cause tsunamis and collapse of the sky, which is a force that Marco himself cannot control, far stronger than the weather he usually invites. The Mirror Master held his head. Mardong, Weather Wizard, is in the same situation as Mick, the supervillain Heatwave, another member of the Rogues. They can't control themselves. Since gaining superpowers, Mick has been on fire for a while. He burned the stool when he sat on it and melted the cup when he picked up it. Later, he gradually gained control, but he still often lost control, especially when he was emotionally unstable, which was simply a disaster. He said, Mardong's situation is better, but once such a thing is discovered, I'm afraid there will be no living people within a few dozen meters of him. Chen Tao said. That's right, everything will be charred by the lightning column like an ocean current. The Mirror Master said. And if at this moment, Barry Allen's girlfriend Patty Spivot happens to appear within the range of the Weather Wizard's rage, then, Chen Tao took a breath. He frowned and had an idea in his mind. But now he had to solve the problems with the Mirror Master and the Golden Glider. He said, I know the situation. You two follow me to the Red of all creatures. The Mirror Master's eyes widened, and he heard the last half of Batman's sentence. I'll try. Maybe I can wake Lisa up and let you leave the mirror world. I'm Heatwave, McRory. I'm different from the other members of the Rogues. I'm a psychopath. Well, it's weird to say this, but the fact is, I know I have a problem. I knew it when I was a child. I was born on a small farm 20 miles outside of Midtown, where I lived with my parents, brother, and grandmother. I loved that farm, especially on those hot summer days when my grandmother would make fresh lemonade for us, with mint leaves and ginger slices, to make the taste more stimulating. At night, we would eat on the porch after a day of work, a candlelit dinner, a warm family. My father was a third-generation farmer. He would take my brother and me on camping trips across the state, taught us how to live with what we had, taught us how to make fire, how to appreciate fire. I did. But the first time I saw fire, I stuck my palm in it. My family screamed and pulled my palm out of the fire. I forget what they said next. What I do remember is, I kept staring at the ceiling, praying that I could feel it again, praying that I could see it again. I went back downstairs after everyone fell asleep. I tiptoed downstairs, just like I had stolen the last piece of my grandmother's marble cake the night before. I was hungry and cold. I hate cold. I set my home, my house, on fire without control. My family was trapped on the second floor, the heat scorching the floor below them, and I could hear the crackling of wood mixed with my mother's screams, my brother crying for help, and my father. He looked me in the eye with confusion. Me too. Why? I wanted to get help. I loved my family. I tried to run to the neighbor's house next door, but I couldn't take my eyes away from it, from the beautiful and wonderful fire. It struck deep into my soul, dispelled my troubles, and burned them away. I watched them all burn up, and in the end, I did nothing. My family died. I was a heat wave. This was my childhood. Woohoo. The update time has been unstable recently. The number of readers has plummeted from 2200 to 1795. I'm so sad. I must update on time tomorrow. Come on. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.